Cool. Let's start the YouTube stream. All right. So let's see here. I don't know if on 1 second before we get started. Dun 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 dun. Okay, YouTube is live. YouTube is live. Good. Okay, so, okay, so I don't know if this is going to end up being a its own YouTube video. If I'm going to end up posting this whole thing to YouTube, if I'm just going to take some clips from it for like shorts or just posting clips on Esfand Daily or Twitter or something. But Lex Fridman had a podcast with Jeff Kaplan. And Jeff Kaplan, for those of you guys who don't know, former game director for World of Warcraft. He was at Blizzard from the early days. I know he shipped Warcraft 3, was working on WoW, ended up being the game director for WoW alongside Tom Chilton. And this is like all the old, like, he was there during the time of like Rob Pardo, Alan Adham, Mike Morheim, all those kinds of guys, right? Metzen left and came back, right? So he was there for like the early Blizzard days, worked on WoW, was like the dude for WoW during Burning Crusade, Wrath, and whatnot. So the versions of the game that I like the most. And then he went on to, he got moved to something called Project Titan, okay? He got moved to something called Project Titan, which ended up getting canned. And then basically Project Titan got spun into what eventually turned into Overwatch. And then he was in charge of Overwatch, and he was the Overwatch dude, and that's what most people really know him for. So whether you know him as Jeff Kaplan, the Overwatch guy, or whether you know him as Tiggle, I don't remember what class he played in EverQuest, but that's kind of how he got the job at Blizzard, is he was like a big EverQuest player. His name was Tiggle, and he kept that name while he was at Blizzard. And yeah, he was a mage, maybe. Yeah, I can't remember. But yeah, I used to be able to, in EverQuest, you could have a last name. I think his character's name was Tiggle Biddies, was his character's whole name. You know, back when he was in college or whatever. But yeah, anyways, so yeah, so that's what, that's kind of where Jeff Kaplan comes from. Yeah, Tiggle and for his ice cream and shimmering. Yeah. So yeah, he was like one of the big like early quest designers. He's the guy who came up with the Hemet Nessingwary, the Pages of Stranglethorn quest. That was him. So yeah, Lex Fridman had him on for a podcast. This thing is a 5-hour interview. He has a 5-hour interview with this guy. So today what we're gonna do is we are just going to watch it. Yeah, we're gonna watch it. We're gonna listen to it. And kind of give our thoughts. And he talks a lot, supposedly, about like the early days of Blizzard, things going on in WoW, things going on in Overwatch. Everybody says it's a really, really interesting thing to listen to as somebody who was so deeply entrenched in that world and kind of in that era of gaming too, specifically. There's just a lot of stuff that's really interesting. So yeah, big talk today. So anyway, let's go ahead and start it.
Computer.
Is it PvP?
It's all PvP. In fact, Rust is...
Oh, let me go ahead and start from the beginning here. Is it working? It's kind of hard to control here because of how I'm capturing this. Can I just do that? There we go.
There's
All right.
3 types of fun. Fun for the player, fun for the designer, and fun for the computer.
Is it PvP?
It's all PvP. In fact, Rust is the most PvP thing in all of PvP.
I don't know what that means, but
Rust players know what that means. My whole career and my family are thanks to EverQuest, so I think I won the game.
There's the EverQuest.
And we're idiots. We're reading the forums, and the forums are just flaming us all the time. Like, there's lag on this server, and can't log into that server. And that was our perspective of what was happening. And when I showed up at that show, one of the most emotional things in my life, it was nothing but an outpouring of love. I had believed I would never work anyplace but Blizzard. I loved it. It was a part of who I was. And I felt I was a part of it. And I literally thought I would retire from the place. I never thought the day would come. And that was it.
how painful was it to say goodbye?
It broke me.
Now, meanwhile, as far as the outside world is concerned, you've disappeared off the face of the earth, but you were actually working on a game. The following is a
Yeah, he kinda
conversation
disappeared for a
with
while.
Jeff Kaplan, a legendary game designer of World of Warcraft and Overwatch, which are 2 of the biggest, most influential games ever made. He is genuinely one of the most amazing human beings I've ever met. In the many conversations I was fortunate enough to have with him, including while playing video games, he was always kind, thoughtful, hilarious, and still and forever a legit gamer through and through. Of course, he's always quick to celebrate the incredible teams of creative minds he has gotten a chance to work with over the years. And they are truly incredible. Blizzard has created some of the greatest games ever made. Games that, to me personally, have brought me thousands of hours of fun, meaning, and happiness. From Warcraft to StarCraft to Diablo, WoW, Overwatch, and more. So for that, a big thank you to Jeff, to the entire Blizzard team, and to every creative mind in the video game industry, giving their heart and soul to build video game worlds that we fans get a chance to enjoy. This was a super fun, inspiring, whirlwind conversation, pun intended, with one of the most beloved gamers and game designers ever.
Whirlwind.
Full of memes, lulls, wisdom, emotional roller coaster moments, and of course, Blizzard video game lore. Jeff left Blizzard in 2021 and has been secretly working on a new video game called The Legend of California that I got a chance to play.
2021. I wonder if he had a 5-year NDA.
It is incredibly beautiful. Set in the 1800s gold rush era of California, it's an open world online multiplayer game, part adventure and action, part survival, sometimes creating a feeling of loneliness and desperation, and sometimes just awe, watching the sun rise over a beautiful landscape. It's unlike any game that Jeff has ever worked on, and it's a game that I genuinely can't wait to play with all of you. You can wishlist it on Steam, join the alpha later in March, I think, and early access is on the way.
Okay.
This is the Lex Fridman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description, where you can also find links to contact me, ask questions, give feedback, and so on. And now, dear friends, here's Jeff Kaplan. You were first a legendary video game player, in particular in EverQuest, before you ever became a legendary video game designer on World of Warcraft and on Overwatch, which I think is a wild journey to go through, from gamer to designer. But first, let's go way back. When did you first fall in love with video games?
I was lucky. I was born in that golden era of coin-op. So I literally remember the first time seeing Pac-Man. I was with my uncle Ronnie, and he just kept feeding me quarters. I think he wanted to play but was too scared to. So he, his little nephew, he would just give him quarters to play Pac-Man. I remember being at my brother's graduation in Philadelphia. They had an asteroids machine in the lobby. That was one of the first coin-op machines I had played as well.
These ads
And
are
my
long.
brother
Can I get a
and we would try to get the high score, and we'd
I remember
finally get
TTS.
it, but we had to go to bed early because we were little kids. And then in the morning, somebody else had like beat our high score. And then, you know, I grew up in Southern California in the 80s. I was born in 72. So, you know, I was a kid with that skateboard BMX culture where we'd ride 2 towns over. We knew all the pizza parlors and liquor stores and arcades, and we just lived in that coin-op phase. That was where the love started. And then you started to see things like Pong. You go over to a friend's house, they'd have Pong. And it was just mind-blowing. Like, we're playing this thing on the TV, and it was so much fun. Atari was a big thing at that time as well. But the big one for me was actually in television, because my dad was an executive
Oh,
recruiter,
in television. We've seen this at like different
and one of
conventions.
his clients was Mattel. And he said, hey, they gave me this thing, and he would get discounts or free games. And my brothers and I just loved in television. Like, we would just play it endlessly. And the comparison was always like, is this game close to what's in the arcades?
Mm-hmm.
And it was just such a golden era. And I think the big moment where it really
I'm gonna
blew
put it
open
15%
and kind of
faster.
hit the next level was when the NES came out. And that, like, NES with Super Mario was kind of gaming at the next level at that point. And I have like warm, fuzzy memories even thinking about it to this day. I remember we played Super Mario for weeks, my brothers and I, and then I had a friend come over and he showed me all the secret stuff in that I didn't know existed at the time. And it was like suddenly the world opened up more and games could be more. And then there was like a big PC gaming push that hit me. My parents ran their own business. Like I said, my dad was an executive recruiter, and they bought an IBM. And this is like when it was DOS before MS-DOS existed. And I was so disappointed because like other kids had the Amiga or the Commodore, which, you know, they were better for gaming than the IBM at the time. And my mom, she really encouraged my brother and I. She bought us Zork. You know, it was just Infocom word games, and where your imagination would take you. Like, Zork holds a place in my heart I think few games will ever touch.
It's a text-based game?
Text-based game. You know, you just type in "Go West," open
Oh
mailbox.
my gosh.
You know, and
Okay.
but it's that power of imagination. It's why the book is always better than the movie. You know.
Yeah, so you're starting to see these creations of worlds that you can navigate.
Yes.
You can step into this world and you can lose yourself.
What is with
in
this
that world.
keyboard? What kind of keyboard
you're
does he have?
transported. You're living there.
Was Zork popular?
Zork was insanely popular. And then there was Zork 2 and Zork 3.
The trilogy, Zork trilogy. I see it.
And it was weird in like sometime in the 90s there was this era of what they called CD-ROM games. That's how they branded them. And they made a return to Zork, but it now had graphics. And somehow that just shattered everything because the Zork you knew in your head didn't exist anymore. Yeah, Zork was fantastic. I think it might be open sourced now, which I think is fabulous. But I highly recommend Zork. There was also in those days on the PC that worked on our IBM was Ultima, which was the Richard
online.
Garriott series. And he was Lord British. We knew him as Lord British. He put himself in the game. And you want to talk about world building. You know, there's Yew Forest and there was all the characters. And the first Ultima I played was Ultima 2 because Ultima 1 was before my time. And that series, it was this RPG group-based PC game. And the worlds were just so rich. Like, you could get on a rocket ship. You're playing in this fantasy world fighting demons, and yet somehow you could get on a rocket ship. And then there was just all of this
So
sort of
Esfand Live,
crazy stuff that would happen in games that are based in the world. Like, there were bouncers in the towns and merchants But if you really wanted to, you could try to rob these people or kill Lord British. You know, that was something that was super hard. And when you're just a jackass kid, you spend your time endlessly trying to do these things over and over. And Ultima was really a profound kind of experience for me.
And of course, that led to Ultima Online, which is a legendary game in itself, perhaps connected to EverQuest.
Yes.
Sort of starting to build these worlds that are massively multiplayer online video games. Can you take me to that journey? Like, as you start to get online MMO world, what were influential? What were fun for you?
Well, the big one for me was EverQuest. But like you mentioned, Ultima Online sort of was the predecessor. It came before EverQuest. And it was like one of those unfortunate times in my life where I was actually at grad school.
You were busy.
I was busy and I missed Ultima Online. Like I would have had that experience. And when you hear the Ultima Online stories, they're some of the craziest, funniest. You know, I know somebody who they learned how to poison in the game, and then they would poison apples, then leave them on the ground, and somebody else would be adventuring and then feed the apple to their horse and kill their horse. Then they steal all their stuff. And, you know, Ultima Online was it was the earliest grief-based experiment, really, like when you're treating the humans like ants in the ant farm. That was kind of Ultima Online.
A griefer.
So
I like how he explains
first,
what things are in the video.
What online gaming, what
I didn't
defined
realize
online
my screen
gaming
was
for
bad. One
me
second.
was Quake and Doom and Duke Nukem. You know, it started with Doom, and they had you could basically LAN. You could network with your friends, or you could connect with a modem and hook up with somebody. And that was like a
explain what LAN
mind-blowing,
is.
just seeing another entity in a video game and saying that's a person on the other side of that. That was magical. Like that moment happened, and that person could be in another room or across town from you. And Quake kind of took it to the next level. Like that's where everybody knew what they were doing. The systems were more refined, and this Quake community formed with all of these, you know, great websites, mods. The community was divided into, there were two castes of players. The low ping bastards, the LPDs, and then the rest of us, you know. And I remember rolling into Quake matches, you know, on a dial-up modem with a 300 ping connection, and I thought it was the greatest thing ever. And just connecting with people, like I said, the websites, to this day, the only gaming website I don't read any of the news sites anymore, but I read Blues News, which was like someone actually teased me recently. I linked them a story. I'm like, oh, did you hear this new thing's coming out? And I sent the link, and they're like, dude, this is from Blues News. Like, what time machine did you just step out of? And a guy named Steven Heaslip, I'm probably pronouncing his name wrong. I apologize. But and it was actually through that site that I learned about EverQuest.
That's so interesting.
Those, programmer plan updates, the .plan files, and guys like Carmack would, you know, they'd post about what code they were writing or how they had optimized something, or just their personal life. Like, you know, the Ferrari talk would always happen once they had achieved success. And there was an id programmer named Brian Hook, and he said, I'm leaving id to go work at Verint, which became Sony Online, to work on this game called EverQuest. And I was like, how does anybody leave id, the greatest institution in all of gaming ever?
Dude, okay. I feel like not in my generation. If you were in the generation above mine of gamer, like if you're like 5 to 10 years older than me, you have the highest opinion of id. Everybody I know who's like a gamer that is like, you know, if you're like, let's say like 40 to 50 years old, it is on the highest of pedestals. So like 30-ish, yeah, basically. I have zero clue what it is. So id is, it's based in Dallas, right? But id is like they did everything. Like they were like the dudes. The guys are John Carmack, who we just mentioned, Tom Hall, John Rome. I'm looking this up right now, right? But they're the guys who made like Doom and Quake and Wolfenstein, like all like the early games that were like kind of like set the standard for gaming in like the early 90s. They basically invented FPS games. Yeah. So like if you are like everybody who is in that generation of gamer is like it is just like the pinnacle. Like that's like like Mount Rushmore of game development companies, like studios, like it is there, you know? So yeah, you think about it back then, this guy left to go work on EverQuest. So like this is maybe like 5 or 6 years in. Maybe less than id. When did id start? So founded in 1991. Oh, I guess it was founded in Louisiana, but they're based in Dallas. They're based in Richardson, actually. So anyway, let's continue. So this is like insane.
To work on any other game.
Like,
I'm like,
leaving
this guy
it
must
at
be
that point is
crazy,
insane.
or
Yeah,
whatever
Nintendo,
this EverQuest
Square,
thing
yeah.
is. I need to see it. I need to know what's going on. And if he hadn't made that post, I never would have checked out EverQuest.
We'll talk about EverQuest, but since you mentioned Carmack and Quake, what can we say about the genius of John Carmack? Why was he such an important and influential human in the history of gaming?
Those early geniuses at id, like I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you right now if they hadn't had the breakthroughs that they had at the time. Gaming engines were evolving, but the level of breakthrough that they achieved with Wolf 3D, that was the first. I remember playing Wolfenstein when it was a 2D game.
Mm-hmm.
You'd run around.
Wait, is it
you'd dress up as a
Wolfenstein? I thought it was
German, you'd throw a
Stein.
grenade.
Yeah.
To see it in 3D. And it's funny, you look back at the screenshots or videos of it now, and it seems almost childish, like, oh, why were you so excited about that? And you were transported. There was the intimacy of first person, you know, putting the hands in front of you, holding the gun, being transported to Nazi Germany, but you're the hero fighting the Nazis. And then the evolution, like when Doom came out, I'm a huge Army of Darkness fan, like one of my favorite movies of all time. And I was like, this is Army of Darkness, the video game, you know, like give me the boomstick, here we go. And the graphical advances, but it wasn't just how the game looked, it was how it played.
How's my noise
The
getting sound? Is
smoothness
it pretty good?
kept getting better,
Too
the
strong
responsiveness,
noise gate.
the sharpness of
Right
the
there.
gameplay. You have to credit
Okay.
id in those days and Carmack and Romero. I, as somebody who worked on an FPS, that wouldn't have existed without them. Credit where credit's due.
And by the way, we should say, as a gamer, your range is incredible. You are a legit first-person shooter gamer, but you also obviously love the more MMO, world-rich, exploratory kind of game. So it's fascinating. But yeah, there's on the technology stack that brought something like Quake or Wolfenstein 3D.
Is Lex Fridman a
to
big
life.
gamer?
There's a threshold which you pass of
Not really.
realism. where you
I'm
can
not
immerse
super
yourself
familiar
into
with him.
that
I just
world.
know
I had
he's-
the same exact experience with the Wolfenstein 2D, taking a step to 3D, and it was
There's a lot of
like
Diablo.
tears in my eyes. Like, this is incredible. Like, my memories of Wolfenstein 3D is it was like ultra realistic. It's silly to say now,
Yeah.
but it was the feeling like you're there. Yeah, what an incredible age. And some of that, the storytelling, a lot of that is the technology that brings that kind of 3D world to life. It was incredible. But before we get too far on that tangent, you mentioned grad school. We should mention that you have a master's degree in creative writing from NYU, and you wanted to be a writer. You told me your main influences were Kerouac, but also Hemingway, Salinger, Bukowski, Orwell. What drew you to storytelling?
Ernest
in that
Hemingway.
medium of writing.
Nemet
What aspect of the human experience were you trying to put down on paper?
Hemingway.
Well, it started with being a fan first and being inspired and reading. And it's not only being transported to a different world or into a different person, but also, you know, the way that stories can touch emotions in you and trigger feelings sometimes you didn't even know you had.
Hmm.
And that was very appealing for me. And the big challenge with it is,
Yeah, I
and I
think
think
I
this
mean,
is
I got the
for
vibe that he
anybody
was
who
like,
creates anything, is putting yourself out there.
I got the
To
vibe from the
some
intro that
degree,
he's a
there's a
gamer.
lot of ego that goes into that moment where you say, well, I've been reading, 1984 or Green Hills of Stranglethorn, and I think it's amazing. And now I'm going to try to write something that somebody is going to read. That's a giant leap of faith. It's a moment of putting yourself out there completely. And there's got to be some part of that that's ego. There's some part of it that's masochistic. And I think for people who want to create and build stuff, they can't help but to do it. You don't really have an option. That's just how you're wired, and you're going to do it anyway. And, I admire people like Dickinson who can just write all the poems and leave them in a drawer to be discovered by somebody else. That's one way to go about it.
Yeah, Franz Kafka, a lot of the stories he wrote never published, and he asked for all of them to be destroyed. And then it's only because of his friend that ignored his request that we even have many of his stories. So, like, to be that kind of, I mean, clearly there's some masochism there, some tortured soul.
Yeah.
But then there's also the ego, like you mentioned. I'm always entertained by the story of James Joyce when he was a young man, 18, 19.
When he was a young warthog.
Declared that he's going to be the greatest writer of the 20th century. And he turned out in the eyes of many to be one of the greatest writers of the 20th century. But there's like millions of kids just like James Joyce writers. They're declaring exactly that turn out not to be. But that is, in some cases, in many cases, maybe most cases, you have to have that ego.
Yeah.
To say, I read 1984 and I'm going to write the next 1980.
Okay, I always say this about like ego and confidence, right? Like a lot of times people hear the word ego and they assume just bad things, right? When they hear ego equals bad. But like, just because it has a negative connotation, but that's by definition, that's not really what it is, right? Like you need to have like a little bit of ego, because whenever you have no ego at all, that's also kind of a bad thing. Because part of having self-confidence is having like a little bit of ego, right? Like, you need to have, and you kind of got to know who you are, right? And you got to be able to trust yourself, and you got to be able to say, hey, like I can do something, right? Or you need to be able to believe that you're going to be able to do something. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Now, the way that most people use the word ego is that it's an overconfidence and to the point of arrogance even, right? And I think that's really where like it gets lost. But yeah, no, I think like a lot of really, really successful people in the world, if they had no ego, then they wouldn't even have the confidence to be able to get anything done.
Please follow Ange's stream. It's right above the chat.
Nope, don't do that. That's funny. You can do that if you want. I don't mind. My train of thought got lost. Yeah, so like if you didn't have at least like that little like baseline level of ego, then you wouldn't have even had like the self-confidence to be able to get whatever it is done that was like this really great grand thing, to even get it done in the first place, you know? Right, continue.
84.
Yeah, and I do think ego is a big part of it. It's one of the many lessons I've learned. Hearing your Kafka story is funny because fast forwarding to how my writing career ended, I literally threw away everything. I mean, in a dumpster. I used to keep copious notes, like journals, my writing journals, everything I ever read, every story idea. I probably had 20 volumes of just handwritten notes. And then I also kept personal journals of just, to keep the writing habit up of just, what happened in my day, how I was feeling, all of that. And then either digitally or typed, I had all of my manuscripts. and I threw it all in the dumpster.
What was that decision? Do you remember that decision? What was that? What was that like to just take that part of your life and just put it in a dumpster?
Yeah, it was. I think it was necessary. It was necessary. This is like rationalizing it after the fact, which is easy to do,
Yeah.
But at the time, I think I was so broken and so defeated with failure that I needed the moment. It was like throwing in the towel for a boxer, It's that moment of like, I'm not going to win this fight, and you need to move on from it. And if there was any element of that sitting around, I'd be tempted to try again or bring it out of the drawer 10 years later.
We should mention that you did give it a real try. You've mentioned receiving over 170 rejection letters in 1 year when submitting your stories. So there's a lot of rejection. So there's a long chain of rejection. And then what was that like, the rejection?
It was hard. I had moved from New York. I did the most terrible, dumb thing that I knew I was doing at the time. I had a really great group of writer friends from grad school in New York. And I think writing's a very lonely, solitary thing, but weirdly, writers kind of support each other and just, who do you give the story to? You don't want to give it to your mom or dad. You kind of want to give it to somebody who's going to really punch you in the nose and tell you what's wrong with it. And I had left that writing circle to move back to California.
Did you take a bunch of drugs, take your typewriter, and drove across across the United States, and then wrote a book about it, or just to take Kerouac's as an example? Anyway, sorry. You went.
I might have been more successful had I done that.
So sorry. So you went back.
So I moved back to California, and I did it for a girl.
Oh no! Here we go, dude. I was gonna say, I feel like this is like a common trope. Like everybody assumes that everybody who's anybody who's like creative is just always on like a bunch of drugs or something. I think that people who aren't creative think that a lot of times. Now, to be fair, sure, there are people that are creative that do drugs, but there's also like a I don't think they're related necessarily. I think that just kind of happens, right? It's just they just happen to be those people,
And I think within 2 months of moving back, we were broken up. So, and I knew it when I was standing in my studio apartment when it was empty in New York and I was about to close the door for the last time. I had that like, little me on the shoulder saying, dude, what are you doing? You're making one of those epic life mistakes that is going to come back to haunt you. And I ended up alone in California, and I think it was a good 3 years that I structured my life where I was going to write for 8 hours a day, because it's that writer's habit. Like, you have to just force yourself. This is a job. This isn't a hobby. Whether I like it or not, rain or shine, sick or healthy, I'm going to write for 8 hours a day. And I did. I was fortunate. Like I said, my dad had his company, and he hired me as a research associate. So I was calling up, generating name lists for a recruiting company. And I would take, whenever there was East Coast assignments, I would take those so I could start at like 5 a.m. And I created all of this space for me to write. And I had a dog named Jack, who was, he was Jack Russell Terrier. And so everybody's like, you're a writer. You named your Jack Russell Terrier Jack. I'm like, I named him after Jack Kerouac. It's poetic and epic. And I just look like a dumbass. But it was just me and this dog. And I was writing, all that time intensely. And this was mid to late 90s. So even though internet existed, email was very primitive. And you had to send a manuscript off, like printed paper, to all. I was trying to get short stories published in literary magazines. And you had to send envelope with return self-addressed stamp. So it was expensive, too. Like, if you didn't have money, there was a cost to it, to every single one of them.
You had to pay for the rejection letter that you would eventually receive.
Yeah. And the big thing that you were hoping for was that the editor would write you a note with the rejection letter. Like,
keep going.
Yeah. And you'd cling on to this. Like, it was like oh, Glimmer Train said, showing promise, and you just hang on to that for like a week, pretending like that was, but it was just soul crushing. And I really stuck, and I became more and more isolated. Part of that was leaving that group of writing friends in New York. I'm prone to just introversion anyway, the type of person I am. Breaking up with the girlfriend at the time, I just sort of fell into that world of like all I was doing was writing. And it broke me. Like I went into very deep and heavy depression. I drank too much. I really had a problem with alcohol, and all of those things compounded into just deep, deep depression. And there wasn't like a magic rejection that broke me. That would have been epic if like someone out there is like the dude who broke Jeff that one day. But I just had a moment
I broke
where
that dude.
I said, this is going to destroy me. And like, I don't want to be discouraging to anybody, because I really do believe, like, you hear it so much, like, you have to work for your dreams, never give up. Like, we're trained this way, like, never give up. The universe, actually, maybe not the universe, a group of editors at literary magazines across the United States was telling me it was time to give up as a writer. Like, I wasn't cut out for it. And
so okay, I have some thoughts about this. I think in life it's important to know whenever it's like time to wrap it up. And time to just kind of like hang it up, right? And say, okay, I can't do this anymore. I'm not cut out for this, whatever. But that doesn't mean that because you are not cut out for one thing, that you are also not cut out for anything. And a lot of times I think you kind of need that rejection, or you need to have that feeling of like failure in order to, you need to have like that feeling of failure in order to grow from it, right? Like it's a lot like strength training, building muscle, right? When you're strength training, when you're building muscle, you break your muscles down and you come back and you grow stronger and you can lift more, okay? I think life is like this, and I think any sort of skill that you have is like this, where you have to kind of like work at it, right? You have to challenge yourself constantly in order to get better and better and better at it. Otherwise, you just won't. But I think in life, having kind of those big, like kind of haymaker moments of, yeah, you just get smacked in the face, you get knocked down. You kind of need those. Otherwise, you won't ever really grow. And I always talk about like, limit testing and limit breaking even. And like whenever you can't really know how good you are at something, and you can't really get better at something unless you are pushing the limits, right? Where limit testing is pushing as far as you can until the point of breaking, and limit breaking is the break itself, right? Where it's like, okay, I bit off more than I can chew. But breaking your limits is also important, because you need to do that in order to know where the limits are. So yeah, it's a grinder mentality. And it's not always bad. I mean, I think every single person that is highly successful has always had that point where they have, by worldly means, have failed. You ask 9 out of 10 people, they would be like, oh yeah, they failed. Whether it's they failed a class in school, whether they got cut from a team or something like that. But that doesn't necessarily mean they're not cut out for anything else. And in fact, it doesn't even mean that they're not cut out for that thing. It just means that it's not their time at that point. So with Jeff, him talking about like writing and being a creative writer, it's sure, like maybe he wasn't ready at that time, but those experiences and even that failure, it helps him to grow, helps him to get better. and it ends up taking his path into like the path of game development eventually. I kind of talked about this a little bit whenever I spoke to that class of 8th graders. The kid said he wants to be an author, and I laid it out for him. I said, look, you know, if you want to write, there's like a bunch of different ways that you can write. It doesn't have to be being an author of books. And I talked about that a little bit in that video on my YouTube channel, if you guys missed it. So anyway, I'll keep going.
I stopped.
Sometimes, you know, closing a door is required for another door to open. That's one of the hardest things to do, is to walk away.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think
That's kind of what I was talking about.
Our parents, our coaches, our mentors train us not to give up. And I think a lot of us take pride in that. I'm never going to give up. I'm going to do this come hell or high water. And sometimes there's that reality, especially when you're now in your mid-20s, where you have that moment of like, am I really going to be this? Like, am I ever going to sort of find the light here? And maybe, and it's so hard to have this moment, maybe this isn't my calling in life, especially when you don't know what the next calling is going to be.
God, it's so painful. It's because you've invested so much of yourself, of who you are, of the dreams you've had, of this just whole conception of yourself, and you're watching yourself slide down in terms of becoming isolated, suffering more and more. And
like, thanks for reminding me.
How to get out of that. And it is true. In that situation, the way to get out is the dumpster.
Yeah.
Is to cut it off. Is there advice you can extract from that? There's a lot of young folks who are in that same situation.
Yeah, this is one of those hindsight things where, you know, having gone through it and ended up okay on the other side, which you don't know at the time. You know, when you're a young person in your late teens or early 20s, there's so much pressure on you. And I really think adults don't help. You know, every time you run into the younger nephew or whoever, and you start to say things like, "Oh, what's your major? What are you going to do with that?
Yeah,
what do you want to
classic.
be?" It's such bullshit to do to a human being.
Classic.
You know?
You're so lost in the world. I mean, most of us are lost our entire lives, but especially in your 20s, you're lost. So questions like, yeah, what are you doing? What's your major? What's the career? And so on. That's not the point, man. I'm trying to find, I'm trying to move through the world. I'm trying to run through the world to find the thing that sparks my heart, to find the passion, to find what I'm meant to be on this earth for. And they're really, I mean, that is a real hero's journey of searching as a young person. That's a real, like, you know, all the adults with their wisdom, they've stopped searching often. They've done the lazy, the comfortable thing. They found their thing. And so now they look back, they don't remember how much suffering and how much uncertainty that young people have to deal with.
There's confusion.
True.
There's pressure. Like
People forget,
the pressure
man.
we
People
exert
forget.
on younger people for having it figured out it's insane. So the advice that I always give, and it sounds so stupid, like this sounds really trite, but focus on what you want to do, not what you want to be. The pressure that society kind of puts on us is, you know, oh, do you want to be an astronaut? Do you want to be a firefighter? Do you want to be a writer?
I want to be a streamer.
Be a game maker? And I think we get lost in the trappings of like a vision of what that role is and how to perform as a fake actor in that role versus when you're off the clock and no one's asking you any questions. You know, you're not at Thanksgiving dinner and your uncle's pressuring you into, you know, what your future is going to be for the rest of your life. When you go home, how do you spend your time? Like, what makes you happy? What brings you fulfillment? And through those paths, you're going to find out what you're going to become, not what you want to be. It's what do you want to do?
What do you want to do? The thing that brings you joy on a moment by moment basis. Yeah, that's brilliantly put. And speaking of which, that's where you took the pivot. You switched to video games. How did that happen? Gradually,
Okay, here we go.
suddenly?
This is the
Gradually
this
and
is the meat.
suddenly. So when I had that fateful moment where I just sort of gave up with writing, I had these days where I'd structured 8-hour chunks of just, this was writing time. You know, I'd sit solitary, typing, all that was gone. And, I could still support myself, which was nice. And then I had this free time and I wasn't spending it with anybody. I was just alone, me and the dog Jack.
Mhm.
And I just poured it all into EverQuest.
Yeah.
It was 1999 when that game came out. And I had a friend, Victor, like kind of a lifelong friend, one of the few friends I had who played computer games, because there was a stigma to that.
Mhm.
It wasn't, you didn't walk around telling people you played games. They thought you waste your time. And my friend Vic,
I got something to say about this. Dude, when I was in school, I remember like you listen to like some of these other people talk. A lot of people were like that. Me? Hell no. Dude, I was freaking walking around, freaking chest puffed out. I'm like, Esfand, #1 rep paladin, Alliance Kel'Thuzad. Nice to meet me. I was freaking, hello, I'm playing the sports ball and also playing freaking arenas in WoW, Burning Crusade. Like, I do think that was a thing, but I never experienced that. Like, at my school, all the athletes played video games. Everybody, like this is what we did. In 99? No, this was like in 2000. I mean, but here's the thing, even in my age group, because I'm in the age group right under this. Because Jeff Kaplan was like young. Whenever WoW came out, he was like considered the young guy. Depending on the way you look at it, he still kind of is, right? So it's like, I think he was working on Blizzard. He's younger than I am now, right? But I think even in my age range, like if you were like the 2000s, late 2000s, I talked to other kids and they were like, even other streamers talk about how like they didn't tell people they played games. I'm like, huh? I did not have that experience at all. Anyway, continue.
had bought EverQuest. I'm like, that's that game that guy Brian Hook went to work on.
Like I was kind of like lucky
yeah,
to not have that experience, I think.
And the moment I logged in, I was just transported. It was the world of Norath. And it wasn't just the world itself and how it looked. I thought the game was gorgeous. It was the mechanics, that I was this halfling rogue that, had to go out and adventure in the world. And when I killed stuff, I got experience, and I needed better loot to kill more stuff, to get more experience. And the sort of draw of progression in the game, it was amazing. I just lived my life of, I can't wait till the next time I log in. There was a lot of escapism going. It wasn't all healthy. When all was said and done, when I finally had quit EverQuest 3 days later, you could type in the command /played to see how much played time you had. I think it was like 272 played days in 3 years.
That's crazy.
So you start to do the math on like
basically as long as he wasn't, he was like,
in those 3 years, I was living in that world.
That's what I was like when Classic came out.
It was kind of insane.
Well, that's over 6,000 hours.
Yeah.
Of gameplay.
Yeah.
Wow. So here, going to Perplexity, EverQuest is a long-running 3D fantasy, massively multiplayer online role-playing game, MMORPG, set in the world of Norath, as you were saying. First released in March 1999. It is an online role-playing game where thousands of players create characters, group up, and explore a persistent shared world. It is widely regarded as one of the foundational MMORPGs, helping define raid content, guild systems, and 3D online worlds. That's the other component of it. It's all humans, and they group up.
Yeah.
And they raid together in the game.
They raid.
Yep. In the context of EverQuest,
PvP.
raiding is usually around 30 people or more getting together to conquer something that you couldn't beat otherwise. And to do successful raiding, you usually need to join what in EverQuest everyone referred to as an Uber guild.
Uber guild.
So I had this great pride in my EverQuest journey that most of the time leveling up, I was
Isn't it crazy that most people don't know
like
Uber?
A role-playing guild with rogues only.
Like Uber is like a taxi service.
And it was when I got to level 50 and EverQuest was the top level, I got invited into this guild called Legacy of Steel, which on our server was the top. Every server had a top guild. And I was on a server called the Nameless server, and the top guild was Legacy of Steel. And the thrill of getting 30 people together to go see if you could beat, Nagafin, who was the fire dragon, or Vox, who was the frost dragon, and needing perfect coordination to pull it off. It was insane how fun. Like, you would literally scream out. You're alone in your room at home, but you felt like you were there with these people, and you would audibly cheer out when you won, and you'd feel depressed when you lost. And it was a game of high highs and low lows, and it did everything right. It was amazing.
So that was a big leap for you to go from the proud lone warrior.
I was in that guild. Chat, type one of you were in that guild.
Uber Guild. And then there's that epic story of you rising to the top to become the leader of the Super Guild.
Yeah. So organizing.
How did he become the leader of the guild
in an online game like EverQuest is like hurting.
That's kind of what happened to me. Like, I kind of became the leader of my guild.
Everyone has their own will. Some people are loot motivated. Some people want the guild to do well. Some people are just lonely and want people to hang out with. And there was also a lot of depression in the EverQuest community. It was something I suffered with, but a lot of people, anytime you're
nothing has changed. The MMO community is still depressed. MMO community just still looking for our game, man. Just still looking for the game, dude.
Feeling sad or down, you're looking for escape. And one of the great things video games brings us is escapism. And escapism isn't always bad or negative, but when you sort of abuse it to escape your real life problems, it's bad and negative.
So there's a mix of pain and darkness. That pain can manifest as all part of this community.
Yeah, and what's weird is you enter the cycle where being with other people gives you camaraderie and relief and makes you feel like you're not doing so bad in life. But you can quickly enter a cycle but then you're withdrawing from life, and it makes you feel that way more, to where you can only get the fix from the game at that point. So it's psychologically, there's a lot going on there.
And so you had to work with all of that. You have to get a bunch of people together to do a raid who are all human beings going through complicated psychological journeys of their own.
Okay, I will say this. Jeff's not wrong. I'm going to start with Jeff's not wrong. But like, not everybody who plays video games is like, it's not that bad. You know what I mean? It's sometimes I feel like there's like this common sort of like trope that gamers are like, the idea of like the escapism and stuff. Like, yeah, sure, some people do want that. Don't get me wrong. But man, there's tons of people playing games that are doing just fine. They're happy. But like, I feel like it's a recurring theme. You see it a lot. And even looking back at like the old, even looking back at kind of the old, like you'll see, what am I thinking of? Like the old, like kind of news stories of like the kid that was like, oh, he plays World of Warcraft all day. There's something wrong with this kid. He plays video games all day. It's like, yeah, maybe there was something wrong with maybe there was something wrong with this kid, but they make it out to be so bad. And it's like, no, the guy just likes, it's just what he likes doing. He just likes playing games. It's fine. Now that being said, yeah, sure. Like that like it's totally true. Like the over reliance on the escapism and all that is, yeah, that's totally true. That there are people like that. That's not good. I'm just saying.
Some are talking shit. Some are just quietly lonely, just looking for some loot.
In the late 90s, everyone was talking shit. You know what I mean? Like, the gaming culture was just a different thing back then. But it was a great group. It was super fun. It was people from all walks of life. And to coordinate these people, like, you just had to repeat everything like 200 times. Like, okay, we're gonna port from North Row. everybody get to North Row, and then you'd have to repeat that for like 6 hours to have any chance of like 20% of the people showing up in North Row. And I sort of like, at first I joined the guild, I was just like the bright-eyed, bushy-tail, like I was like one of the few rogues in the guild. I just wanted to be helpful. I really admired the people running the guild. Like we had a great guild leader. And it was just a really fun experience. And, you know, the guild leader one day just disappeared. Like he quit and he was going through, you know, his own thing. And that's what would happen in EverQuest.
Oh my gosh.
People would just kind of disappear.
Dude, people would just kind of disappear. Okay. So let me tell you so in season 3 of original Burning Crusade, I was the highest rated Retribution Paladin on Night Slayer Alliance. Sorry. So you would see this Night Slayer. It was like they used to have the ladder on the website. You would look at the ladder and it was like blood off, blah, 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 blah. And then there was me, the lone human. Okay. And then after that, it was more blood elves. My team captain, who at the time was, he played a shaman. It was actually his alt. His main was a mage in vanilla. I used to duel this guy all the time outside of Ironforge. It's weird. I don't remember what his shaman's name was, but this mage, his name was Nantuko, and he played on Alliance Kel'Thuzad in vanilla. Nantuko was insane. I would duel this guy all the time. Best dueling mage on Kel'Thuzad Alliance. I always remember he was the guy that was like just super hard for me to beat all the time. Because I just sit outside and duel all day. So he ends up making a shaman in Burning Crusade, and we do an arena team. And one day, he just disappeared. He just disappeared, and we're like, "What the hell happened?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, apparently like the guy just like got depressed. He got depressed. He was a college football player, got injured." And he was just like depressed and cold turkey quit the game, but he didn't hand the team over to anybody. And back then, like you had rosters for teams. So they changed it in Burning Crusade Anniversary, but you would have this team. And because he was our team captain, if you didn't play for 90 days, your team would be considered inactive and then get taken off the ladder whenever you get titles at the end of the season. So we were in gladiator range. At least we thought we were in gladiator range. And then we didn't queue for 90 days. And because we didn't queue for 90 days, we didn't get credit for that. In fact, because it's like gladiator and then it's duelist. I didn't even get duelist that season. I got duelist the other seasons. I didn't even get duelist that season. Because I think I got like challenger or something. Because I didn't have another team that was close to gladiator. Because we were just focused on fives. Hope he's okay now. You know what's crazy? The guy like owns a gym in Florida somewhere. Yeah. More worried about title than person. Yeah, frick that guy. No, I mean, he's doing great now. He owns a gym in Florida now. Yeah. But it's actually kind of interesting that he brings this up because I have a very similar situation where like cold turkey, somebody just quit. Anyway.
Here all of a sudden there wasn't hey, in about a month, I'm going to stop playing because I'm starting this new job. People had to quit in some dramatic way where they just disappear. And basically our guild leader stopped playing.
Did you miss them when they disappeared? Like we should say that most of the people, maybe all of them, were anonymous. So you just have a username and you don't really say who you are in real life.
Absolutely. In those days, there was a great stigma to mentioning any real life info. You just kind of kept it all really close to your chest.
Dude, I still have phone numbers of people that I would arena with in OG Burning Crusade.
You kind of assumed everybody was male.
Safe assumption.
And then it was a surprise if they were actually female. Yeah. Like my wife, for example. That's how I met her.
You met her in EverQuest?
I met her in EverQuest.
That is a true love story. Right
yeah.
There.
Yeah.
Wow.
The funny part for me with EverQuest is, you play a game as much as I played EverQuest, and people are like, you're through years of your life away. Like, you can't win a game like that. And I'm like, I don't know, like sitting here today, my whole career and my family are thanks to EverQuest. So I think I won the game.
Yeah, you're like the well actually guy. Well,
Well, yeah,
your life it will be on a Wikipedia page somewhere that says, "Well, here's an example of somebody
yeah,
why video games are awesome." Yeah, I mean, some of the, I should mention as an aside for me and many people I know. Yes, it's hundreds of hours, but some of the happiest hours and days of my life. Like looking back, it all worked out. During it, you are pretty low, and you think, what am I doing with my life? All that kind of stuff.
yeah,
But like looking back, just the all-nighters you pull playing a particular video game, allowing yourself to really fully be immersed, seeing the sun come up on. By the way, many of those games for me were Blizzard games. It's just an incredible thing that video games have been able to do. I think it used to be and still somewhat the case that books do that kind of same thing. They
yeah.
take you on a journey, but video games for a long time, you're right, they had a stigma. Like I couldn't tell people. I felt like I was doing like heroin or something. Like,
Yeah.
it felt like I was doing this secret dark thing. It's usually it usually is in the dark. There's just a secret of nature to it. Like I'm doing something really dark and shady.
It wasn't mainstream.
It wasn't.
It wasn't there was a stigma to it. And one of the weirdest parts of that is, I mentioned like you could type in the /played in EverQuest. Well, if you did the /played on how much TV people watch, what would that look like? It would blow 6,000 hours out of the water easily. Well, in 20 years ago it would have, not today.
Now it's the phone. Yeah. But then it is hard to say goodbye to that world.
Yeah.
Those are also really painful times. How hard was it to say goodbye for you?
To EverQuest, it was really hard. And there were times where you try to quit.
Oh, you took a break sometimes?
Yeah, you think you're quitting for good. You'd have those moments of like, I'm doing this too much. I need to move on in life. I'm going to put it down and walk away and hopefully not come back. And there were times where you did come back. When I finally did leave EverQuest, it was actually extremely easy because I was psychologically done with the game at the time. It was not shortly, but not too long after a new expansion had come out. At the time, it was Shadows of Lucklin, which didn't speak to me like the expansions before. Like the one before that was called Scars of Velios, which was an amazing expansion. And I had gotten the job at Blizzard. And I guess I'm just an obsessive person. So all the time and energy that I had put into EverQuest, the second my first minute started at Blizzard, that was my new obsession.
So speaking of which, you have to tell the epic origin story of how you got the job at Blizzard. As we said, you were this legendary gamer and now legendary troll on EverQuest, username to go. You gave a lot of edgy feedback to the devs, telling them in now famous.
Okay, so Jeff Kaplan was like, no, he would pop off on the forums. Like he would pop off on the forums at people, like at devs. It's kind of funny, actually. Like, it's kind of funny because he ends up being one eventually. But there's like stories of like Jeff Kaplan just like throwing like massive fits, justified, albeit, right? But it was like it's just kind of funny because like you see that happening now, and people don't know how to like. I'm not really putting it in the best light, unintentionally, but like sometimes you kind of have to throw a fit, but it has to be directed in the right way. Like a lot of times whenever I give feedback on stuff for WoW, like I'm like really frustrated, like immensely frustrated with the way that they might do something. So it doesn't come from nowhere. It's not just out of the blue that like you freak out about something. But the only way that you can really like pop off and give feedback is if it's constructive in some way. If it's not constructive, then you're not really going to, it's not going to land. It's not going to hit. It just doesn't work, you know? It just does not work. Continue.
There's several rants. There's a famous one where you tell many of them to do a bunch of things, including to pull their heads out of their asses. You were loved and respected because you gave a lot of specific ways that the game could be improved. And that's an important thing to say. You weren't just talking shit. You actually really loved and cared for the game, and you gave them, in the language of the time, advice on how to improve their game. And it's funny because, like, you look back to those messages, it's inspiring to me. It should be informative and inspiring to a lot of people because you're really legit full-time talking shit. And now, and always have been, like one of the kindest, most loved human beings in the entire gaming industry. Anyway, how did that lead to you getting a job at Blizzard?
So when the first guild leader left Legacy of Steel, the founder, he was a guy named, his online name was Dread. That was his name. He left. And our guild was kind of in this listless spin for a while. And eventually somebody stepped up and took his position as guild leader. And that person's name was Ariel, who was this blonde wood elf warrior female who always refused to wear a helmet because thought their character was so pretty, wanted to show their face all the time. So Ariel was a great guild leader for us and made me like a assistant guild leader, raid leader, officer type in the guild. And over time, Ariel got busier and busier and, you know, would send me messages like, hey, I'm not going to be online, you know, tomorrow, or I'm not going to be online tonight. Can you run the raid? Can you run the raid? And running the raids was very natural for me. And it was my first experience with leadership in my life of like, how do you motivate people? Like, what does motivation look like? What does discipline look like? How do you inspire people? When do you force people versus encourage them? You know, so it was a learning experience for me on the fly. And I had the safety net of the real guild leader would log in eventually.
I should mention, I'm just now reading about, doing a bunch of research on Justinian of the Roman Empire, and he rose from being a peasant to being emperor. So I see a lot of parallels in your life journey, from peasant to emperor.
MMOs are good for leadership and economics. I think they are actually.
Guild leader. That's as much as I can say. Uber guild leader, best guild on the nameless server. So as time went on, Ariel became busier and busier, and then one day they contacted me and we were having this like whisper back and forth, and they said, you're going to have to take over the guild. I'm just too busy. And then it came out later. Well, let me back up a second. I started fooling around, like around this time, Half-Life 1 had come out. And with both Duke Nukem and Half-Life 1, one of the incredible things that those companies did back in the day was when they shipped the game, they shipped the editor on the CD. And if you were curious enough, you could like fire up that editor and fool around with it. So I made a Duke Nukem level, and you'd send it off to like those UK programming magazines, and you know, you get excited because your level was in, you know, some random magazine. And then I started making like Half-Life levels. And Ariel had stepped down as guild leader. I had become guild leader. And then at one point, Ariel contacts me and says, hey, you know, you were talking about those Half-Life levels you made. I want to see those. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Like, I didn't know you played Half-Life. Like, yeah, maybe we can get a server up and I can play them. And Ariel tells me, no, mail them to this address in Irvine. And because, again, to rewind in the time machine for a second, to send something like a Half-Life level over the internet would have taken like 12 hours. So you actually like burned it onto a CD and stuck it in the mail. So I put my Half-Life levels, I send them to Ariel, and he says, you know, my name's Rob. I'm a designer at Blizzard Entertainment. I hear you're in Pasadena because you mention it. You know, I would write about, you know, the Rose Parade and all these things on our website. You know, it was blogging before blogging existed. So he knew I lived in Pasadena. He's like, Irvine's only an hour away. Why don't you come down, see Blizzard, and you can also meet, and he names like 4 people in the guild. And I'm like, they all work at Blizzard too? He's like, yeah, we're all Blizzard. And it was so weird because during that era, I didn't have a lot of money. It was not like, kind of nowadays, it feels like everybody plays every game, but you had to be selective. So like, I never bought StarCraft or Diablo or Warcraft. I was much more of the Half-Life, Quake 3 guy around that time. and I never played a Blizzard game, and I just got invited to like go to Blizzard Entertainment.
It's so interesting.
Was Blizzard already legendary? You know, with the Warcraft and StarCraft, was it building this like great legend of this game company that seemingly doesn't miss?
It was very much on its way to enshrining itself as being one of the legendary game. Like it was beloved by gamers, but there were still ignorant people like me who hadn't played, War II or Diablo 2 or StarCraft, which was shocking to people.
So you weren't like freaking out.
No, I was freaking out in a different sense. I'm like, am I going to get mugged when
Right.
is this a scam? Because you didn't meet people off the internet.
Yeah.
So I drove down there. I ended up, there was Rob Pardo, who at that time was the lead designer on Warcraft 3. And he was Ariel, so, okay, it wasn't a woman after all. It wasn't this blonde.
Wait, hold on. This
wood
is.
elf.
Wait,
I don't know what you
dude.
expect at that point.
Ariel
It
was Rob Pardo.
To this day, a great friend of mine named Scott Mercer was the enchanter in our EverQuest guild. A guy named Dale O'Min.
Wait,
there was a guy
what?
named Roman Kenny who was like this totally psychotic wizard who played in our guild. And I had lunch with these guys. We just went out to Irvine to like a restaurant, and forgive me for the misuse of the phrase, but it was like my coming out moment. And we talked about games having that stigma and being embarrassed about who you are and what you like. Like up until that point, I would never tell friends, family, like I love games. I'm playing this game, EverQuest. It's so cool. We just killed a dragon. And so you were hiding this part of your identity. And I'm out
Dude,
to
that
lunch
is
with these guys
insane. So
in
I
Irvine.
didn't realize that's how I met them.
And we're talking about dragons and swords and, raid tactics and talking shit on all the people in the guild. And I literally had this moment where I felt like myself for the first time. I just felt like so comfortable. And that was an eye-opening moment. And after that lunch happened, he invited me for a couple more lunches down, I just thought as like, oh, now I made friends with these people online. Now we know each other in real life, and they happen to work for this game company. And another one of the lunches, they invite
The lunches.
this troll warrior to have lunch with us, whose name in the game was Barfa, the troll warrior.
Barfa.
And Barfa
Barfa
wasn't somebody who played with us all the time, but kind of like Ariel got into the guild kind of on the side. It was one of those like inside invites of like, who's Barfa? I don't know, but Barfa's in the guild now. And there was, at the time, it was a new dungeon called The Hole, and we had never done it before. And we jumped down in this hole, and we're doing this whole dungeon, and everything goes wrong, as it's prone to do in EverQuest. And the whole guild escapes, except for Barfa, whose troll character's so big he can't jump out of the exit. And I had this potion that was like a really expensive potion that was a teleport potion that, no one but someone in the Uber guild could afford at the time. And I hand the potion to Barfa and I said, here, use this. It'll teleport you out. And I'm a rogue. I can just stealth and get out of the dungeon on my own. So I saved Barfa, not really knowing who Barfa was. And I did it with a very expensive potion. Having lunch, Rob introduced me. This is Alan Adham.
No
plays
way.
Barfa. I'm like, oh, Barfa. And we, you saved me in the hole that time.
That's
Well, it
so
turns out Alan
funny.
was the founder of Blizzard, and he was sort of the head of everything at that time. It was Alan, Mike Morheim, and Frank Pierce. And what I didn't realize what these lunches were, like, I just loved them because I felt like I was myself. I felt true happiness being surrounded by these, people who were talking about video games, and I felt comfortable around.
Dude, I want to mention this real quick. I think it is so important, by the way. If you are a game dev, if you work on games, I understand there's work-life balance and yada yada. I understand. Okay, sure. But if you are not like deep, like in the cut, you're playing games, you're playing your own game. What are you doing, man? Like, you're destined to fail. Like, and I'm not just talking about playing other games of the same genre. You have to play games. Any game that is popular it's not even like it was 30 years ago, right? It's not even like it was during the EverQuest days that he's talking about, okay? Like, the attention economy is spread so thin. There's so many different things that can catch people's attention, different genres of games, different mediums of entertainment. It's not just games. You have to consume everything so you can experience it, and you can know, why do people like X? Why do people like Y? Okay. I work on World of Warcraft. I need to go play Arc Raiders and find out why Arc Raiders is popular. I play World of Warcraft, or let's say I play I work on League of Legends. I need to go play some Call of Duty and find out what are some things in Call of Duty that is popular. Hey, all these indie games that are coming out and they're popping off and they're constantly something new is happening, and okay, why is Vampire Survivor so good? Why is Balatro so good? Why do people like Baldur's Gate 3? You know, Baldur's Gate 3 is like a semi-indie. I know it's indie, but it's, you know, that's a different discussion. But my point is that just because you are working on one type of game does not mean that you should only be consuming other types of that same game. You need to play everything, and you need to be a gamer. Like, too many times you have like business people coming in, and business people are trying to make games, and sure, there needs to be some like business sense to what you're doing. You got to find out how to market something or what's going to hit for more people. But gamers are the ones that need to actually make the games, because that's how you know it's going to be good. You know? It's super, super important. But hearing this story, and you hear the stories of like Rob Pardo and Alan Adham, and these guys are like playing Warcraft, they're making Warcraft, they're in a top-ranked guild in EverQuest. Nobody knows it's them. They think their guild leader is a girl who won't ever wear a helmet because, oh my gosh, hold on. Is that why there's an option to show helm, or to like hide your helmet in WoW? I bet it's because of that. I bet that's where it came from. I bet the genesis of that idea is literally from EverQuest, where he didn't want to wear a helmet because he wanted his character to be seen. That's so funny, dude. Incredible. That like, but that's what you need. And this isn't to say that like the people currently working on the game aren't playing, right? But I do think that this is a thing where too many people are trying to get their hands in the pot, and they're trying to make changes to the game, or whether it's WoW or whether it's other things. Anytime any company gets too big, you start having too many cooks, man. Every chef in the kitchen wants to come by and give a taste test, and it's like, hold on, you work on the dessert, I'm making the main course. You do your thing, we're gonna do our thing here. You can't have one guy trying to put their hands into everything. You know? Anyway, let's continue.
And one day, Rob logs into EverQuest. He wasn't playing much at the time. He said, I want you to tomorrow to check the Blizzard job site. Mm-hmm. I'm like, okay, like, I'll check the Blizzard job site. And they had announced World of Warcraft, and posted on the job site was the job for an associate quest designer. And the funniest part of it was, I forget if it was a requirement or a plus in the job description, but they're like, we really want somebody with a creative writing degree. Like, you guys set this up for me. Like, they were just looking, and it was that hindsight moment of like, actually these guys were just interviewing me for 6 months. They were actually friends.
Crazy.
They were really cool about it too. And I just had the fuck it moment, like that job opened up. I applied with all my heart, you know, like they had a bunch of quest writing on it. And then I went through like a pretty hardcore 6-month recruiting process, because they never hired designers from out of the company. Traditionally, designers were promoted from within Blizzard. Either they would like transfer out of other disciplines, or they would come from
this is pretty reasonable,
quality
by the way.
assurance, tech support. So hiring somebody off the street was kind of a big deal for them. And they really put me through a grilling it was the first time I met Chris Metzen, who is maybe the most inspirational creative person on the planet. And you instantly, they paired me, they did this interview pairing. There were these two guys. It was Kevin Jordan, who was one of the original designers on WoW.
Let's
really, he
go.
doesn't get enough credit for his contributions.
We love
one
Kevin.
Of the earliest class designers, PvP designers.
I'm glad he gave Kevin a shout. Kevin's always been one of the good guys.
Chris just owns the room. You know, Chris, you could just sit and listen to him. He's so creative. He's so passionate. And the way he articulates things, like...
Real quick, before he continues, I just want to touch on this. So those of you guys who don't know who Kevin Jordan is, Kevin Jordan was the guy in charge of class design for Vanilla, Burning Crusade, and Wrath of the Lich King. And when you talk about a wealth of knowledge, okay, Kevin Jordan is like, he's not just one, he's not a fountain of knowledge, he's a waterfall of knowledge, dude. This guy it's so interesting to hear him talk. It's so interesting to hear his perspective on game design and class design and WoW. Like, dude, he's so good. He's incredible. He's super, super nice, super friendly. He used to stream actually quite a bit whenever Classic was coming out. And we had him on the show. I used to host a podcast called Classic Cast, which was like the Classic WoW podcast before launch. And we had Kevin on. We had a bunch of devs on. We had Kevin Jordan, Mark Kern, John Stats. We never had Jeff Kaplan on. That would have been amazing. I mean, Kaplan's another great one. But yeah, no, I can't say enough good things about Kevin Jordan. But you want to know what's funny about Kevin Jordan? Something funny about Kevin Jordan. This guy's in charge of class design in Vanilla, Burning Crusade, and Wrath. Original, right? We're talking like from 2000, whatever year development started, 2001, 2002 to 2007, right? Or 8, I guess. Or I guess 2009 is whenever Wrath ended, right? You know what class he mained? Oh, yeah. No. No. Nope. The one and only. He was a paladin. You know why? He said they had a meeting one time and he said everybody kept complaining about paladins. So so he ended up having to play paladin because he was a shaman, and then he had to play paladin because everybody kept complaining about how bad paladins were. And in order to figure it out, he was like, well, the only way to figure it out is if I play one myself. So that's why. But you know what? That mentality of, hey, people don't like this thing or people think this thing is bad. Now, ironically enough, now, when you go back and play Classic and you know everything you do about WoW now and you know everything about how paladins work now, they're actually much better than people think they are, right? But in original Burning Crusade and original Vanilla, people thought paladins were terrible. So now that mentality of having somebody who says, okay, we're getting a lot of negative feedback about this. How do I fix it? I'm going to go play the thing myself. I'm going to go level another character. I'm going to go change factions and go play Paladin myself to really figure this thing out in Vanilla and then into Burning Crusade and Wrath and all that. Like that's what devs need to do, man. That is how game devs should approach everything. Everybody complains about this. I don't agree. Why? Well, only way to do it is to do it. My only way to find out is to do it myself. Like that is freaking cool. Also, by the way, another funny story about Kevin Jordan. Kevin Jordan, so WoW almost didn't even have PvP. I don't know if they're going to talk about this at all. But PvP was a very hot topic of discussion in the development of WoW because a lot of these guys came from EverQuest. And in EverQuest, there was no PvP. And even they talked about griefing a little bit earlier. And they thought PvP was seen as toxic. They were worried that people see PvP as toxic and people wouldn't be interested in PvP. Now, what's funny, Kevin Jordan, who was a Dark Age of Camelot guy, he was the guy who made the big push, and he used games like Dark Age of Camelot, Shadowbane, these other old MMOs that were PvP games, as like an example of what PvP could be. In fact, there was almost a point in time, I might be wrong about this, but I think I remember I think Kevin told me this. One of the devs told me this, one of the OG devs, whether it was Kevin or John or Mark, I don't know who it was. But I recall one of them saying that they almost didn't even have like Horde and Alliance. But maybe I'm mistaken on that. I have no idea. I just feel really strongly about having heard this at some point. But maybe because I can't remember who told me that. So it makes me think that I'm wrong. But, Jeff talks about it? Oh, okay, well then there you go. Anyway, let's continue.
You just instantly become a fan of Chris when you're around Chris. And Chris, Kevin, and I go to lunch at this Italian place that was across the street from Blizzard. And I remember Chris made a stop to buy cigarettes, on the way to the interview. Mm-hmm. And then every other word out of Chris's mouth was like, fuck and shit. Mm-hmm. And I'd come from this whole like corporate culture from my dad's recruiting business where I'd never imagined somebody would curse in an interview or stop to buy smokes.
It's so funny. Things have changed so much.
Again, it was like, I'm around my people. Like I never smoked, but just, being around people who didn't care about what the corporate norms were was so inspiring.
Dude, things have changed so much, man.
My last interview was with Alan and Rob and a great programmer named Bob Fitch. Like, I think he's one of the first 5 developers at Blizzard. And they took me to an Arco station that had a Jack in the Box. You know how like sometimes they'll combo? It was like Arco Jack in the Box. And that was my final interview at Blizzard, was at the Arco Jack in the Box. And I remember thinking to myself, these guys just brought me to a Jack in the Box that's in an Arco station. I need to work here. Like these are my people. This is where I belong. Like it was the greatest thing ever. And so, yeah, that's my crazy journey to Blizzard.
Crazy.
Start at the bottom and end up at the top in the Jack in the Box. Can you speak to, because you mentioned some of the low points in depression, through that journey, how did you find your way out? So can you a lot of people are sitting in those low points right now listening to this. What kind of wisdom can you draw about finding your way out, finding your people?
There were a lot of really low points. I'll give you the weirdest one. I started drinking a lot, and alcohol was something that I really wrestled with until my early 30s. And one of the things I'm most proud of today is sobriety and having been sober for such a long time now. And I remember I would like buy a bottle of Old Granddad and like drink the whole thing by myself and then watch the Oscars. And I remember of all things, I'm watching the Oscars, which is just such a fake bullshit environment. But I was like, I was really drunk, and all those people seem so together and successful and polished. And it was that contrast that made me feel like such a failure. And it all seems so stupid and unimportant to me now. I became, I got in that constant struggle of try not to drink, but drink to make it feel better. I was lucky. My parents were very supportive of me, even in my 20s, even after I, quote unquote, left the house. I went into therapy, and that was very helpful. Extremely helpful. And one thing I learned is that you have to find the right therapist for you. It's not just checking a checkbox of I went to therapy. It's about finding somebody who sort of helps you get out of whatever rut you're in a way that's healthy for you. And I tried antidepressants, but I just hated taking pills and feeling like something was in me and making me feel different, I never responded to it. And then the hardest thing, you know, which I've never mentioned to anyone and is hard for me to talk about, but eventually I went through ECT, which is electroconvulsive therapy, shock therapy. And that
Really?
broke me out. And I would never endorse that as a miracle.
Okay, so does that actually work? Do you guys know anybody who's ever done that? No, not CBT, ECT, something else. Anyway, that's crazy.
I was at such a low point that people were very worried about me and my well-being and what was going to happen. And that was sort of an extreme pull the ripcord, like there's nothing else to lose moment. And I think that was the difference maker, that and starting at Blizzard.
So fine. I mean, there's a deep loneliness there. When before you met those guys at lunch, you're alone, like in a really deep, fundamental way, like in the way you weren't in New York with the writers group, right? And so that must have been an incredible experience just to see the guild.
Yes, it was everything I need. As such an introvert, you think that there are extroverts and introverts don't need anybody, but weirdly, I think introverts almost need people more, and we don't always know how to engage in the right, healthy ways and how to find people and how to connect with people. And it was great. The thing that had attracted me to creative writing was the solitude of it and the fact that you didn't have to collaborate and you could just write what you wanted to write and it was all you. You would succeed on your own or you would fail on your own. And that was very attractive to me. And the thought of creative collaboration was actually off-putting. I'd spent all 4 years of undergrad interning at Universal Pictures because I thought I wanted to be in film. And it was such an unhealthy creative collaboration in the film industry. It's a very, I look up unhealthily to the film industry and admire it and, grew up with all these legends who had come from there. But it's like a caste system. And I was on the bottom of the caste system as an intern, and I was seeing how the other people who were low caste in the film industry were treated, and it was just horrible, But games was different. Games was very flat. It didn't matter if you were the CEO or the boss, like the way Mike and Alan carried themselves with, me who was an associate game designer, you felt like an equal. And I think it, not just the camaraderie, but the part that shouldn't be overlooked is the work itself and the work ethic. That's what really pulled me out.
Hard work on a thing you love.
Yeah.
I have to, if you may allow me, read the prophetic one of us post you made on April 18th, 2002. Because in some deep sense, you, I think, remained one of us. I apologize to bring up Justinian the Emperor, but you remained a kind of peasant gamer, a true gamer who happens to also be designing the games. And so this post kind of speaks to that. It's fascinating to read because that was at the very beginning, right? You didn't know anything. You didn't know the games you would end up creating. Title of the post, if you want something done right. You wrote, "This week I accepted a position as associate game designer with Blizzard Entertainment. Specifically, I will be designing quests for World of Warcraft, Blizzard's MMORPG based on the popular Warcraft series.
Crazy.
In addition to my duties as quest designer, I will also be expected to contribute to helping design the endgame content for World of Warcraft. The reason I'm sharing this information, besides the fact that I have a masochistic love of reading rants and flames about myself, is because I know that the fans of this site are hardcore MMORPG players. The readers of the site have also come to know my personal opinions on what constitutes a fun gaming experience versus what feels like a complete waste of time or poorly designed encounter. Well, you're very eloquent in this post, and without too much shit talking. You've all read my opinions on such things as tedious key camps, obvious time sinks devoid of any story or linear narrative, quests which reward the lucky over the skilled, and quest rewards which are out of sync with the amount of time and effort required to complete them. I hope that my association with World of Warcraft will serve to comfort MMORPG fans that one of us is on the other side of the fence, looking out for the interests of the player. And you go on to describe some of the high hopes you have for World of Warcraft, which is really fun to read because you don't realize it's
know.
going to be like one of the greatest games of all time, played by millions of human beings, just where those millions of human beings are playing for hundreds of hours, thousands of hours. It's crazy. It's funny that this one of us is writing at the dawn of a new age. The final paragraph is, so with all that is going on with me, you'll have to excuse any lapse in updates to the site here. I will try my hardest to give you slackers something to read while you should be working. But in the meantime, there's a whole world of NPCs that need to learn the words Kak Sagur and Mo Fakar in quotes and the like, although something tells me I'm already in trouble with the boss. One of us, Jeff. One of us. That was a beautiful, beautiful post.
Dude, it's kind of crazy, man, because like it really is very much like a like you want to be like, how do I put this? You hear about hold on. I'm doing Shattered Halls and they all the warlocks casted Seed of Corruption before I casted Consecrate, and it just caused a shit show. 1 second. Okay. Make sure we don't die. All right. Okay. So it's kind of crazy hearing this, right? So it's kind of crazy hearing this because it's I'm not going to get into the whole Ashes of Creation stuff, okay? Because it's like I don't even know what's going on there anymore. I know there's been like some developments and there's like a bunch of legal stuff, and I'm like I'm gonna wait until that like kind of cools off. But man, a statement like this where it's like, yeah, like we want a gamer working on the game is such a big deal to so many people, right? And it appeals to this audience so heavily because that's just, at the end of the day, that's just what we want, right? People just want to play a game that's designed by people that care as much about the game as the ones playing it do. So I do think that's kind of what happened for a lot of people with Ashes. And like I said, I don't know I have no idea where that thing's going and what all the truth is behind that or whatever. I'm waiting until the dust settles on that one because it's like weird legal stuff. And I'm like, man, I'm not going to touch that one yet. But that's why so many people were so excited for it, right? That's a big reason why, is because people believe in something like that. They want to believe in something like that, you know? So when you lose that, when your game loses that, they don't have that same sort of when your game doesn't have that kind of home, like it's almost like a home cooked meal, you know? It doesn't feel like you can go to the store, like your mom can cook something and it'll be really good. You can go to the store and you can get the same thing, but it'll never taste the same as the way that your mom or your grandma makes it. And because of that, it never tastes as good. And I think whenever you have a true gamer, somebody who's like pin your ears back and go, and they grind games and they love gaming and they play not just that game, but every other game. They just grind, try everything out. When you have people like that who are the driving force and the engine behind the game that you are playing, when those people are developing the game as well, it not only does it make your game so much better, but it makes the people playing it so much more. It justifies their passion for the game so much more because they feel like, yeah, the people working on this really care. And it's very hard to exhibit that these days, even if you do, because so many times over the years, people try and take advantage of this sort of feeling and this desire that people have to have their games made by somebody who's one of us on the other side, that it just makes people, it makes people's like bullshit meter go off. And every single time that bullshit meter goes off and it's accurate, it hurts the next guy. It hurts the next guy. And that's what makes these things so difficult, right? Like I'll tell you right now, like I've said this before, I think Blizzard today is better than Blizzard from, 8 years ago. As far as like communication and stuff like that. Cause man, you remember around the time, like end of Legion BFA time versus now, there was not really like a strong level of communication between Blizzard and the, at least for content creators. And there were people at the company then that pushed really, really hard to get that. Like insanely hard. They were pushing to get that. And it's finally grown to the point where it's like, yeah, you can kind of communicate that a little bit. But the content creators are not really... Content creators are kind of like a vessel. They're like a medium, right? To communicate with the community as a whole. And you also have to have the right content creators who know how to do it. And I'm not just talking about the right content creators from, Jeff, well, not Jeff, but, James that works in marketing, right? James that works in marketing, the right content creator for him is not the same guy that's going to be the right content creator for, Bob that is a dad who's got, a kid in elementary school and they just had another newborn and he's got a wife and, he just loves the game, right? He's not going to be the same guy for Jimmy, who is a guy in college who is, trying to get his degree, trying to get a job, but he also loves playing games. That content creator might not be the same guy that's good for frickin' whoever's in high school or middle school. It just, the marketing guy might not see it the same way. And it's really not about the content creators at that point. The content creators are really just the opportunity to communicate, if that makes sense. And I feel like Blizzard has gotten a lot better at that, to be fair. But at the same time, I don't think there's a lot of content creators out there anymore that really are they're not like, there's not a whole lot of the Total Biscuit types still out there, right? The guys who really like delve into game design and the guys who really like passionately care about games. It goes the same way, right? Even for the content creation as it does for like the development and the design of games. There's not a whole lot of those guys still out there. It's just the way it is. I don't know why. I don't know why that's the case. Is there not a market for this? Am I wrong? Or is it just that the people that are doing it don't have the opportunity to really showcase it? Is it because they just don't exist? Like there's not a lot of people with that skill still out there. I don't know. I truly, truly do not know where it comes from. And maybe it's, to some extent, it might have something to do with the whole attention economy thing that I was talking about before. It's super possible. In fact, it's more than possible. Anyway, let me continue the video.
Did you in fact get in trouble with the boss?
No. My boss was Alan,
Yeah.
and Alan was very understanding, and they kind of knew what they were getting into when they hired me. And that post actually embarrasses me when I hear it now. There's so much ego in it, and I think it's got that 20-year-old,
I'm a hot
I don't
shot.
know what I don't know.
I know exactly how to fix this video game or all video games, and
Yeah.
but there's brilliance behind that. There's a passion behind that. Like where when you're a gamer and you really put in the hours in a game like EverQuest, you understand what makes for a compelling experience. You don't at that time understand how much hard work is required to create that experience and how much uncertainty there is, how difficult it is, how many trade-offs there are, how your designs, when they actually are brought to the world and are experienced by thousands of people, millions of people, they are different from the vision you had for it. So all those elements you don't know. But you have to have that ego in the beginning, right?
Yeah.
To even have the guts to try, to have the guts to put in all that work. So what was it like? What were the vibes of early Blizzard like? They've at this point, Warcraft 1 and 2, Warcraft 3 is in production, StarCraft. These are legendary games. I spent probably over 1,000 hours in these games combined. I played Warcraft 1, 2, 3. I played StarCraft 1 and 2.
Damn, look at that.
I played WoW, of course, Diablo 1, 2, 3, 4. Played Diablo 2 with Stay a While and Listen with Deckard Cain.
Stay a while and listen.
I mean,
Stay a
some of
while
these
and
characters,
listen.
some of these experiences just will stay with me forever. Anyway.
That's actually crazy that I did that at the
thank
same
you
time.
to those early Blizzard folks. What was it like? What was the team like? What were the developers like? What was the vibes like in those early days?
It was amazing. It was the dream. When I showed up at Blizzard on my first day, the office was on the University of California Irvine campus at the time. They have this research and development
wow.
park where if you're like a tech company, you can get office space there. And Blizzard took up, when I joined, it was 3/4 of the building was Blizzard. And there's like a building right next to it that had like Cisco and, it was like
That's
all
so
kind
funny.
of techie places. And it was so funny because you drive up and like everything was very serious and corporate. And then outside of the Blizzard offices, everybody's wearing black t-shirt and shorts and throwing frisbees and playing hacky sack and on scooters and skateboards. And
Dude,
you're
that's like that's what
where-
Riot's like when
that's
you go to
where
Riot now.
Blizzard is. So it was that environment. I remember walking in the door and thinking like it feels like I'm walking into a dorm room because it was just posters on the wall, and there were actually like people would have futons because they'd be sleeping because we would work so much back then. But the vibe was, it was very small. Like Blizzard, the day I joined in May of 2002, was fewer than 200 people. And that included, there was a whole group up in San Mateo called Blizzard North. So Blizzard South, the Irvine group.
What did
was responsible
Blizzard
for
North work on again?
StarCraft and Warcraft. And there were two development teams.
Was North
at
Diablo?
Blizzard. It was called Team 1 and Team 2 at Blizzard South.
Yeah, it's Diablo.
Team 1 was revered. These are the RTS guys. They made, StarCraft, Warcraft 2, and they were, at that time, they're working on Warcraft 3. Team 2 was kind of the redheaded stepchild. Like apparently before I joined, they had tried to spin off a second team multiple times and failed. And then they finally decided they were going to make World of Warcraft. There was a game called Nomad. I don't know what that game was exactly, but that was what Team 2 was working on at first. That got scrapped, and Alan steered the team towards World of Warcraft. And there's an amazing designer named Eric Dodds. He'd go on later in his career to be the game director of Hearthstone.
Oh, okay. I was like, where did Dodds?
Were the core
I
designers.
was like, I could have
on
sworn
that.
I heard that name, but I couldn't remember where I heard
Eric
it.
and Kevin Jordan were two key designers working on World of Warcraft.
Let's go.
For Team 2. And then you had this tech group that was headed up by John Cash. And John Cash, the first day that I showed up to work on Team 2, they said, you have to go get your login from John Cash. I'm like, John Cash from id. And, John Cash has a skin. You could be John Cash in Quake 3. So, and then he saw me, and he was a huge EverQuest player. And he was like, you're the guy who runs Legacy of Steel. I'm like, you're John Cash. And we had that moment where we kind of fanboyed out on each other. And it was just, the vibe was so cool there. Like, there were very few producers. So a game team, there are 5 core disciplines that make a video game. You've got engineers or programmers who are writing the code. You've got the art team that's making all the visuals for the game. And that spans everything from like 3D modeling, characters, environments, to also animation, tech art, making it all work. You've got game design, which some companies don't have design. The artists and the engineers do it. Valve famously has very few designers because everybody there is a designer. But in companies where design is a discipline, which it very much is so at Blizzard, game designers are sort of the creating the game experience people, setting up all the systems and content in a way that gets the player to navigate through the game.
So it's part of the story, part of this quest design, part of it is like how you move through the game world.
Yes. So game designers, there's a spectrum, like same with art, same with engineering, of roles within game design. Some are more heavy on the system side. So like any game that you've played where loot drops, Diablo 4, World of Warcraft, Escape from Tarkov, whatever. If there's loot dropping, a designer has planned out very carefully what drops where and at what percentages. That would be like a systems designer. A content designer is somebody who's going to make quests or write storylines, or there might even be a narrative designer, which is even more focused on story. But designers, run the gambit, and then you've got these jack of all trade designers that can do it all. So that's the design group. There's production, which is project management. And production is different at every game company you go to. So if you talk to someone from EA or Blizzard, production might be very different. They might be the boss. They might actually be a designer, or they might be more of a project manager. And then one of my favorite disciplines on a game team that's often overlooked is sound and, audio, which is comprised of the sound designers and composers. And there are two things, I think there are two things that no one realizes how much they bring to a game until they're missing, and that's audio and lighting. Because most of the time we're playing without these things, and it just feels a little off and wrong. And when you have a great lighting artist, or you have a great composer or sound designer, the experience, you're just tapping into these senses that you wouldn't otherwise.
I think there's so much that goes into telling a story in a game. So much that goes into it. And having is it audio? Is it this? Is it that? I think it's about the whole combination of how everything hits, and I think audio is something that is very much understated and how big of a piece of the pie it is. But I think it all comes down to it's the combination of how all these different elements hit. A good example of this is play a scary game, go play a horror game and just mute it. If you mute a horror game, it will just not be scary. If you close your eyes and play a horror game, it won't be very scary. So it really is the way that all these things hit at the same time that make it what it is. And I think that's super, I think that's a very, very cool thing whenever people can go and kind of dissect that and find out what's going to hit in what way for the player whenever they play a game, for whoever's consuming this content. How is it going to affect the player psychologically? How is it going to make them feel? And how is that going to help deliver the message that I want to deliver? How is it going to be able to convey what I want to convey in the best way possible? So super cool.
But that's who comprises the game team.
As the lighting, all the different kinds of graphics, would that be under the art team?
Yeah, lighting, you're going to have lighting under the art team, but they're going to be best friends with a graphics programmer.
Okay.
And, like I mentioned with design, there's this wide spectrum. On the engineering team, you have some guys who are architectural geniuses who are coming up with, the server client model or the networking or whatever. Others are more gameplay focused. On Overwatch, we had an audio programmer just doing nothing but audio hooks for the audio team. And on every game team, you're going to have graphics programmers who will work with people like the lighting artists or the environmental artists, character artists on shaders, and basically any way to make the game. They'll always ask, what's your vision? What are you trying to get it to look like? They'll want an illustration of what should the world look like. And they'll be the ones who say, I know how to write code that will let you do that. So you partner a great graphics programmer with a great lighting artist, and that's That's actually the creative tension behind games, and what makes game teams so unique is if we were to line them up on some crazy spectrum, on one end you're going to have the artists who they're creative, dare I say, emotional. You know, they are artistes on that end, and on the other end you have the most logical, brilliant programmers who their minds just work very differently from the most creative art. Like artists could be sitting, you have a meeting with them and they'll just sit illustrating. If there's any piece of paper, they're drawing on it. And programmers, you know, they're just so brilliant and organized in their thinking, and everything's so logical. And then in the middle are people like the sound designers, the game designers, and the producers. They're kind of a little bit in all those fields. But it's the brilliance of taking people who are so vastly different in their interests and talents, but aiming them at that shared goal or that shared vision of the game that like really makes something special.
And there, I mean, you showed me the size of the team for World of Warcraft,
That's cool.
but you've also are well known for working on quite small teams to create these incredibly huge games. What is the power of a small team in this kind of context where there's that creative tension? Is it because a small team avoids maybe the compartmentalization, like the modular, where the artists now have their own wing building where they never talk to the engineers, that kind of thing?
Absolutely. I mean, you hit the nail on the head. The bigger the team, the more you become a cog in the machine. And on a small team, the way I like to describe it is you get to have a loud voice. If we're a small team, let's say we're going to make a game and it's at sort of the incubation period of a game and there's only 10 of us, all 10 of us are in the room for every decision. You know, I'm not a server networking guy, but I'm in the room for that discussion. I'm not an illustrator, but I'm going to sit in the room when we decide what the art style looks like. As soon as the team starts to grow, we become compartmentalized. It's exactly like you said. And there's a weird thing that happens. This is just kind of a human nature thing. The less you interact with somebody, the more you sort of become alienated from
Like
them and
dehumanize them
vilify
almost.
their point of view. You tend to look at what they do and say with skepticism rather than trust and belief in them. And I find on smaller teams where we all know each other's names, I know what everybody's working on every day.
True?
They know what I'm working on. Everybody can talk to each other. There's none of that stereotyping of a discipline. On big, unhealthy teams, you start to say things like, well, the artists just don't get it. They don't understand what we're trying to make. And when you
I'm gonna let him finish.
back up and you think about the statement that you just said, it's like such an asshole statement. Like, really, all the artists don't get it? Like, that's not true. B, that's sort of demeaning to them. Like, they signed up for this is their life's work too. This game is going to be as much theirs as it is mine. So who am I to say a statement like that?
It's harmful to a discipline to think that you understand the world and those silly other folks don't, and you have nothing to learn from them really, and they're deluded in some kind of way. That's so powerful.
Fast forwarding a little bit, when we formed Team 4, and which went on to make Titan and ultimately fail, and then that got rebooted as the Overwatch team. The idea that I tried to get through to the team was to make an assumption. And really, like, Blizzard is one of the top game developers in the world. And we were very fortunate when I was there, and I imagine it's this way today, that we could recruit whatever talent we wanted. The best of the best wanted to come work at Blizzard. And if you sort of go through the paces of that and say, okay, when we recruit somebody, let's say we're recruiting an artist to make props, boxes, chairs, whatever. That is the best prop artist in the industry. That's who's going to show up on our doorstep. So when they show up here, we should treat them like the best prop artists in the industry instead of starting from a place of doubt and cynicism. So when that person speaks up and says, I think, like with Overwatch, for example, I think we should do this, we should do X instead of Y. Instead of saying, well, I'm a believer in Y, why are you against my idea X? You should take a moment, have a deep breath, and say, man, the best prop artist in the industry is suggesting something. Why don't I listen to it?
I actually do for myself like this kind of thought framework or thought experiment whenever I'm talking to a new person, especially if I feel myself a little bit tinge of
Interesting.
that feeling. Usually it happens with like a really young person, like an under.
Before he continues, I think there's something interesting to be said about you can kind of like manifest certain qualities out of people based on the way that you treat them. And I think this happens a lot with actually, it's so funny. He just mentioned it with younger people. If you go back and look at my, if you watch that video of me talking to 8th graders, right? And I was looking through the comments and some things I did intentionally and some things I did intentionally. And I realized afterwards, I was like, wait, that was really good, right? One of the things is if I'm talking to an 8th grader, I talk to them as if they are like, I talk to them like they're my neighbor. I talk to them like they're my peer. I don't talk to them in a way that it's like, hey, I'm an adult or I have this experience and you don't know anything. I treat them like, hey, I'm going to say these things to you and I'm going to assume that you understand every single word that comes out of my mouth with just complete and total understanding of every word that comes out of my mouth. And I think whenever you can exhibit that sort of energy towards somebody where you can respect where you can respect the way that they think about things, where you can respect their intelligence, their opinion, anything like that, then a lot of times you end up kind of pulling out the best version of that person. Because when they feel that way, when they feel that respect, they reciprocate that feeling of respect with like a respect towards themselves. You know, hey, I'm being treated a certain way. And it's like, okay, yeah, you know, let's show up. So I think it's a huge deal, especially like I said, especially for younger kids. Like I remember whenever I was in, I used to coach in college. We would do like summer camps, and then I would at SMU I would help coach the kids, right? And we'd go over and I'd work with our like D-line coach, and we'd do D-line drills and stuff. And I'd pull the kids aside and I'd talk to them. And a lot of these like summer camps, like, yeah, it's like a skills camp where we're teaching the kids and this and that, but also it's a big part of evaluation too, because you'll see somebody and be like, hey, this kid can play, right? And they get offers and whatnot. But every sort of camp, everything I ever did with like high school kids, I treated them as if they were like another kid in school, you know? And I think that I always had like the best type of communication, the best type of listening from these people, and it made them very, very coachable in that sense, whether it was that or like volunteering and doing other things, you know? So it's interesting that he says that even in the workplace, like amongst like among adults, when you treat other people with that level of respect, you get the best version of them back to you. It's kind of cool. But anyway, continue.
A graduate student or something like this, I pretend that they're the smartest person in the world in my head. And then now like it puts me in a mode of like assuming I have a lot to learn from them. And it helps. You actually like really listen. I literally think they're the smartest, wisest human on earth. It helps me.
I had that, like, I think, you know, I'm no expert. I'm a game designer. So like as much psychology as I know is how to manipulate people into having fun, hopefully. Like, I don't know. I don't have an important job, but
Yeah, right.
psychologically
That's fun.
speaking, one thing I think a lot about is ego, and I think about insecurity. And insecurity we all have, like all of us as human beings have insecurity. It just manifests itself in different ways.
Mm-hmm.
And as we kind of go through our life journey, the insecurity also changes. So like some people, for example, use their insecurity to rip other people apart. Some people destroy themselves through their own insecurity. Some people destroy everybody with their insecurity. But I had that moment as a young lead when I first was made a lead on like World of Warcraft, where I felt it was very important to be right and to, be shepherding the correct idea. And I actually got pulled aside. Like, Pardo and I had a meeting with a couple people who weren't game designers. And it's always tricky as a game designer because constantly everybody's throwing ideas out on a game team. Like, there's no shortage of ideas ever. And we were in some meeting about something, and these people kind of threw out these ideas. And I wasn't mean to them, but I very kind of systematically, like an insecure, ego-driven new lead would do. I kind of, well, let me tell you why that's wrong, and let me tell you what we're going to do instead. And after the meeting, Pardo pulled me aside and he said, "You're a very smart designer, but you shouldn't do what you just did to those people. You should always listen to what people have to say and try to make their ideas work." And I just, over and over, I was like, okay, anytime an idea comes my way, let's try to make it work. And it went from this kind of thing that I didn't believe into to actually like a core part of who I am today as a leader, as a game designer, as a game director. And some of the best ideas have come from developing other people's ideas, where your first reaction is like, no, that's wrong. And then just kind of sticking with it and going, but how could we make it work? And the most gratifying part when it succeeds is they get all the credit.
I've talked about this for years. So you guys probably have heard me say this before. But I talk about how, like, a lot of times people say that, like, devs don't listen to feedback. Okay? Okay. A lot of times, like, devs don't listen to feedback. And I'm like, well, I think they do listen to feedback, but the problem is they listen too closely. If that makes sense. So he mentioned something and he's like, instead of just saying no, he's like, well, how do we make this work? How do we take this idea and make this work? And like, this has happened with like WoW over the years, where people will have a problem with something and the players don't know how to fix it. They just know that they don't like it, right? People will just not like it, but they don't know how it actually gets fixed, and it's just something that they don't like. Well, at that point, it's not about like, hey, let's do what the players say. It's listen to what the players say and then take what they're saying and find a solution to fix the thing that is causing them the problem. Because sometimes the thing that's causing them the problem isn't exactly what the problem is. So you have to find a way to approach that and find a solution for the thing that's actually causing a problem, not just putting a Band-Aid on top of something and being like, well, this is fixed through, this sort of Band-Aid. Because usually whenever you apply a Band-Aid fix to something, you're taking something away from somebody else, and you're taking away something else from the game. And that's a big problem, right? I think that's where one of the big problems lie with the game in general, or not with the game, but with design in general. It's one of the problems that comes up.
And you've sort of elevated this person whose idea wouldn't have been championed, whose idea by the insecure, egotistical lead of, early 2000s would have just said no. Now their idea is the thing everybody in World of Warcraft or Overwatch is just loving, and they get all the credit.
I should give context to the listener who don't know about the great Jeffrey Kaplan, that you're one of the most humble and always give credit to the team for everything and anything. And so everything we talk about today, I know you're probably resisting constantly giving credit to the team on everything. So you're the famous, "Hi, I'm Jeff from the Overwatch team," right? So just as a small aside, thank you for your humility through your career, and thank you for always celebrating the team. But let's talk about WoW. Let's talk about World of Warcraft. Tell me what the early days of developing WoW was like. Maybe we should
Here's
talk
some
about
meat
what
coming.
World of Warcraft WoW is. Going to Perplexity here. World of Warcraft is a massively multiplayer online RPG where you create a character, level it up doing quests and dungeons, and progress your gear and power in an open fantasy world called Azeroth. At a basic level, you move, use abilities from your action bar, follow quests, and gradually learn a combat rotation that fits your class. And there's all kinds of characters and roles and classes. You pick a race, appearance, starting zone, small racial bonuses, and a class, how you fight, what your role is in groups. Can you continue filling some of the gaps? What is World of Warcraft?
World of Warcraft, first of all, more than anything, is a world. Like, it's a world that you can live in with real other people, and everybody's kind of living out their fantasy. Chris Metzen, who was the creative director on World of Warcraft, and really, like, Alan Adham, who's one of the founders of Blizzard, calls Chris the heart and soul of Blizzard. And it's almost like when you're making a Blizzard game, you're making Chris's imagination at some point. And Chris famously said the lead character of World of Warcraft is the world. And I always believed that. So you're trying to create this place that's exciting and dangerous, but comfortable, but uncomfortable, and gorgeous. And, you know, it should feel massive. And it really is. It's, you know, can take a half an hour to get from one end of the world to the other. But it's this world you're living in. The world is divided into two warring factions. There's the Horde and the Alliance. And that was a very important, very controversial decision.
Okay, we'll keep going with that. Yo, thank you for the raid, Emily. What's up, guys? Hello, Earthlings. Guys, so this, let me tell you what we're doing today. This guy on the screen right now, his name is Jeff Kaplan. He was the game director for World of Warcraft in like the old days. Okay, he was a big EverQuest player, game director for World of Warcraft for like for Burning Crusade and Wrath, like those like OG, like actual real classic WoW. Eventually he went on to be he was like the guy for Overwatch. Yeah, he was the guy for Overwatch. So what we're doing today is we're watching this interview. It's he did a podcast with Lex Fridman. And he's just telling all these stories about game dev and design and all this stuff. It's actually like super sick. So yeah, this is like the Oest of G's. Does he know XQC? He probably does. So yeah, but he left Blizzard a few years ago, like 5 years ago, he left Blizzard and he's been working on other stuff and he's kind of been like hiding. He hasn't like, nobody's really heard of him. And then he just came out with this massive interview podcast. And we're hearing about everything from like game design and the history of the development and stuff. It's super, super interesting. So if you're into that stuff, if you're into actual like design and whatnot, then that's what we're doing today. And then after that, we might do some modded Resident Evil 9 later tonight or some Burning Crusade arenas. I don't know. We did that modded Resident Evil 9 last night. It was super funny. So either that or arenas. Kind of depends on what we got going. But yeah, that's the plan. Thank you for the raid. I hope you guys had fun today.
That was made by Alan Adham, was the champion of the Horde and Alliance.
And that in the early days, there was a really strong division.
Strong division.
Like,
yeah.
You pick a side and then you hang around with only people of your kind.
Yeah, and you get it tattooed in real life on you. Like the amount of people who walk up to me and show me their Horde tattoo, like
That's
it's
awesome.
epic. It's like it's become who they are. Like if you were to say, like, hey, Lex, come play World of Warcraft with me. We're Alliance on Tichondrius. You'd be like, dude,
lose my number.
Alliance. Like, okay, I don't think we can be friends anymore. But the Horde Alliance decision was really controversial because in EverQuest, it was mixed race. They had all the races kind of like WoW did.
This is actually what we talked about a little bit earlier.
And Pardo and I came from EverQuest, where we felt like this was a horrible decision Alan was making. And we argued, Alan, Rob, Bob, Fitch, and I would have lunch every single day. And we would just talk about WoW and the core design of WoW. Rob wasn't even on WoW at that time. He was finishing Warcraft 3. And we would fight over the Horde Alliance split if it was a good idea or not. And Alan he came from more of the Dark Age of Camelot community, which was another massively multiplayer online game.
That's great. We talked about this earlier.
And he said the magic of that game was they had 3 factions. And he liked the fact that you were instantly on a team. You weren't a loner in the world. And whether you liked it or not, you had people on your side. And Rob and I just argued and argued against it. And then sometime before beta, Alan retired. He went on to run a hedge fund, of all things. Like, got super into poker, got super into finance, left, and retires like I think it was 9 months to a year before WoW shipped, which is kind of nuts. And Rob takes over as lead designer in Alan's stead. And to Rob's credit, the first thing he did was go, speaking to what we were speaking about earlier, he said, Alan's a smart guy. The fact that he was fighting so hard for Horde Alliance, we got to do it. And Rob and I sort of changed our point of view and got on board with Horde Alliance and went all in. And so
what we just talked about like a few minutes ago, so I've gotten a chance to know a lot of like the OG devs over the years, or a handful of them, current devs, OG devs for World of Warcraft, because I was like with Classic Cast and kind of like helping lead that push towards like the original Classic launch and everything else. Oh my gosh, the original Classic launch and everything else that kind of came with. I got to know a lot of these guys, right? And so some of these stories I've kind of heard before, and it's interesting hearing them again years and years later, where it's like, oh yeah, this is what happened. It's kind of cool.
You know, the early days of WoW was a great team. It was a mix of these veterans that we all looked up to. You know, we had Mark Kern running the team. Shane DeBerry was, you know, legendary Blizzard developer. Bill Petrus was the art director. And then we had Metzen, who was sort of like, Metzen was the cool big brother we all, you know, aspired to be. I'm older than Metzen, but I looked up to him like a big brother. And then there were a lot of us who had never done it before, or they had also pulled a lot of people from other teams and other game types. Like, for example, the guys building the dungeons, they hired out of the Quake community. And because they didn't have any hardcore MMO
it's like John
designer
Stats in them
on the staff at that time, it was, you know, Kevin and Eric and Alan were sort of the only designers. They started building Quake dungeons as like Quake levels as the dungeons. At one point, WoW was even made in QE Radiant.
Wait, that's crazy. I didn't know that.
They later, you know, retooled to where they were using a proprietary engine. So we were like this hodgepodge, like the Bad News Bears is how I would describe the WoW team, of this mix of veterans and then people like me. Like, I'm just some fucking idiot, you know, who played a lot of EverQuest. And I end up at
Designing
Blizzard.
quests.
Yeah, like, okay, we're going to design World of Warcraft now. And I've said this later with hindsight, I think a huge part of WoW's success, especially with the early WoW team, Team 2 in its earliest formation, was that we didn't know what we were doing. You kind of, like, it's that Titan was the example for me. Titan was the attempt at making an MMO after World of Warcraft at Blizzard, and we failed horribly, and we had the best of the best on that team. And it's because everybody was too much of an expert on how to make a groundbreaking phenomenon. MMO.
Damn, that is a
World of Warcraft was a bunch of people.
That is
like
some insight.
A very successful, sure of itself company who had made StarCraft, Diablo, Warcraft, with a bunch of yahoos, basically, who was like, yeah, we can compete with Sony Online.
Yeah.
At the time, they were making EverQuest 2. Like, if we go back in the time machine, EverQuest 2 had been announced, and EverQuest fans, we were just drooling for EverQuest 2. It wasn't, oh, cool, World of Warcraft. It was EQ2 was going to take, you know, the chalice and run with it. And then, of all things, they announced Star Wars Galaxies. And they had a brilliant designer on that, a guy named Raph Koster, who had come from that Ultima Online. And he's just a really smart game designer. If you can ever watch one of his lectures, like he lectured a lot at GDC. And, you know, we're like, oh my God, they're making EverQuest 2 and Star Wars Galaxies, and they have the Star Wars intellectual property. We're fucked. Like, how are we going to compete? And everybody had seen the success of EQ, EverQuest, and everybody was going to make an MMO.
Star Wars Galaxies.
And it was just a question of who was going to win.
So you're feeling this immense pressure. You have this small team of just this hodgepodge of this unlikely team that kind of looks, fast forward into Overwatch, the heroes in Overwatch, but working extremely hard. Now, you told me about crazy crazy work hours, and not because you were forced to, but because you wanted to, because your heart was in it, because you're like, this is everything. Like, you loved it.
Yeah, the games industry has a terrible reputation for insane amounts of overtime. It's just called crunch. Like, do you crunch or not? These days, crunch is not allowed, not permitted, heavily frowned upon. If we were to work overtime, somebody write an article about it next week and say how horrible we are for working overtime. Back then, we worked insane, and I mean
dude,
insane hours.
That's part of it, man. I understand there's a work-life balance or whatever, and I understand that the whole crunch time culture of game development, I understand why it was so bad and everything. But man, if you love something, if this is something that is your passion, if this is something you care about, like you want to make the best damn game in the world, you don't do it because it's your job. You do it because it's who you are. And you can see that. You can see the passion. But nowadays, everyone's so concerned about the bottom line. But the bottom line isn't dollar signs. The bottom line is how good a product is. If something is good, the dollar signs will follow. That is the only thing that matters. The only thing that matters at the end of the day is how good something can be. And the more you care and the more effort and everything else, it's not one-to-one. It's not a direct translation to the amount of time, effort, and love you pour into something. But the more of that you can put into something, the higher the chances are that it is going to be good. Bottom line. Esfand, you mad beautiful. Yeah, what's up, Phantom? How's it going, dude? Yeah, I'm nerding out over game dev stuff, man. I'm nerding out hard.
Longest shift I ever worked straight was 30 hours. That's
dude, I gotta get on D10
mastering
sometime.
Warcraft 3. This was in my, I think, War 3 shipped on July 3rd, 2002. So this would have been like late June, early July, probably late June. And I had nothing to do with War 3. I should just say that. Like in the credits, I'm additional
30-hour shift,
additional help or additional testing or something like that. When I showed up in May of 2002, it was all hands on deck, World of Warcraft for E3. We got through E3, and then all hands on deck, the whole company, get War 3 out the door.
For shipping Warcraft 3.
And because I had not been involved with the game at all, and I was a brand new, wet behind the ears game designer, they're like, you're just going to help test whatever we tell you to test. So we're trying to gold master, and there's a crash that happens rarely if you run one of the cinematics. Like, you have to be watching the cinematic after one of the levels, and then there was a crash that happened. And so a programmer put in some logging to catch it, and then they needed somebody to just over and over again, I need the crash to happen so I can fix the bug. And I sat there for 30 hours and just watched the cinematic for 30 hours straight. And it was the funniest thing. Like, it was almost surreal watching everybody leave which was a trickle out. Like, everybody kind of trickles out, like at different hours. You know, the family guys go much earlier than the single guys. And then watching everybody show up again the next morning, and they're all like dressed different. They look all refreshed. And I'm just like in the same position, you know, like eyes are beat red.
To the soundtrack of the cinematic.
Yeah. But we crunched World of Warcraft. We crunched. The date slipped. So you do this thing. I remember Mark Kern standing the team up and saying, we're going to crunch early so we don't have to crunch later in the project. And I really believe he wasn't manipulating us. Like, I really genuinely believe that he believed in that. But with games, anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
We slip uncontrollably all the time. And we slipped, and it sort of created just this death march, endless death march.
Yeah.
That, like, to this day, members of the WoW team will remember, like, Newport Rib. If I say that, they'll have, like, twitches because, like, they would cater the dinner. They'd bring it in at, like, 6 or 7 at night. And everybody was eating Newport Rib or Panda Express. It was, like, the worst diet ever. I actually like Newport Rib, no shade on them. But you can only eat so much of it.
Yeah.
And the carpets are stained and like dudes are falling asleep on the couches. And it was an unhealthy work environment. It gets pinned on because at a lot of places it is executive driven and it is mandated from the top. But the hours that I worked, I never blamed on anyone but myself. I just wanted to. I remember, you know, coming in.
That's how you get the best product.
Memorial Day,
it's just the truth. It sucks.
With sand from the beach on my feet, because I really wanted to get some work done that day, and working through Christmas, and those were things I wanted to do. I never felt like somebody, you know, held my feet to the coals.
Yeah, it's such a complicated thing,
dude. So I used to. So whenever I worked in college, those of you guys who don't know, right, I used to work at SMU. I used to work in recruiting and video, and I was basically like the Swiss Army knife at SMU. I would do like everything, but mostly recruiting video stuff, right? Digital recruiting and socials and all that. So I used to come in and I used to work every Christmas. I've worked every single Christmas day in some form or fashion for the last maybe 12 years of my life. Maybe 11, something like that. I have always been working on Christmas. Now, I would go in because, you know, we had signing day coming up and all this, and I would go in on Christmas and people would be like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Well, like, I mean, we have stuff to do. Like, I'm passionate about it. This is what it is. But like, we have like stuff that we have to get done." And if I can finish this stuff faster, then I can finish the other stuff faster. And it's just it's just part of it. You know, I would go do Christmas with my parents and whatever, and then I would drive up to campus and I would just go into the office and I would just be working on Christmas Day.
Because you could say that's unhealthy, but I know
it's just what it takes. If you want to do things the best way, you have to do that extra mile.
Career that have been in companies that do crunch for a thing they believe in, for a thing they love, and it's some of the most fulfilling years of their life, months and years of their life. And they also, it's not just fulfilling; they grow from it, they learn from it, and it, you know, and especially when they talk back about it, about that time, they can see how incredible it was. Of course, when you're going through it, sometimes it's extremely difficult. You don't know. And then the crunch, like you mentioned, it's supposed to be a month or two, and then it turns out to be a half a year, and then maybe it turns out to be something like a Titan type game where you never actually ship it, and it's heartbreaking and the pain that's all. But then you look back and you realize how incredible that journey was.
I think, like, my reflections on it many years later, and having gone through like pretty crazy levels of crunch to more controlled, I think where crunch is problematic and people are good to be vocal about being opposed to it is when it's forced and unnecessary. There's a lot of like, hey, if anybody on the team stays, we all stay, kind of, which I think is not
I don't think that's necessarily good.
I don't think executives who take off and work 40-hour weeks should be telling anybody to stay late. I think that's wrong and immoral. But to me, as an individual, as long as I'm not telling other people to do it, my life's work is my passion. And I want to do it as much as possible. I
have so much respect for that.
I don't think I've ever worked less than 10 hours in a day. Like that 10 hours is like a normal-ish day to me.
Yeah.
And I enjoy lots of weekends working because I enjoy it. It brings me pleasure and fulfillment. And all of that said from a place of caution, especially in
there's not a lot of people who think this way,
when
but I have so
people are
much
very
respect
touchy
for
about it. I don't try to impose that on anybody else. I don't want anybody to feel like they're obligated to, but please understand it's what makes me who I am, that work ethic. I enjoy it. I actually, some of my fondest memories are from those WoW crunches.
And then looking back and reading some of these stories is pretty cool, because me as a fan on the receiving end of some of those video games, you bring joy to millions of people. It's awesome. Let me ask you about quests, but first, quick bathroom break, if it's okay.
Yeah.
Quick 30-second thank you to our sponsors. Check them out in the description. It really is the best way to support this podcast. Go to lexfridman.com/sponsors. We got Finn for customer service AI agents, Blitzy for code generation,
I've never listened to or watched a Lex Fridman podcast before, but I've known about him. I think he does an incredibly good job at just letting the guests talk, and he sets them up. He kind of he's passing them the ball. That's one thing that, like, you got to be around people that know how to pass you the ball. Like, I think in any form of content creation, like, the best groups of people are people that know how to pass, right? Not everybody needs to be going for a slam dunk all the time. You don't got to take every shot, but it's like when you know how to pass the ball, you can make really good content alone, right? Or like that with that one trait alone. And I think Lex does like a crazy good job of that. It's very impressive. Like, I have a lot of respect for it.
With Jeff Kaplan. Okay, we're back. So I think it's fair to say that before WoW, MMO leveling, like in EverQuest, consisted of, maybe that's simplifying it a bit, but standing in one spot and killing monsters for hours. You helped develop with WoW, I would say, a revolutionary idea of quest-driven leveling, where there's a story-driven, quest-driven guide through the world, and it so happens that as part of doing that, you're also leveling the character. So the leveling is both fun and is the engine that drives the story that then also immerses you into the world and then pulls you in more and more and more and more. So take me through this process of developing that idea of quest-driven design.
Sure. Yeah, there were actually a lot of people involved in it, and they all kind of contributed in their own unique ways. Alan Adham was the lead designer on WoW when we first sort of decided we were going to have a quest-based game. We used to joke that, like, EverQuest barely had any quests in it.
Yeah.
It did have quests. They weren't really in front of the player in an obvious way. You kind of had to seek them out on a website. And Alan knew that he wanted quests to be a big part of World of Warcraft. And so he hired me. That was my entry level position at Blizzard. Didn't have a lot of quests. And on the same day, he hired a guy named Pat Nagel, which was hilarious to me because Pat was he had this funny title of HR and facilities at Blizzard because it was such a small company. So, like, if you sent an application in, Pat would deal with the application, or if the toilet overflowed, Pat would have to deal with it. And so the whole time I was applying at Blizzard, I was going through Pat, and then on my first day, they put Pat and I in an office together.
Pat Nagel.
And he's like, yeah, they hired me also as the quest designer. And so Pat, and he was the most wonderful guy. We had so much fun. So Pat and I kind of designed the quest system. It was Alan's idea to have it in the first place. And then there was that great designer I mentioned, Eric Dodds, who helped a lot with the interface of it all. And the idea was, at first, we actually, on a whiteboard in Alan's office, we estimated how many quests we thought EverQuest had to date. And EverQuest had, I think 4 or 3 expansions at that point in time. And we're like, wow, we have to make all of these quests like EverQuest has. It's going to be.
Okay. I want to talk about this. Dude, this is actually a major problem for MMORPGs, like new MMOs being developed. So whenever WoW was created, there was already other MMOs out with like different varying levels of content, right? So you had like different expansions. You had like Dark Age of Camelot. I think whenever WoW came out, Dark Age of Camelot had the base game, Shrouded Isles, and then Trials of Atlantis, and then Dark Age of Camelot Catacombs, the 3rd expansion, the 4th version of the game, was coming out at the same time as WoW. So now you have a new MMO coming out that has to compete with other MMOs that already have this massive, like, just cornucopia of content available to the player base. And especially, I'm going to use a game like Dark Age of Camelot as an example again. There was no level cap increase. So in WoW, new expansion comes out and the old stuff kind of gets like brushed to the side. Whereas in Dark Age of Camelot, the base game, Shrouded Isles, Trials of Atlantis, and Catacombs all build on one another. And there's more of like a horizontal progression system at the top, which is super interesting, right? The horizontal and secondary progression system of Dark Age of Camelot being the realm ranks and the PvP stuff. Pretty cool. Now, in WoW, it's so funny that they approach it in that way. They're like, oh my gosh, there's all these questings of the games. Like, we have to come out, we have to compete with all these games that have had years and years of development building out the audience, the player base. They learned something, so then they added to it in the expansion. It's actually so interesting. So interesting.
And it's kind of up to me and Pat to do it all.
Hard to compete with.
We believed all we had to do was match.
Imagine a game doing that
number.
today.
And Pat and I started working on like the design of the system and how it would interact. And Eric Dodds was really involved in how the interface, like how you were going to interact with the NPCs and all of that. And we split up the world into like 2 zones. He was going to take Elwyn Forest, which was the starting area for the humans.
Nice.
And I was going to take Westfall, which was the sophomore zone after Elwyn for the humans. Pat and I would meet with Chris Metzen, and those were the funnest meetings ever because Chris just has stories in his head and visions. Chris is like artist, storyteller, world builder extraordinaire. And he sort of described what he wanted going on in those zones. You want the gameplay to follow the flow of what was going on with the stories of those areas. So we finished Elwyn and Westfall, and we did like a team play test. And our assumption was because the way EverQuest worked, players just wanted to level up. It was a level-based game. You go out, you kill a creature, you get experience points, you level up a little bit. And so the way people played EverQuest is they'd find these areas where there were lots of creatures, and you'd usually find the best experience efficiency cycle you could find. So like fast respawn, kind of easy things to kill. And that's how you would progress through EverQuest. And I remember Alan kind of telling us like, hey, the quests,
the Defy stuff is huge.
Pat and Jeff write quests, they'll aim us to where the creatures are. You'll do a quest, and then you'll spend a few hours killing creatures in that area afterwards. And that's how he imagined it would work. So we kind of set up the world that way. Pat probably did a dozen, maybe 20 quests in Elwyn. I do a dozen, 20 quests in Westfall, and we do this team play test. And we had a bunch of people on the team who never played MMOs, like guys with shooter background, StarCraft fans, etc. And they play World of Warcraft. I think we played for like an hour or 2, and we only did Elwyn Forest. And the overwhelming feedback from our team, and these are people who really didn't play EverQuest, they're like, my God, Pat, that was horrible. I ran out of quests like right away. And we're like, wait a second, you expect to just have quests just keep going?
It's so interesting because WoW was the first game that was like that.
Just keep going the whole way. And we kind of had an oh shit moment right after that Elwyn Forest playtest where we realized like we had vastly underestimated the number of quests we were going to need. And we developed this philosophy.
There's no way they went to Eastville, true.
That's kind of a shared philosophy across Blizzard games in general at this point. I've heard it outside of Blizzard, other people in the industry, which is you design it along the path of least resistance. So basically what that means, like in EverQuest, the path of least resistance, if you wanted your character to hit max level, is to find the easiest creatures and kill them over and over again in place, which to some people think is very boring. To me, I would do that for 8 hours because I think that's fun. But we decided in World of Warcraft, we said, why don't we make the path of least resistance? So in this case, the way to get the best experience, the fastest, not to be killing creatures in one place, but we'll overload the experience into the quests themselves, and then that will move you through the world, which will get you to see everything. It will enable us to tell these awesome storylines. It sort of did a lot for the game, and I think it was like a fundamental change in the genre. Like if you look at the things that EverQuest was very popular and very successful, and it was hitting like hundreds of thousands of players, and WoW blew the doors open and was tens of millions of players. And I think the fundamental difference there was that WoW allowed you to play as a single player. And what makes an MMO, massively multiplayer online game, massive is having the other people there. And they're so important, or else the world feels kind of wrong and dead. But the concept that we have to force you to interact with them to do anything is very off-putting to a lot of people. And the fact that people could come into WoW and just kind of the game design way of describing it as directed gameplay. And some games have extremely tight directed gameplay. Like, for example, if you were to play a single player game like Last of Us, you'll have those moments where they'll be like, you'll come up to a log and press triangle to duck, or else, or whatever the duck button is, left stick to duck to go under. And that's like the ultimate in directed gameplay. Like they're telling you exactly what to do. On the other end of the spectrum is a game like Minecraft, like vanilla Minecraft, where you'll find it's very divisive amongst gamers who love Minecraft or hate it. The ones who hate it are like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Like, you drop me in this world, I'm supposed to dig or something. And that's the type of player that needs directed gameplay, or they're going to cycle out. Not all players need it. And what WoW did, that it doesn't seem like an innovation, it doesn't seem like revolutionary, but it sort of created this directed gameplay that felt optional, but really wasn't.
I mean, I think it's absolutely revolutionary. It basically changed gaming. It changed the way we see games. And it was so successful in part because it became a mechanism by which you could spend hundreds of hours, thousands of hours in the game. I mean, it's kind of obviously, it's one of those, all these great ideas are always like this, right? In retrospect, you're like, well, obviously, if you make the path of least resistance quest-driven,
it's always
gameplay,
like that.
then it's going to be the reason that most people play. But it is true that I'm with you on, I both like the quests and cow level.
Yeah.
I guess you have to design for everybody. That's the tricky thing. Like, how do you fine-tune this? If you think of it as a loop of like, accept quest, kill 10 rats, turn in quest, ding, level up, that loop. Like, how do you fine-tune that so it's maximum fun, or fun for the maximum number of people? Is it, how difficult is that?
It's extremely difficult, and not everybody's good at doing that. We all, to some degree, lack the self-awareness of how we tick. So we're all different types of gamers, but if you ask me to describe the type of gamer I am, I might actually be giving more of a picture of the type of gamer I wish I was, or the type of gamer I want you to think I am versus the type of gamer I actually am. Mm-hmm. By playing lots of games, you cannot be an exceptional game designer without playing the shit out of as much as you can and understanding on a deep level. And the weirdest part about it is you're not just looking for the greatest hits. You learn just as much from a shitty game that you do from an amazing game. And also, like, a lousy game can have a great system that was tuned wrong.
Earlier today, I've talked about it tons of times in the past, where it's like, if you're a game dev, you need to play games. You need to play games. It doesn't matter what the game is. You just have to be doing everything. I actually, dude, it makes me so happy that he said that, because that's something that I feel so strongly about, and it's something that I believe so heavily, but I don't really see people talking about it very much. So it's super encouraging to see somebody talk about it who is like so well respected and they have so many skins on the wall. Somebody who's done it at such a high level for so many years. It's actually like, it's very validating for me, because I don't hear anybody talk about it. I'm like, what the hell's going on here? That just makes me feel good.
I'm not only like thinking about what makes this fun, I'm thinking about what makes this not fun, but I'm also watching everyone around me. My wife plays games, my kids play games, and understanding like, well, what do they do and how are they different to me? Why are they finding enjoyment in this? Why are they not? What's frustrating? What did they miss?
And being raw honest with exactly what you're saying. I mean, I if I were to analyze the kind of gamer I am, why do I enjoy the cow level? And above that, why do I enjoy loot? Why is loot so fun? Like what is it about opening a chest and getting a bunch of stuff? I mean, that might be like at the core of what I enjoy about gaming. That and walking around a beautiful world with nice music.
As a game designer, I'm at best a quack psychologist. You know, we can motivate you to do some weird things. The two driving motivators are extrinsic and intrinsic. And all of us at different times in our lives, in our gaming careers, whatever, we can shift from being intrinsically motivated to being extrinsically motivated. Obviously, loot is a big extrinsic motivation, but even saying that is too simplistic. Like, for example, on the loot boxes of Overwatch, there is a masterfully designed system that was designed by a game designer.
Hold on, dude, I'm like blown away right now, man. Isn't that crazy? It's an insane interview. It is. But like, you've heard me talk about this. Like, I'm telling you, I'm listening to this interview and I feel, I mean, this is like this is cringe. I feel such a high level of validation listening to this. Cause like, I've said this stuff. You've heard it from you. I mean, obviously he heard it from me. Is that, you guys have heard me. If you watch my stream regularly, I've talked about this so many times before. We're talking about like extrinsic motivation versus intrinsic motivation, and like where the different, like what the value of that is and what's more important when. Is that not insane? Like, it's kind of silly for me to feel so like good, I guess, about hearing these things, but it's like I feel like this is somebody that I have like a lot of respect for, like a very high level of respect for, that I've never actually had like the pleasure of having to communicate with, talk to, or anything like that. And it's like I'm hearing a lot of the same things that I've said to people over the years, or like I've talked about on stream. It feels really damn good.
There is a masterfully designed system.
Haters and this too, yeah.
Saying
it's
that
kind of
is too
sick.
simplistic. Like, for example, on the loot boxes of Overwatch, there is a masterfully designed system that was designed by a game designer, not by a business person or whatever, like not a commercial person. But beyond
You're actually
that,
right, no meme. It's kind of cool.
We also had a really good team who said the visceral opening of the box, the sound it makes,
the casino effect,
graphics, like
the casino
way
effect,
things spill out and animate. All of that is as satisfying as well. And you're trying to, like, there's the lizard brain part of it, of like, how does it, like, I see chest, I know it's gonna feel good, it's gonna feel good. And then there's the spreadsheety part of it, of what does it have? Is it an upgrade? And I think great game designers know how to tap into both of those things, you know, tap into the intrinsic and extrinsic. There's like when I was studying writing, you would study the elements of fiction. And, you know, these are just like basic things like plot and character development and setting and theme and whatever.
I remember that big rant you had on the casino effect years ago, man. This is unreal. Isn't this crazy? As a game dev, you're trying to make literal illusions imbue with psychological value in this video game. Yeah. That's crazy. Dude, listening to this interview feels so good to me. Like, I feel so like, this is so validating to me.
And it's like, you would study the elements of fiction. And, you know, these are just like basic things like plot and character development and setting and theme and whatever. And there's no like textbook that exists for game design, at least none that has been introduced to me yet. But I think about like elements of fun. Mm-hmm. What are the things that create fun for players? And they're not the same. Like it really, every human being is different. Like progression is fun. Sense of progression, that I'm putting an investment into this game. And then the game is recognizing my investment. That things like leveling, things
player
like the
agency.
amount of gold you have, those are all investment
I can see.
There's mastery. There's just pure raw skill. Creativity is one. And hand in hand with creativity is customization. And some of those can be aesthetic, like look at my customized character and I have the black curly hair and I put an earring in my character and I'm customizing in that way. The other is customizing my build.
Yeah.
Come up with the whirlwind barbarian,
this is insane.
And I'm the first to do it. These are all elements of fun that designers can tap into.
This is crazy.
Frequently tapping into, but they're never defined anywhere. And I find that players drift. Like, I'm the type of player who's not really loot motivated. I'm more motivated by seeing the content the world has to offer. And often that takes me on a detour of being loot motivated because there might be a dragon or a demon somewhere that I can't beat without this level of armor and sword. So now I'm loot motivated for some period of time to get back to being content motivated. Or if I'm having trouble defeating a boss, I might have to go back and look at the skills and abilities that my character's using, and I have to go into creativity mode.
Yeah.
Oh, he has that one AE where he area of effect.
This doesn't ever happen
where
anymore.
He puts a curse on me, and
But
if
it's
I
still
had
cool.
this counter ability to the curse, I could beat the boss to get the loot to get to the next boss. These are all cycles that are tapping into all those different elements of fun.
And ultimately enjoying and discovering what the world gives you, has to offer to you. And you have a lot of hats as a gamer. So you love the RPG, MMORPG world, but you're also a big shooter guy. Can you explain to me what fun in a shooter context is? We'll talk about Overwatch as a specific kind of fun. But you're also a huge fan of the ultra realistic shooters, Call of Duty. What is the definition of fun there?
There's a lot of skill and mastery. Off the cuff, flippant comment would be clicking heads. I'm just trying to click heads.
Okay.
There's an intimacy also to the first person camera. And now not all shooters are first person. There's a large trend these days to third person. I really think PUBG and Fortnite sort of opened that third person shooter door. And you're seeing games like Arc Raiders are third person, but to me,
dude, I love Jeff
nothing
Kaplan,
is as pure
man.
as first person. Like you're literally living in the
I love
world
Jeff
as
Kaplan.
that being. You can look at your hands, and it's that pure, visceral test of skill of can you click on the thing fast enough. And when it's PvP based, that's coming at you.
Could you lay out for people who don't necessarily know what PvP and PvE is, and single player, multiplayer, massively online multiplayer?
So PvP is player versus player. So that means a combative, if Lex and I are up against each other, we're attacking each other. We call that PvP. You can get killed by another player. Player versus environment is anytime you're shooting computer-controlled opponents. So if it's a game about dragons, the dragon is the environment in PvE.
And we should say that PvP and PvE, the P might be multiple players. So it could be 5 versus 5, 6 versus 6 for PvP, and for PvE it could be like raids where it's multiple people, large groups of people going against the AI.
Yep. So single player, that's a game that you play totally by yourself. Like you don't play with anybody else. You can't play with anybody else. It's not networked to play with other people. For example, I'm playing a game called Story of Seasons right now on the Switch, which I just play by myself. I have my farm. There's a town. I'm meeting people in the town, and no one can come and join me and interact with that. So it's a very controlled experience. Single player games are very difficult, or they can be very difficult and expensive in terms of production to create. Like if you think of a game like Uncharted or Last of Us that's made by Naughty Dog, like those are kind of the preeminent best single player games you could talk about. They're very handcrafted. Every experience is made just for you. One up from that is what I call co-op. And these terms become interchangeable, so I'm using some semantics here. But co-op is any cooperative experience that we can play together, but we're sharing an exact same experience very intentionally. And it's me sharing that experience only with other people that I know. So a great example of a cooperative game, maybe one of the best of all times, was Left 4 Dead, which is a game where you and 3 other people go in and you fight like hordes of zombies and you try to progress through to the end safe room. It's a very cooperative experience. A game like Diablo 4, you can play cooperatively with other people. Now, one up from that is multiplayer, and that's when you're engaging with strangers who are in the same world that you might not have the same cooperative goals as. You might have very opposed goals to them, you might PvP them, or they might just be random strangers that you pass in a town or city and never see again. And then massively multiplayer, which is what the MMO online sort of stands for, massively multiplayer online game. That's when you're breaking into thousands of players, and the world's become really, really big at that point.
And by the way, we should say that the co-op could be remote connection, but there's also what would you call that, couch co-op, where you have 2 people some games really designed well for the experience of two humans sitting together and playing the game together,
Yep.
which is a really tricky thing to design for. But if it's done well, it's a really fulfilling experience. Like with a friend, with a loved one, you can like play a game together. And Diablo 4, I should say, is an example of a game that does that really well. They do couch co-op. Like two people can play Diablo sitting together, and there's a real intimate experience in that.
Couch co it's funny because it actually like predates the couch. Even some of those old arcade games,
Yeah.
like would have two joysticks on them, and then you could play with
Right.
somebody else. Or there's famous game Gauntlet had 4 joysticks and 4 people playing together. And then anybody who grew up in that early console era, like NES, Sega Genesis was a legendary one. We would sit and we play NHL 93 on the couch, and anybody who lost, you'd lose the controller. And you could play that with up to 4 people playing. Or I remember one of the big games that came out was Mortal Kombat. And we would play Mortal Kombat on the Sega Genesis. And it was the house rules were, whoever
House
lost.
rules.
So whether you were in your college dorm or just some buddy's apartment and there's 5 people there, you're constantly cycling
not played
everybody in and
Gauntlet.
out. But there's just a magic to multiplayer of engaging and sharing in the experience with other people. That's why I've never made a single player game. I have great admiration for them. I don't know if I could do it. The challenge, the reason I love multiplayer so much, the way I describe being a game director or game designer on a multiplayer game, it's like, imagine if you were going to be a movie director and you were going to have all these actors and set designers and props and, writers and scripts and all of this stuff. And your goal was to get a certain movie made. But we're going to ask you, the director, you're going to leave the room. You can set it all up ahead of time, and then you're not allowed to be there or talk to anybody involved in it. And now you need the actors to have an experience. And it's just kind of the wildest, funnest experiment. Like,
From a designer creator perspective, because you don't know what the players will create. So that's fun to see. You lay out the chessboard, you lay out the world, and then you get to watch what they create together. That's true.
I struggle because sometimes people call me the anti-story guy in games, and that really
Blue Moon
hurts me
Gauntlet with 3 other
because,
people?
like, I actually love
Could be a game.
story in games.
If I have 3 people that'll
and
play
I
games
counter
with
that I'm the anti-shitty story guy. And what I mean by that is, like, the most magical stories that I've ever heard come out of video games are player stories about, the time I gave Barfa a potion and then I met him in real life. Like, that's
Right,
better than
brother.
any video game writing that I've heard in a long while. The player story is so much more interesting. Lex, why do you like the cow level so much? And tell me about some goofy time, like a loot goblin drew you into the most danger, but there was another player there, and then like, those are the stories that I think are more interesting from games. There are some exceptional writers in video games and some exceptional games at story. I've mentioned Naughty Dog, like they're kind of on another level, but Valve has amazing writing. The writing behind Half-Life 2, Mark Laidlaw, the writing behind Portal and Portal 2, I think it was Eric Wolpaw, who is hilarious, just amazing, and Rockstar. Red Dead Redemption 2 is one of my favorite games of all time, and that's a game where you can see the expertise and mastery of the game design and the narrative design, and the fact that you can have those player stories of just the goofy shit. Like, I remember, because the controls are a little awkward in Red Dead for a PC player who's playing on console. Like, I always get confused about, like, taking out my gun and putting it away and what's, the L1 and L2. Like, as a PC gamer, I'm just like, let me bind this stuff to where I want it. And so, like, a guy in town rides by and he's like, howdy, partner. And I go to, like, give him the Arthur Morgan, hey, what's up, back. And I just whip out my sawed-off shotgun and, like, blow his fucking head off. And then the whole town is, like, suddenly I'm, like, I'm wanted and I'm being chased. And then there's a train that, like, takes out the posse.
I need to
and
play this.
It's like those stories. And the fact that Red Dead can have, this, like, touching, heartbreaking story of Arthur Morgan and his journey. But you can also have...
I played Red
the
Dead
player
Revolver.
story
I didn't play
blowing off
Redemption.
the poor guy. I was
That's a
just trying to...
combination.
Yeah.
And then Rockstar does a really good job with, even in Grand Theft Auto with the radio, it could be kind of a side aspect of the game That great writing there can help create the world.
Yeah.
With humor, with color, with depth, with heartbreak, all that kind of stuff.
There was a moment in Red Dead where there's the Daniel Lanois song. That's the way it is. And I love Daniel Lanois. So the fact that somehow Rockstar landed him and like was able to get that song out of him. And there's this moment where you're like riding back and they start that song, and everything up to then had been and gorgeous, like more of a score. There's Woody Jackson, who's like a really amazing game composer. He had done the score for that. And so nothing had been like lyrical with words. And then they play the Daniel Lanois song, and there's like the quotes are coming back from like Dutch and Arthur Morgan. And I'm just like, God damn, this is art. You know, this is like, I know it's supposed to be entertainment. I know it's a business.
Dude, I love that this guy's just a
the
gamer.
pyramid is art, and it just hit
And
me
he sees why
emotionally.
everything is so
there's
good.
certain games where, you know, I mean, that moment, and you just imagine the number of people who shed a tear during that moment. Then that's just a reflection of how much you're invested into this world, into these characters. That's a beautiful thing. I have to ask you about this image that you sent me. It's super cool. So yeah, I would love it if we could nerd out about it a little bit. The zone flow for the original World of Warcraft. There's a bunch of zones. It'd be awesome if you kind of talk through how like this world is built. Take me to that time when you're designing this before anyone else got a chance to play it.
All WoW stuff, it would start from that inspiration of Chris and the world. And, you know, it's so fun hanging out with Chris because we had whiteboards all over the place. And, you know, hey, Chris, we should make Eastern Kingdoms. What do you think it should be? And he would just tell you the story of each of these as he's just drawing. And Chris is a really talented artist. So the map would be gorgeous. I have lots of like
Chris
photographs
Madsen
of
is who he's
Chris
talking
maps that he would just kind of whiteboard up. He's like, you know, here's the Dwarven lands. There's wetlands with Cosmodan up there. And that's where this, you know, tribe of dwarves were from. And then the, you know, humans are going to be down with Elwyn Forest. And in Westfall, there's, you know, this group called the Defias Brotherhood. And they have a place called Dead Mines.
Nice.
So I would talk to Chris because
So cool.
you want to capture the spirit. Like as a game designer, you want to capture the experience that's in people's heads. So like take Burning Steps, for example. It's supposed to be one of the scariest places with lava and dragons and, you know, all this kind of stuff. That doesn't feel like where you want to start. It feels like where you want to end. So you kind of work the world flow in a way that puts that at the end. But there was also kind of some magic to the original starting areas where we gave the dwarves and the humans a free flight path between the dwarf hometown was called Ironforge, the human hometown was called Stormwind, and we allowed you to fly for free. So like these little newbies who were, you know, level 5 or something, if you played a dwarf and I played a human, I'm like, oh, Lex, don't worry, I'll come. You know, I'll come to Ironforge and we'll hook up and I'll just fly out to you, which is the magic of World of Warcraft. You have to fly over Burning Steps and Syrian
Yes,
Forge, and you look
dude,
down
we've
and
talked
you're
about
like,
this before.
holy shit, that looks
dude,
scary and dangerous. And it plants that seed of things to come.
Dude, I love that he mentioned this. So we've talked about this. Okay, so in the past we talked about how like having this sort of feeling, it's so cool, man. It's so cool having this feeling of when you play an MMO and you see something on the horizon of what's to come, the future, right? And you're like, oh my gosh, I have no idea what that is, but it looks unreal. That sort of foreshadowing that is in place in vanilla. You see it in Burning Crusade. I use this example a lot. When you go to Blood Furnace, okay, you're a new player. Burning Crusade just came out. You're leveling up. You're fresh. You're in the Hellfire Ramparts. You go to the Hellfire Blood Furnace. And above, or sorry, the last boss below you is Magtheridon. And he's chained up. He's locked up by these warlocks. Okay, one of the most powerful pit lords in the entire universe is being locked up by these orcs, by these orc warlocks. And you can see him. You see him. You're level 61 maybe, and you're looking down and you're like, I'm going to fight that guy someday. You don't even know that you're going to fight him yet. you're just like, what is that? What is going on? Like, that is freaking cool, man. That is so cool. I love that, dude. I've talked about his specific example that he just gave. I think we talked about that in Classicast one time, talking about when you fly over, and it's crazy that this high level zone is in between the two starting areas because you get to see it and you get to you feel like dude. You fly over the mountain, and then all of a sudden the sky turns red, and you see the smokestacks, and you see the Black Rock Mountain. You see the I don't even know what they're called after all these years, but you see the altar with the guys on the left side. Like that's a way. I mean, it's so cool. It's so freaking cool. The way that they designed the flight path, giving you the scenic route, all of it was intended. All of it was on purpose. It's not just like, why can't you just fly from point A to point B? Because that every turn and twist and whatever that flight path is taking, it's showing you something, and it's building the story, and it's building the world, and it's so cool.
So you've designed some incredible quests. Is there any that stand out that you're proud of, ashamed of? I mean, you are famously have designed the Green Hills of Stranglethorn quest, one of the most infamous quests in the history of WoW, of gaming, where you had to collect a bunch of pages of Green Hills of Stranglethorn. Maybe can you comment on that one, or any quest that you just springs to mind?
Green Hills of Stranglethorn holds a lot of emotional value for me because amongst WoW players back in the day, it was unanimously hated as one of the shittiest, most annoying quests. But it holds a really special place in my heart. First of all, it's one of the few times that I just like wrote a short story that's actually in the game. It's me paying homage to Hemingway.
People like it
the
now.
guy who gives you the quest, his name is Hemmet Nessingway.
Buy all the parts and
me
they just
rearranging the letters of Hemingway. There's another quest giver there that's Kerouac's name, also mixed up. And then it was the typical hubris of a junior game designer who thinks he's clever but is actually a dipshit. That's the Green Hills of Stranglethorn like summed up. So like I wrote the story over like it was, I think, winter break, like everybody was gone, and I just was so happy to be in the office. You know, I'm at Blizzard by myself writing late at night, and the whole idea, and this is very much what I call ant farm designer, which is bad, which is, you know, you're the game designer who's playing God, and players are the ants in your ant farm, and you want to see what they're going to do, which is not the correct way to be a good multiplayer designer. But I hadn't learned that.
It's actually really funny.
And there's a really great famous Sid Meier quote where it says there's three types of fun: fun for the player, fun for the designer, and fun for the computer. And we catch ourselves. We're like, you know, we got to be really careful. It has to be fun for the player, not fun for us. So this Green Hills of Stranglethorn quest was like an ant farm design.
Interesting.
I'm going to write this, honestly, probably pretty shitty story. I haven't read it since 2003, so God only knows if it's any good. But I wrote this story, and then I divided it up into all of these different pages. And the quest giver, Hemmet Nessingway, wants you to put together, like the story's like he wrote this book, but then the pages got scattered across Stranglethorn Vale. And when you're doing quest design, you're really thinking about the player flow, and you're directing them from quest giver hubs out into these destinations, and you want them to do all the destinations. But sometimes we would do these bridging quests where you could do anything in the zone, and it sort of had this overlap. And so the pages of Green Hills of Stranglethorn could be looted off of any creature anywhere in Stranglethorn Vale. And it was kind of like that McDonald's Monopoly game where you have to have all the pieces or else you're not going to win. But where I really went south, I don't think the idea in a vacuum is horrible, but where this really fell apart was the interface of World of Warcraft wasn't set up. Like the pages didn't stack. There wasn't a dedicated container to put all the pages in. So players had very limited bag space. And as they're fighting in Stranglethorn Vale, I'm just shitting up their inventory with all of these pages. And they only needed so many. Like, you might get unlucky and you have like 3-page 5s that are just junk in your inventory. And I might have like 8-page 6s. And then everybody, and this was the goal, like the designer trying to puppeteer everybody. everybody in Stranglethorn chat is like, hey, I'm looking for a page
Yeah.
6. Anyone got a page 3? And that was like my fantasy as a designer of like, and then they're going to be social and meet each other and players are going to be appreciative for each other. But really all everybody did was just eventually no one did the quest. They just
That's
were
actually
super
true.
annoyed where they went to the auction house. So the quest is famous in that it was so aggravating and annoying. And it just became a way, it not only became a way for me to learn from my mistakes, but because I was very open with the fact that I didn't think it was good and that the quest had failed, it opened the door for us at Blizzard to be critical of our own work. Like, it's always easier if you're the first one to go out and say, hey guys, I think I made one of the shittiest quests in the game and here's why. And then it sort of challenged people to make better versions of it.
I mean, again, you continue to speak with so much humility, but WoW turned out to be one of the biggest games of all time, both in terms of popularity, how many players play it, revenue, and critical acclaim. And then you rose to become a game director of WoW, helping release Wrath of the Lich King, which by many is considered to be the greatest expansion. I mean, there's a million questions I can ask here, but maybe this is also a good place to ask about the famous Blizzard polish. So Blizzard as a company has historically, and you were certainly a big part of that, delivered these games that were just got so many pieces right and well functioning and well coordinated and just feel finished in a way that a lot of other games don't get right. So what does it take to take this gigantic game, this game played by millions of people, loved by millions of people, and deliver it in a way where it's like it all just works?
To have a level of polish is like a studio-wide culture that has to be instilled in everybody. Like, no one can be satisfied with a bug. Every game is going to have bugs, and Blizzard games have bugs. It's a question of how quickly do you fix them and with what urgency. And as players ourselves, if we're playing as much as anybody else, we're going to be motivated to fix the bugs. There are some really tactical aspects to it too. The quality assurance department at Blizzard is the best in the industry. Like, the people who come and do QA at Blizzard, they are passionate gamers. Many of them want to be developers themselves, and they're not just doing it for a job. They do it because they fucking love the game. And the relationship we tried to develop between us on the development teams and QA was extremely tight. And whenever possible, we also tried to sit as many QA members up with the development team as possible, depending on the logistics of, in the early days, we didn't always have the space for all of QA to sit with us. We were very fortunate on the Overwatch team to have a large amount of QA sitting with us, and then developing that relationship. In the early days, there were these fears of like, well, QA can't talk to the developers, and trying to shatter that because some of our QA members knew the game so inside out. You would just say to them like, hey, dude, just message me anytime. Here's my home number. Like, call me if there's a bug.
Home number.
You think
You guys were having home numbers
on this? You got to speak up. I don't care what the chain of command is. Like, we got to fix this thing.
So good, dude.
So QA was amazing.
I mean, so can you speak to QA quality assurance at the peak of the craft? What does it entail? Like, you're basically experiencing the game and trying to figure out on a particular slices of that experience that can be improved.
Yeah, people simplify the role by just, these guys just get to play games all day and then like let us know if there's a bug. They are so systematic in the way they test stuff. They come up with these plans that are actually amazing of like who's going to test what. There's a lot of regression testing that goes on. Within QA, there will also be compatibility testing. The Blizzard compatibility department was amazing. Like, they had every card, every machine, every configuration, and they would roll through to make sure there wasn't some quirk that was going to come up on some video card or some motherboard that you weren't expecting. But it was all very systematic. It wasn't just Wild West, let's play the game. And then as a developer interacting with QA, you would find that there were certain specialists, whether like for example, on Overwatch, there were a couple of players that, like, we all were shooter players when we were making Overwatch, but I'm not like esports level shooter player. I'm like, Gen Xer. Remember Doom? How good I was.
Yeah.
But we had, you know, a couple of these QA specialists who like they could just snipe from 100 meters out and hit the shot every time and tell us if there was a frame of input delay, you know.
Damn.
And then you sit that person with an engineer and say, hey, I think there's some input lag here.
That's amazing.
And sure enough, they'd be right. But you have to have that relationship where the devs trust QA, or just even on like World of Warcraft, they had a great relationship with QA and that they built out a full raid team to do the raids. And then you're not only like looking for bugs, like, hey, the dragon was supposed to fly and instead it just like sunk through the world and the game crashed, which would happen. But like, if you really value QA, you're asking them, what do you, dude, what do you think? You're, you know, like 10 million people are going to see this. Your opinion, multiply it, you know, it matters. What do you think? You know, are you having fun? Yeah, this is cool. This isn't cool. So QA was important. The other thing that was important is the Blizzard engineering, which you have to architect your game to be hot fixable. And what a hot fix is, games, there's a couple ways to fix them. The way most of us know, because all the software we have gets a patch. You know, you have to update it. You have to download a new version of it. Windows, you know, you get that annoying message, like there's a new version of Windows and it takes, you know, a few minutes and you update it. You know, obviously we patch our games and that's where we fix a lot of bugs. But if you really want to run a game like Overwatch or World of Warcraft successfully, you need master level engineers who have architected the client and server in such a way that you can hot fix the game on a dime. And what a hot fix is a server patch that no one's client has to go down for.
It's because you're dealing with a huge number of players and you discover an issue and you want to respond to that issue really quickly.
Yeah, there's emergency issues like something's crashing. Like the worst case scenario is anytime the server's crashing. Or in Overwatch, like a really catastrophic bug would be something where you have to disable a hero. Like someone found an exploit and you have to disable a hero from the lineup. You want to turn around that hotfix, if you can, in half an hour, get that hero back live. You might have somebody who only plays that hero, and the only reason they're going to play Overwatch is because that hero is active. You don't want to wait for patches, and you want to hotfix as fast as you can.
And then also to improve the game quickly, to just even settle stuff.
Players feel it. Like that's where there's this idea of like the love and the craftsmanship of the developer that you can feel. Like any product, you know, your iPhone or Android or like any computer or consumer product, you can feel when there are people who loved it behind it and aren't just putting it out on a shelf. And games have that as well, where you can feel the like heart and soul of the developer in the thing. And some of that's like the joy and delight of like that there's a cow level, right? That's, you know, you can feel the humanity of the development team through that. But another part of that is like, do they clean up their fucking yard? You know, does this game work? Is it, and it's not just the bugs and the crashes. It's like when balance gets wacky and stupid and, you know, suddenly everybody's a barbarian and whirlwinding and no one else will play anything else. You're like, we should probably fix that, you know?
Ah, those were the days. I sadly was the barbarian whirlwind guy.
One-handed.
Yeah, they brought so much joy. So a lot of people modern day think of you as Jeff from the Overwatch team.
My name is Jeff from the Overwatch team. I'm Jeff from the Overwatch team. I'm Jeff from the Overwatch team.
But y'all must have forgot. You were the game director of WoW in an era when WoW was one of the biggest games in the world. Just, you know, looking back, what wisdom can you draw from that time when you got to experience this era of gaming that changed gaming forever, where it's millions of people playing this video game?
It was my first game I worked on, and I joined it as this entry-level dude.
Yeah.
I still have my offer letter from Blizzard, which was for $35K a year. You know, that's what I was making. And very shortly after WoW shipped, you know, Alan left his lead before the beta, or like right around the beta. And then Rob took over as the lead designer. And then he left the team very shortly after WoW shipped to go start StarCraft 2. And he put myself and Tom Chilton in charge. Tom is a designer he was a great partner of mine and a great leader. And he actually came from Ultima Online. And so I always looked up to Tom because he had a lot more experience than I did. And this is like early 2005. The world was on fire. The servers were barely running. WoW had taken off like gangbusters. And they basically put me and Tom in charge of WoW. And at the time they promoted me, my title, I didn't even have a lead title. My title was senior game designer. And Tom and I were running the design of WoW at that time. So I thought it was totally normal. And I thought what we were experiencing with WoW was just normal for making a video game because it was the first video game that I had worked on. Mm-hmm. I thought it was the funnest joyride because we were working on WoW. We were still working insane hours. And then I'd get home, eat dinner, and then me and my wife would log in and play WoW, for 4 hours. And then I'd go in the next day and I'd work. And it was just my whole life was World of Warcraft. And I loved it. Like I loved everything from, the creative meetings with Chris Metzen and just what an inspiration and muse he was, down to the simplest, dumbest design stuff that like we as game designers, like you want to talk about why a button is in the lower left versus lower right and what does that mean? That's like 2 hours of discussion. And is there a better way? Like the 10,000 minutia problems were thrilling to me. And then also the big disasters, like I had, in the early days of WoW, we didn't really have all the processes in place for like how to deal with being a successful online game. And I literally had GMs, like game masters, these are customer support guys, calling my home phone at 3 a.m. Like I remember this one time there was some faction token in Stranglethorn Vale and they figured out a way to exploit it. And this GM calls me panicked. It's 3 a.m. He's like, I'm just spawning, what did we call them? Guardians of Blizzard. They were these giant infernals that we just made that instantly death touched anything. We used to have them when we were in the beta, like off in the distance of places players weren't supposed to get in case they cheated their way there. And this GM is just spawning them all over Stranglethorn Vale because he's worried because the players are exploiting. And it's like 3 a.m. and I'm talking in hushed tones because my wife is sleeping right next to the bed. I'm doing this because it was actually like before the cell phone days when I actually had a landline. But that's just how, and I loved it. I loved the thrill of those big moments, the minutia. And
Dude,
I felt
that's
like
amazing.
Running WoW Live, which was me and Tom together with an amazing team. We kind of learned how to be the WoW team, and putting WoW in a box and shipping it was like only chapter 1 in the 12-chapter book, essentially. And that first, how to run the game, how to patch it, what type of content, how to deal with emergencies, what should our customer support be like?
What did Fig
we would
say?
debate, should we have a launcher or not? In the early days, the only reason the launcher existed in WoW was to run anti-cheat on your machine.
Wait, there's a video of what they're talking about?
We figured out how to...
Hold on. There's a video of what they're talking about. What? I've heard of the Guardians of Blizzard. But have I seen this? Is a 20-year-old video. Have I seen this? I don't know if I've seen this video. It's called GM World of Warcraft number 5 Guardian of Blizzard 20 years ago. What is this song? Anything is possible. Tunnel Trance Force full length. Hold on. We'll watch this video. Dude, what FPS is this? So a GM was spawning these Guardians of Blizzard because people were doing some exploit on one of the servers and they were just killing everybody. They were doing an exploit for Bijou turn-ins. Wait, they tried to kill it with a ray? Wait. Hold on, is this on hold on, is this on Illidan? Is this on Illidan? Saga? Wait, I played on this server. So I played on Illidan and transferred to Kel'Thuzon at the end. I remember Serenity Now, Saga. What? That's crazy. No! Oh my god, dude, Super Pally! No way! The guy recording this video is Super Pally! Dude, there's no way! I used to talk to this guy for hours. We used to duel all the time outside of Ironforge. Cause he was in what guild was he in? I think he was in Saga, not Serenity Now. He had a Hand of Rag and like full tier 2. There's no way. Super Pally crafted my gnomish engineering net for me. I had a gnomish engineering and it said crafted by Super Pally, and I remember it went away whenever I transferred. There's no way. He's the guy who recorded this video that Jeff Kaplan of the event that Jeff Kaplan is talking about now. I'm pretty sure it was my gnome net that he crafted, because he crafted something for me. I used to duel this guy for hours outside of Ironforge. What? Is there any chance he's still active? I played Horde on Illidan. We used to PvP with Saga nonstop. Dude, so I had a Horde character on Illidan as well, and I was in a guild called Iza Clan. With like it was Iza Clan, and then all their names were like Vandaliza, IZA, and there was a Tauren warrior by the name of Piccolo. I remember, who was in Blood Legion. I think. Dude, this is insane. Like what? This is the craziest thing in the world to me. But I don't know. I had no idea about this happening. That GM in this video is on the phone with Jeff Kaplan in real life. Well, hey, what do I do while this video is being recorded by some guy that I used to talk to and duel all the time outside of Ironforge 20 years ago, who also crafted my gnomish engineering net for me? This is insane. I'm actually blown away by this. I'm in complete and total shock. Dude, the guild Die. Dude, there was a guild called Die on Illidan, Death's Imperial Entourage, and their guild leader was a Night Elf warrior by the name of Grey Rage. And somebody made a Grey Rage soundboard that people would share on the forums. Somebody made a third-party forum from the WoW forums because of some reason, I can't remember. And it was called Illadrama, illadrama.com. And on Illadrama, people would share the Grey Rage soundboard. Yep. Yeah, dude. Vanilla Illidan was so good. Yeah. Vanilla Illidan was so good. And then at the end, I actually transferred to Kel'Thuzad at the end of Vanilla. It was during the next patch I transferred. So, yeah. Part of me wishes I never transferred from Illidan. Part of me. But yeah. Cause like I have like some Kel'Thuzad stories, but like I feel like I have more like iconic like memories of things happening on Illidan, even though I was like I did more and was better at the game on Kel'Thuzad. Kind of weird. Interesting. The lore is expanding. Yeah. Man, dude, there was an insane core memory chain of reactions. Dude, is this person still active? Oh my gosh. These are all videos from the old server I played on. Is this an infernal in the auction house? They used to do this all the time. Look at this guy. His name is Shalashaska from Metal Gear. Wait, what is this? The bomb? Oh, no. I think this is a, what is this? Is this, yeah, this is Veil. It's a Veil bomb. I think it's a Veil. Was that Baron or Veil? Thought you were playing TBC since you fight to launch it? Lame. Huh? Hello? You okay, buddy? First time chatter, you okay? By the way, I stream everything. I don't just stream WoW. So if you want me to not play Burning Crusade, just I'll play playing something else at some point. Don't worry. Anyway, this was a crazy little side deal, but that's insane. All right, let's go ahead and continue the interview. That was insane, man. I wonder if that guy, if I comment on the YouTube video, if he's selected.
To put that into the game and out of the launcher. And it was the first time I ever really had an in-depth conversation with Mike Morheim. He's like, you got to bring the launcher back, guys. And we're like, why? He's like, there's no better way for us to talk to our players. And I remember trying to hide the launcher. And to this day, Mike was right. Like, that launcher turned out to be the best thing we ever had. That's essentially what Battle.net has morphed into these days.
Dude, I'm like kind of reeling from that. That was wild.
When it came time to make Burning Crusade, you know, at that point, Tom and I were leads. We were full. They had actually promoted us. There were two big exoduses of groups that quit Blizzard. They were disenfranchised. If you can believe it, like, we just shipped World of Warcraft, and this whole group just walked out the door. I was actually sitting, my desk faced Morheim's office, and I watched them all go in and quit. And they were the group that formed Carbine, which made the game WildStar. Ended up taking them 10 years to make. And they were just really unhappy with World of Warcraft, and they were unhappy with, I don't know what they were unhappy with. They were unhappy enough to walk out the door right after we had shipped WoW.
That's incredible. But what is it? Just because they put their heart and soul in the game and they maybe get exhausted in a certain kind of way?
Yeah, and I don't want to. It's not fair of me to speak on their behalf. I think they were promised some compensation that they didn't immediately see. I don't know if the game. Like, here's the weird part when you make a game. When you come up with the idea and you start pitching it to people, that's the best the game is ever going to be. And then you work on it, like, games I worked on take 5 years. Overwatch was 2.5, 3 years. Every day you get close to ship, the imagination of the ideal game gets farther and farther from the reality, and you're always shipping this like greatly sacrificed thing that nowhere near matches the imagination of the inception of the idea. So you become disenfranchised with the concept.
So in some sense, you're constantly in a state of disappointment. You're basically shipping a lesser thing that you've been dreaming about.
Yes.
You're doing less and less and less, saying no and no and cutting and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's difficult, psychologically difficult. But nevertheless, the result when you zoom out is one of the greatest games of all time that millions of people played for thousands of hours. It's just did you ever have an experience, a realization how huge WoW was in terms of not like statistics on the server and so on, but the culture?
I'm blown away by what just happened,
The
man.
first time was the first BlizzCon.
I left a
It was
comment on that
in
video.
2005. So when WoW shipped, and this is so weird to tell people, but on the team, not everyone, but a lot of us were very demoralized after WoW shipped. There were all sorts of issues with the servers because the game did way more successful than we expected it to do. And the server load was just nuts. Like we were doing our best to hire database programmers, because we just didn't know how to deal with this sheer scope of the game. But when you're an individual, and at that time, like I mentioned, there were multiple exoduses of people who quit Blizzard. They went and formed a couple notable studios. One was Carbine. The other was Red 5. And we lost kind of our core people. Like when Red 5 started, that was our team leader. That was Mark Kern, and our art director, Bill Petrus. They quit. When Carbine started, it was, I think, all of our animators and some of our best programmers. And it's really demoralizing when you lose team members like that. But then we were also underwater. Like the servers aren't running. We're not able to keep up with demand. And we had to start putting patches out. And now we're making patches for a while we had one animator who stuck around, and then eventually he left also. But you're doing okay, we got to now do a patch without an animator. A lot of our art team was gone at that point, and you're trying to keep the ship afloat, and the morale was just in the shitter.
So he's talking about Titan
down
here.
On Team 2, the WoW team is called Team 2, and that we had somehow failed. And during that time, there was this idea to do BlizzCon. And the way that started was EverQuest had done these meetups because they knew it was a big guild social game, and people would get together at some hotel ballroom, and you'd sit with your guild at a banquet room table. And to give credit where credit's due, I remember sitting in the meeting for what was to become BlizzCon. It was Pardo who said, Blizzard's bigger than that. We're not just one game. And I know everybody's focused on World of Warcraft right now. We should do BlizzCon. And at the time, we had a game called StarCraft Ghost.
Oh, this is about WoW.
And that was getting ready to show.
This is before Titan.
And
oh my gosh,
Frozen
StarCraft
Throne,
Ghost,
which was
dude.
expansion to Warcraft
the
3.
game that never was.
But we knew we were going to make StarCraft 2. And then there was a lot of motion happening with Blizzard North, which is a whole separate story. But there was hey, we could really do a cool show. That's this BlizzCon thing. And at first, we kind of announced it, and it just was crickets. When you're excited about something, you're man, everybody's gonna love. We're doing BlizzCon. Everybody's kind of crickets. What's BlizzCon? Who cares? And we're idiots. We're reading the forums, and the forums are just flaming us all the time. There's lag on this server, and can't log into that server. And that was our perspective of what was happening.
Oh.
And then, like I said, give Mike Morheim credit where credit's due. He kept us committed to that launcher, and they put the BlizzCon tickets on the launcher, which they hadn't done before. It was on the website. And so everybody who logged into World of Warcraft suddenly got this like, hey, we're doing BlizzCon in Anaheim. Do you want to come? Sold out instantly sold out. And when I showed up at that show, one of the most emotional things in my life, it was nothing but an outpouring of love. And up until that point, your perception was, because you're just reading online.
Dude.
And it was, the perception is such hatred because people who are passionate online, they express themselves in the harshest ways because it gets attention.
So I don't think it's just about it getting attention. I also think it's about they dehumanize people because they don't see them as people, right? Like a lot of people online don't see the devs as people. They just see them as like just bots, literally. Like they just think they're just like programming robots. I gotta say this. Even as a streamer, dude, there's times where I've felt this way. Like I've absolutely felt this way as a streamer, where I remember it was last BlizzCon that I went to. I remember going to BlizzCon and kind of feeling like certain. I had like certain feelings about things, right? And when I'm there, and just like when you actually get to see people in person, and you see like the outpouring of support and friendliness, and people were like, "Oh my gosh, it's Esfand." Like, and the stories that people have told me in person, I mean, a lot of them are on stream. A lot of them are on stream. I mean, there was a guy talking about how he like reunited with his sister through he like reunited like basically he had like no relationship with his sister, and he like reunited with his sister through Classic, and they would watch my stream and all kinds of stuff like that, right? There was also a guy who said to me one time, he's like, look, I don't have any time to watch Twitch anymore, but he's like, I will literally never cancel my sub to you because of what you did for Classic WoW. It's like, I wish I could watch. I just don't, I can barely ever tune in because of like work and life and this and that. He's like, but I will never, ever cancel my sub because of everything that you did for Classic leading up to it. And he's like, and the people that were around, everybody knows. Like, it's just like, it's like when people say stuff like that, it's like, damn, like you kind of realize like the kind of impact what you do makes. I'm like, damn. You know? So it's interesting that he had a very similar experience to that, like going to BlizzCon versus like reading comments on the online or seeing how people treat you online. But then whenever you go to the event in person, it's like, oh, like these are like the real like super fans of like the communities. These are the people that are like, they're all in on this thing, right? Not to say that people who aren't there are not that, but there's a higher percentage of them who are there that are that way. So it's kind of interesting to see it that way, you know?
Yeah, that's the lesson I should have learned from my early days. And it's such an unfortunate thing because then you met these people in person and they loved World of Warcraft. Mm-hmm. And all they wanted to do was talk about World of Warcraft and hear about what was coming next and be around other people who loved World of Warcraft. And
it's incredible. It's a fascinating thing to me about human nature, and it's absolutely true. And I wish it was a thing that could be solved, but then again, maybe not. Maybe that's just the way it is. But in person, all of the people that are passionate about a particular topic, and whatever that topic is, it could be games, it could be the conferences, technical conferences, they're all mostly full of love. And just the way they talk about stuff, they nerd out. Even the disagreements are drenched in this respect and appreciation and love for the game, for the topic. And online, you're right. I don't know if it's because of popularity or clicks or so on, but it's just the way of speaking on the internet is more mockery and
cynical.
If you say, yeah, I love this thing,
sucks.
Here's an apple. I love apples. I love
bananas. Classic.
I love X, whatever. You just get made fun of.
Yeah,
dude, yum yuckers, dude.
The lesson you learn from that,
dude, the yum yuckers. We got to get rid of the yum yuckers, dude.
Speak up when I love something. I'm going to instead speak up when I maybe how much I hate another thing that's similar to it, or maybe join in when we're making fun of a particular quirky thing about don't you hate it when bananas are too ripe or too, versus like not saying calling out the elephant in the room is we're all gathered here today because we love the thing.
Yeah.
It's interesting. It's an aspect of the internet that I think is jarring to a lot of people depending on the game. But if you go to Discord or Reddit or so on, in the communities that love a particular video game, if you're not used to it, and I don't often go, so when I go, it's like, wow, there's a lot of like pretty intense kind of mockery and derision and so on. But you get used to it pretty quick and you understand it. And just, I wish there was more love.
I feel bad because I played a role in the earliest development of some of that online culture.
Kind of did.
It really was social media before it was called social media. You know, I had this reputation for being edgier than I really was. There were a couple notable posts that survived 30 years that people like to look back on, but they don't look back on the ones where I'm just being chill. And that's unfortunate. I think a lot as a game designer about the design of social media. And unfortunately, social media in general is designed in such a way where the maximum hyperbole works. And that's how you get the most points, is by being max hyperbolic. And usually, unfortunately, it's more in the negative direction than the positive direction. You know, if I say, that's a pretty nice mug. I've seen nicer, but I like this one. No one's interested in that. I have to either love this thing or better, this thing's a crime against humanity in some way. And it's very self-reinforcing and everybody sort of feeds into it. And
especially when you're young, I got to see this kind of interesting thing. So I was I spent, as we were talking about, you're from Pasadena, I've been spending a lot of time in Caltech and working on robots, and we get to see students come in from high school, undergraduates come in and like a tour, hang out with the robots, in middle school also. And the interesting thing you see, the younger they are, the more prevalent this effect, which is all of them are kind of afraid to show that they think a thing is awesome. You could just feel they're checking, is it okay?
Yeah.
So they're kind of like, the default mode is whatever, everything's stupid, this is stupid, you know, that, because that's the safe place to be. It's a real act of vulnerability. I would say it's an act of courage, especially for a young person, to be like, holy shit, that's awesome. Like, if I think this is awesome, I'm gonna be the nerd. I'm gonna take the risk of being made fun of for saying I love this.
Isn't that weird that people don't think it's cool?
So that's an actual psychological effect that also young people.
I feel like it's such a weird thing, but he's absolutely right that so many people they treat excitement with such negativity. They treat happiness with such negativity. Why is that? Why is it that when somebody is excited or passionate or they love something, people are not more supportive of that? Like, where does that actually come from? And I get like misery loves company, but like, is it a jealousy? Is it like where do these yum yuckers come from? Is it why not? Are these why not me's? It's very interesting. But I can't figure it out.
People are dealing with in person also. So I just want to say, for young people listening to this, be vulnerable, be courageous, and say you love a thing if you love a thing, and do more of that on the internet. I think people make up the internet. People build the internet, and young people more than anybody else define the future of the internet. So put more love out there in the world. If you love a video game, if you love Overwatch, say you love it.
I couldn't agree more. You know, as somebody who's taken a lot of heat online, like any game developer, you just get destroyed. Doing what you do, you must get destroyed, you know. And it doesn't matter. You get 100 compliments. It's the one, you know, you're supposed to read it and supposed to be fine with it and have it not affect you. It'll stay with you for years.
It adds up over time.
And I think of it like the cheesy way I think about it is like, is there some kind of social Darwinism going on? And my big worry is that there are creators like now being a creator of anything, writer, musician, you know, make online videos, whatever creator means to you, make games. Now part of the skill set is being able to weather like a fire hose of criticism like the world has never seen. And I make up these scenarios in my head of like, would Van Gogh have existed if,
Dude, this is actually a crazy thing to think about.
Reddit and all these things were out there commenting on, like, how many people
It's actually a
able
crazy thing to think about.
communicate with Beethoven in his lifetime or in a week? Like, how many influences could comment on his music directly to him versus, like, if I want to insult Brad Pitt right now, I can just go on 10 different devices and do it. And it's like, that level of access is very dangerous. And I worry that there is a whole group of people who's receding from us that will never see the brilliance, and they're being shut out by the negativity. There's a very real example was Jay Wilson, who I think is one of the great design minds, who was the game director of Diablo.
Dude, this is like an insane thing to think about, by the way. And he might be completely right, even. But it really is like an absolutely insane thing to think about, because like if somebody is put down so much, then there's a good chance to reasonably think that, yeah, maybe they just wouldn't do something, or they'd be put off by something so much they wouldn't want to even try it. So like, you take some of these people that were some of like the world's like greatest creative minds in history, and if they were put into a kind of the scenario, the situation that a lot of people are today as any type of creator of anything, it's very reasonable to be like, yeah, like, would these people have even existed back then? I don't know. Or today, I don't know. It's super weird to think about. But like, man, there's times where like people just don't treat people like humans, and it's super strange. But it's kind of like the problem, like, let's say, like, as a content creator, it's like there's such a high degree of vapidity. There's such an intensely high degree of vapidity to all of it that, like, man, it's not good to be like too what's the word? What's the way I want to put this? It's almost like not good to be too like in the cut with the audience or like on a personal level and like get to know people too well, because it's just like, it's just weird. Just people just get weird, right? And it's unfortunate, but that's also just kind of like how maybe it is. In some ways, like, it's something that, I'll be honest with you, I'm not really very good at that. And part of it's because of what I come from. Like, I come from WoW, right? I'm an MMO gamer. So what is an MMO gamer going to do? MMO gamer is going to like kind of treat things like their experience with MMOs. And it's like, it's very social, and I kind of get to know people, and it's just the way that I am, right? It's not necessarily good. I mean, it's not necessarily bad either, but it's like a double-edged sword, because you just can't treat certain things the way that you would normally treat them in real life, and it's just the way it is. This is exactly what happened to me. Coworkers I've added in games are now trying to get me fired. Got too close. See, that's crazy. That is insane. There's money in hate, unfortunately. Yeah, that too. You know. Anyway, I'll continue.
3, and he took so much heat, it just affected him to the point where he essentially retired from making games. When, wrote novels, I was very happy for him, because, I'm glad he found his place, and I think he's getting back into making games now. But we essentially, like,
wait, I missed who he was talking about. He said something about Diablo. I go back like 45.
Hit right now, I can just go on 10 different devices and do it. And it's like, that level of access is very dangerous. And I worry that there is a whole group of people who's receding from us that will never see the brilliance, and they're being shut out by the negativity. There's a very real example was Jay Wilson, who I think is one of the great design minds, who was the game director of Diablo 3. And he took so much heat, it just affected him to the point where he essentially retired from making games. When, wrote novels, I was very happy for him because, I'm glad he found his place. And I think he's getting back into making games now. But we essentially, think how many people loved Diablo 3 and played the shit out of Diablo 3.
Mhm.
And Jay is one of the people you have to thank for that. And yet that community basically removed him from making games for like 10, 15 years. And it feels criminal to me.
Yeah,
Crazy.
absolutely. So this is a call to action again. People out there support, especially young creators. Support them. They need it. Like, you think negativity has no cost, but it does. You're robbing the world of some of the great creations, and also allow creators to suck and to improve. Because that's what the process of creation is like: is to take risks.
True.
And take risks, meaning being vulnerable, being cringe. So doing the thing that, like, the embarrassing failure where you're standing there on in a silly clown outfit on stage dancing and nobody's laughing, and it's comedians go through this all the time. When they talk about this all the time when they bomb, right? The act just doesn't work, and you have to go through that, and you have to support the creators through that journey. In order to have great things, we need to support those folks. So after shipping WoW, Wrath of the Lich King, again, many consider it to be one of the great expansions for WoW, you stepped down as WoW's game director and switched to developing Titan. This epic, huge game that promised to be the sort of the MMO to end all MMOs. It's kind of a legendary vision for a game, right? It's gigantic, with a lot of, like you said, a brilliant team, a team that's now hardened and knows how to do a great game. But it was canceled after 7 years in development.
Yeah.
So tell me, what was the vision of the game and what happened?
Sure. So as we were experiencing success with World of Warcraft, there was this concept in the studio that WoW wasn't going to last forever. WoW would be maybe successful for 5 years and eventually kind of age out. And the studio would be in real trouble if
It's kind of crazy. I feel like that's how they're playing for.
Multiplayer online game, sort of waiting in the wings. So starting around, I want to say 2006, maybe 2005, the talk of starting a team really picked up momentum. And we were working on Burning
First
Crusade.
man, that was true. Yeah.
Rob Pardo took the helm to start sort of Titan development. We didn't even really have a team then. And I remember being like embroiled in Burning Crusade and going to Titan meetings. And Rob pulled a group, from kind of across the company. And we started talking about what this next MMO could be and when it would get going. And eventually it started in earnest, like real development around 2007. The first team members joined. And it was a real ambitious project, including like building a new engine from scratch. I think maybe the first team member was a guy named John LaFleur, who was just a stellar game programmer. And the engine, which ultimately failed for Titan, ended up becoming the engine for Overwatch, which is a great success story for him. And the idea behind the game, it was going to take place in future Earth, and the players played as secret agents. And by day, they all had day jobs. And by night, they went off and did cool secret agent stuff. And the secret agent stuff was very first-person shooter, but over-the-top abilities, like you would see in Overwatch, because that's where they came from. And the by day stuff, we were going to let you run businesses. We took a lot of influence from games like Animal Crossing, Harvest Moon, The Sims. We had a brilliant game designer and game director named Matt Brown, who was the creative director on The Sims. He came over. And so we had this vision that there was going to be all this like daytime business house stuff. You could build a house. You could live in a neighborhood. And beyond that, there was also a vision on the technical side, game design and technical side, that
Interesting.
unlike World of Warcraft, which the modern day term for is that it's sharded.
Mhm.
So meaning people play on different realms or servers. And a WoW server, I haven't been on that team in a
Really?
very long time, but back in the day, you might have 5,000
So
people.
so the
in a WoW
idea that was
server,
gonna be
or
the
they'd have to
first,
spin
like,
up
there's
another
no
WoW
servers.
server. The big idea behind Titan is that everybody would play on one server. It was a one server, one world game.
Interesting.
And the world was massive. It was going to take place in future Earth. And we were literally building, like, we had what we called Bay City, which was San Francisco. We had, Hollywood. And then we had to build all of California between that. And we also wanted to build like Cairo and London. And there was this realization of like, how do we connect all of these? The game had driving in it, like full blown, like GTA style
Wait,
driving.
what?
It was such a gargantuan, huge undertaking with a brand new engine, a brand new team, a brand new IP, intellectual property.
What?
Setting,
They've never
which we
talked about
really
it in this way, have
wrestled
they?
over. Like the amount that the IP just, trying to figure out, like, are there aliens or not aliens?
Like, what are they
all that sounds
doing?
kind of dumb and fun, but when you're building a game, like especially world building, you have to have rules. That's what makes world building work. Is that like this exists in this
It sounds
world,
like it
and this
was like
doesn't.
super scatterbrained.
And why? It's like
They were just trying to do
someone
everything.
said so, and just the way it needs to be. But that development started in 2007, kind of as ideation, brainstorming, early work. Really got going in late 2007, and then I had to ship Wrath of the Lich King, and it was. We had we always did like a champagne toast. I still remember it because it was election day. I think it was like election day and my birthday and the day Obama got elected. And then I left the WoW team on that day. It was like memorable in all those ways. And then I joined the Titan team. And that game, we went
Thanks,
on. Like,
thanks,
the fast
Obama.
forward part of that is we
Thanks,
shut it
Obama.
down in 2013. That was one of the most painful development processes that
Classic.
I've ever been a part of. And probably deep into 2009, I knew that the game in its current form could never ship and would never exist. And by 2010, like after numerous times trying to convince the powers that be that like this game is not going to happen, it's in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
I remember going to Mike Morheim in 2010, and like you're going to the CEO of, at that time Blizzard was a big company, and I'm like, you got to shut us down. We're just going to burn money.
What
Damn.
was your intuition about why? So, like, from my understanding, there was a few issues. So, one was such a gigantic world, which, by the way, is a beautiful dream. This kind of universe simulator, because I love every game you mentioned there is great. I empathize with the dream. I would love to play that game. But one of the issues, as I understand, was it was unclear what, like, the quest flow is. Like, what are you supposed to really do
The
in this
gameplay
game?
loop.
What's the thing that connects all of the pieces together?
So it was a multifaceted failure for many reasons. Ultimately,
Yeah, it kind of sounds
the
like a
failure of Titan lies with leadership, team leadership, myself included. Like, there's just no getting around that. And then on top of that, like a lot of games you can point to as being like an engineering failure, like the servers didn't work,
Mhm.
or like an art failure, like no one responded to the look of the game, or design failure, like it's just not fun or it's tuned poorly. We failed on art, engineering, and design. And I'm cautious about calling out art because some of the best art ever made at Blizzard was made for Titan.
Mm-hmm.
My criticism isn't of the art that was created. My criticism is that we never had any art cohesion. So the art looked like it could have come from 10 different games.
Mm-hmm. And we should say it cost $83 million across those years. So large team doing a lot of stuff, but not converging towards a game that can actually ship.
Damn.
Correct. As like a game designer, I use semantics a lot, and I like to define my semantics so people know where I'm coming from. Talking about ideas versus vision for a second. Ideas are easy. Ideas, I can have 10 in 10 seconds. Let's make a 2D platformer. about a mouse, you know, whatever. Like you can I want a secret agent by day is, you know, doing all this cool shooting stuff. By night is running a flower shop. You know, ideas are just infinite. At least on creative teams, you know, you have no shortage of ideas. What I call vision is the ability to not only take a great idea, but shepherd it into existence. And you're doing that through inspiration, first and foremost. If you need a team to make it, you need a team to believe in the vision of the idea. And then there also has to be a technological plan for the idea. There has to be a design plan. There has to be an art style for the plan. There has to be a pragmatic production reality to the plan. And Titan kind of was like, that was the hubris of Blizzard in that era at its height of, you know, we were over being hurt about, you know, World of Warcraft. I don't know if people are going to like it. And we were now in the era of like, we made World of Warcraft. We can do no wrong.
Yeah.
This next thing is going to be the best ever. And there was also a lot of what I call
Dude, honestly, like I talked a little bit about ego earlier. I feel like hubris, ego, it's all the same, right? Like it's all in the same like category. But like I feel like hubris is oftentimes misrepresented as ego. Whenever people talk about ego, they're talking about hubris, right? And I really do feel like hubris is kind of what gets in people's way, especially when it comes to like game design and development. Like I feel like hubris gets in the way more than anything else. People thinking that like their design 100% is the way to go, and there's no way at all whatsoever that there could be another option. And like it's to the point of like they're not even willing to listen to logic. And like, okay, well, this is why other people think otherwise, you know? I think it's a huge thing. So it's interesting that they're bringing this up.
Anticipatory hiring, or like there's opportunity hiring, and then there's also anticipatory hiring. I have the exact opposite hiring philosophy. I won't hire anybody on any team until like we're feeling like we got to work overtime, or like we might not ship if we don't get, you know, somebody else in here. And Titan kind of had that hubris of like, well, we're going to build a really big world. We don't know the story of the world yet. We don't really have it mapped out what it should be like. We don't have the art style really defined. We don't know technically how we're going to make the art or what the constraints of it are. But we know we're going to build a really big world. So let's just start hiring environmental artists. And like in 1 year, we would hire like 70 environmental artists from all over the world. You know, we're getting visas and like the top tier talent, because at the height of World of Warcraft, and nobody knew the team that they were coming on. It was Blizzard's next MMO, top secret. And they, you know, their first day.
That's all you need to hear.
Like some, you know, poor guy from Belgium just shows up. And he's at his first day at work, and he's like, "Oh, are we making World of StarCraft? Is that?" And they're like, "No, dude, let me show you." And he's like, "What is this game?"
People talk about World of StarCraft for years.
We were in that world, and we hired way too many people. The right way to incubate a video game is you have the smallest group possible, and you try to get the idea across with whatever technology you can get your hands on, using other engines, using art from whatever. You prove out that idea, and once you know what you're doing, then you expand the team.
Interesting.
You know, the cliche of idle hands is the devil's work or whatever.
Yeah.
You have
too many, and then you end up with too many cooks.
Team, huge, and we don't have a roadmap.
Dude, that happens. Then what happens there? They end up with too many cooks, right? Then you end up having people, and they're like, okay, well, we have these people here. We're not just going to fire them unless we have to. But then a lot of times you do have to, right? You end up having to do layoffs. Now, it's better to have some job than no job, I guess. You know, job for some time than job for no time. But at the same time, okay, well, whenever you hire somebody, it's not just you hire somebody and that's that. You hire them, and then there's everything else that comes with. You know, eventually they want to get promoted. Eventually they want to have different responsibilities, different roles. And then, you know, you end up giving more and more people more responsibility, and maybe those people aren't fit for that position. Maybe that's not what it's there for, right? Or maybe not, that's not what they are there for. That's not what their calling is. But they're looking for that anyway, because that's like the natural order of things. People want to get promoted. People message me in WoW, and they're like, how do I get promoted in the guild? And I'm like, why does that matter? Who cares? It's a WoW guild. What does your rank matter? You have a role. What does your rank matter? You know? But people just care about that stuff because it's all about progression, kind of going back to what they were talking about earlier in the talk about how that progression matters and what different parts of that progression and why that hits for so many different people. People just want progress. They don't know where or what direction. They just want to know they need to be moving. That's how it feels. Kind of because of the idle hands thing that he's talking about, right? Anyway.
For what we're making or how we're going to make it. And now you're having to deal with all these people. Like they're coming into your office, you know, you're trying to figure out what is the quest flow? How do I design the quest system for Titan? How can we prototype it? And we're like, oh, this prop artist over here is running out of stuff to do. What prop should he make? Should he work on Chinatown or the Hollywood set? And you're just making up busy work. The engine didn't work. When we would run playtests
You need to make work for them.
on Titan, we would have to tell the team stop checking in because it slows us down. We had this really great technical artist, guy named Dylan Jones, and he was on Titan with us. And I remember in like the last days, we asked him, because he was a very active user, Titan editor was called Titan Edit or TED, which is to this day,
Titan Edit,
TED
WoW
is the
Edit.
proprietary tool for Overwatch, since Overwatch came from the Titan engine, which was Tank. And we said to
that's
Dylan,
funny.
I
That's
want you
funny.
to
They're still
log
using
your
yeah.
uptime in the editor in TED. And in a 40-hour week, he was only able to work for 20 hours. And you can imagine you're building a team of the best in the best in the industry, and they can't work. So not only are you just burning cash faster than anybody on the planet, it's also like, imagine having fighter pilots, but we don't let them fly.
Yeah.
Like the creative frustration and the way that manifested itself, and how demoralized the team got. It was a disaster.
And so many elements of that were done completely differently for Overwatch, which turned out to be this incredibly masterful execution on a short time scale with a small team with a clear vision. I read that sort of, if you were to compare Overwatch and Titan, so the defining characteristic for the Titan team that said yes to everything and the Overwatch team said no to everything, meaning focus, like deep focus on the execution of a very clear vision. And maybe that's the process of designing games, like you said, is, you know, on a team that's full of incredible ideas because it's creative minds, it's constantly saying no. It's a really painful process, but perhaps it is the responsibility of leadership to just keep saying no, which sucks. I guess it sucks to be a leader on the team in that sense because you're constantly saying no.
Being a creative leader, you're in two modes. You're pushing or you're pulling. And whatever mode you're in is the exact opposite of the team.
Mm-hmm.
When they're not thinking outside the box enough or like elevating the vision enough, that's when you're pushing them. Like, come on, guys, you know, don't worry about the schedule. We got, you know, capture hearts and minds, inspire people. And when they're going a little crazy and endless source of great ideas and really fun development, that's when you got to pull and say, guys, we need to ship this. The best feature we can add for the player is shipping. That was a common phrase that we had.
So when Titan was canceled, I mean, that must have been a gigantic heartbreak for everybody. And there was this moment when the plan was for the Titan team to be disbanded and moved elsewhere, but you fought for keeping some part of the Titan team.
I feel like it sounds like
the team together.
It might have been a relief.
And Mike Morheim gave you 6 weeks to come up with a pitch for a new game. And you've talked about this process. And you've mentioned that there are 3 possible ideas, directions you're thinking about: a StarCraft MMO, maybe an MMO in a new IP called Crossworlds, and then the third idea was Overwatch. Can you take me through those 6 weeks?
Yeah, the 6 weeks, it was supposed to be the greatest time ever, if you think about it, because you're a game developer at Blizzard and you get to come up with a new idea.
Mm-hmm.
So that sounds awesome. Like, to everybody at Blizzard, to all game developers, it sounds great. But we were probably the most demoralized we'd ever been in our careers. At least I was. You know, I didn't know if I was going to be fired. I didn't know if that was the end of my career at that point. And so it was like a really serious kind of dire environment that this was happening in. And we were given 2 criteria that we had to hit for these pitches. The first one was that we had to ship within 2 years. And that is a very ambitious time frame for any game.
That's crazy.
But for a Blizzard game, it's kind of insane.
Yeah.
And then the second, okay, the second is even more ambitious and crazy, was whatever we made, whatever we pitched had to have the potential to have World of Warcraft like revenue.
Yeah, right.
And to date, at that point, there was one game that had World of Warcraft like revenue, which was World of Warcraft. So
wait, hold on. I wanna go back. I wanna listen to this.
Crazy was whatever we made, whatever we pitched had to have the potential to have World of Warcraft like revenue.
Yeah, right.
And to date, at that point, there was one game that had World of Warcraft like revenue, which was World of Warcraft. So immediately I just threw out the revenue thing because it's all fucking monopoly money to me.
Yeah.
Like this game money it's insane, and I just don't think about it. That's someone else's problem. But I did want to be as realistic as I could about the schedule part of it. So most of our team, the Titan team, was 140 some people. Most of that team got moved to go work on Heroes of the Storm, the D3 expansion, World of Warcraft, Hearthstone. So immediately, large number of the team was gone. Then we had a bunch of like what we called temp loans, people that someday were going to come back to us, but we loaned off for like 6-month tour of duty. And then there was a very small team. There was a group of engineers that was mothballing Titan. So it exists somewhere at Blizzard at that point. And they were also deconstructing the engine because they knew it didn't work anymore. And to make a new game, it had to be way reconsidered to sort of what it is today. And then there was a very small creative group that was supposed to come up with these 3 pitches and given 6 weeks. And we just sort of arbitrarily decided, like, let's spend 2 weeks on each pitch. The ground rules that I sort of led with is you have to be all in for the 2 weeks on the pitch. So if we're, pitch 1 was a StarCraft MMO, and we have to live and breathe and want it more than anything. And I kind of warned everybody. I said, at the end of this 2 weeks, you're going to think this is the only game idea, and you're not going to be invested in the next. But we're going to throw it out as soon as we finish it and do the next one. And the StarCraft MMO, I actually really loved that pitch. It was called StarCraft Frontiers. And the concept was like less of you're playing like Space Marine, like it was less armies. StarCraft, the RTS, is always about the 3 races and the giant armies. And kind of what made WoW and separate from the Warcraft Frontiers RTS series was that instead of being like a footman in the army in World of Warcraft, you were like a lone adventurer, make your mark on the world. So we had this idea. It was this old Chris Metzen drawing of a space prospector. And I love that idea that like somewhere out in like where all the giant StarCraft battles were happening, thousands of Zerg and Protoss and Terran, there's like this like lone prospector on some planet, like going through like a mysterious dungeon, looking for minerals, but finding monsters. Like it was that kind of spirit of
that's awesome.
More on the ground level.
I didn't even think about that because my intuition with the StarCraft MMO would be the soldier as part of the army, right? The prospector. That's such a beautiful vision. Yeah.
Yeah.
Looking for the resources and on the way finding the monsters.
You want to be on the ground. Like, what's it like on the ground floor? And I don't want to be a minion in a giant army. I want to be Indiana Jones in space.
Yo, Dusty, thank you for the raid, man.
Nice.
So then there was this Metzen picture of the prospector, and then 2 of the most amazing artists, Arnold Sang and Peter Lee. Arnold's the great character artist. Peter Lee's the great environment artist. They did this concept art for Frontiers that was Metzen's space prospector. He's smoking a cigar, and he's got his foot on a Hydralisk skull.
Nice.
And then there's like a med vac in the background, and they're on this like big alien planet. And like that picture, you just wanted to like, here's my money, I'll pre-order now. Like sign me up for that game. That picture ended up being McCree from Overwatch.
No way.
Nice.
But yeah, that
no
was
way. That's crazy.
So that was the StarCraft Frontiers idea. We kind of we went all in on the design. We had a world design. We had class design, like how the classes would work, what progression might look like, and you also have to think when you're trying to design an MMO, like what could expansions and live content be like. And we put together a really good pitch. We all knew there's no way you can make this game like this, even though it was more focused than Titan. It's 5 years on Blizzard's best day with nothing going wrong. In perfect scenario, 5 years to make that game. Probably with 150 to 200 people. Like these 40 people are not making that game in 2 years. So as much as again, that was an idea, not a vision, because it lacked the path to reality.
Because that's a legit large-scale MMO in a world that you haven't quite developed in the way that an MMO needs. That was really crafted for the real-time strategy formulation of StarCraft. And it's in space. It would take. I mean, it would be incredible, but it would be a 5-year and realistically even more.
Like an endless thing that you'd spin on that team. You're making the StarCraft game. How do you get from planet to planet? Is it a cutscene? No one's going to want a cutscene, but we should probably make it a cutscene because that's easy. But we got to have space flight. That you're adding like 3 years just by saying we got to have space flight.
You are. Yeah.
And then how do you make a space game without space flight? We've all played them. We know those games. So
are you essentially, when you're brainstorming like that, and by the way, it's such an incredible thing that for 2 weeks, you're just really falling in love with the game altogether and trying to figure out if it's actually possible. So if you're developing that, are you just constantly trying to say, like, what is the simplest possible thing we could do that's a complete world? Like, are you constantly trying to simplify, or are you allowing yourself to go big?
So when you're brainstorming and you're with the team and you're the creative leader, it's, guys, what's fucking amazing? What's big? What do players need? There's a Blizzard design value called what is the fantasy? What is the fantasy? You want to be in space. You want to be in the StarCraft universe. And then your job as the game director, and if you have a great creative director, art director, tech director, the director should be scoping it back into reality. The mistake I see on a lot of game teams is scope becomes a production problem. You give it to the project managers or the executives or the producers to say, no, there's not enough time, or you guys should hire more. Because, like, what do executives, what do those types have at their disposal? They can hit you with meetings in Outlook and tell you that you can hire more people. That's not really how you get the game made.
That's why they get paid the big bucks.
The scoping, your best case scenario is when your tech director, art director, and game director are doing the scoping. Because then like, this part we got to spend big bucks on. There's no getting around it. This part we can cheat. If you have a giant team and one guy's job is just to make props, crates and chairs, the guy's going to make that's a AAA awesome developer who's going to put his heart and soul into it. If you let him, he'll take 6 weeks to make a crate. You have to have that moment where you're like, I kind of need 200 crates, so just spend like a couple hours on that one. And that's a hard thing to say to somebody. You're
doing this kind of scope carving while also talking about what is the fantasy. So there's a tension there that you're constantly dancing with. So you're allowing yourself to think big, but then scoping it down and doing that on a scale of days in this case?
Yeah, we had 2 weeks. So, and I don't think I was working on weekends, but we weren't getting the group together. So it's, like 10 working days.
And then you shut it off and go to idea number 2?
Yeah. Idea number 2 was Crossworlds. That was a Metzen vision for a universe. And I'm glad Metzen's back at Blizzard, and I hope they make this game someday. The way Chris described it was there's a planet on the edge of the universe that's like the Mos Eisley spaceport with all these, freakish aliens and people from all walks of life, and it's kind of seedy and criminal, and there's traders and smugglers and diplomats, but this one planet is sort of the planet that they've agreed to meet on, and this is like the neutral place. And then the game was going to take place on that planet. So
this is awesome.
Yeah. So that was more of like a world IP driven one that was really inspired by Chris.
And that allows you to play with different characters, I like that. I like that idea a lot because it's a meeting place of different worlds, and then you can allow your imagination to drive what the worlds from which they came from are like. So you don't have to design those worlds.
No, you don't have to design them, but then they're yours. Like if the players really are reacting to like the green people planet or whatever, and someday you're like, hey, what expansion should we make? I don't know, green people planet.
Yeah.
Like, let's do it.
I like it.
So it was actually it was Crossworlds. We were working on Crossworlds, and like the StarCraft Frontiers, for Frontiers, we were having the class meetings, how class progression worked, like the game designery stuff. And on Crossworlds, we were having a class meeting of a big decision in like RPG type games is always, are you doing like skill based or class based? And it's usually some combination of those. But class based, you're like choosing, I'm going to be a warrior, therefore I use sword and shield, and I do these things. Where more of a skill base is everybody's kind of an avatar, and then the skills that you pick define. So I might take that I know how to use swords. So you're kind of making those decisions. And with all things game design, there's no right or wrong. It's all trade-offs. So the trade-off decision we were making is like, oh, I think we want to be class-based with this cross-world thing. And we were in a design meeting, and one of my favorite designers of all time is a guy named Jeff Goodman. He was one of the original WoW encounter designers. He designed like Onyxia and all the big raid bosses. Like if someone has a favorite raid boss, Jeff probably designed it.
Jeff Goodman.
And he just kind of off the cuff said in this meeting, he said, I wish instead of making like 6 classes, I wish we could make 50 classes. And I wish instead of having like, 100 abilities on the classes, the 50 classes all just had like 1 or 2 things that was really interesting about them. And then the class meeting ended, like we designed our 6 classes in that meeting. And then the meeting ended, and I was back at my desk, and it just stuck with me what Jeff had said about the way he wished he could design the classes. And then I also we had this directory of all the amazing Titan art. And I started pulling up.
It's funny because I
Arnold
think this would be a bad
characters.
idea.
Arnold's vision and his art is second to none. And I started taking some of the old Titan characters that we had designed. We had a class called the Jumper, and the Jumper could like teleport forward and rewind time and come back. And the Jumper used dual wield pistols, which was at the time designed after my dual G18s from Modern Warfare 2. It was my favorite loadout. I was just cribbing Infinity Ward. That's where Tracer's guns came from. And we had all these like different guns, like some that boomed and some
That's actually crazy.
had this like really crazy recoil, and we had other types of guns. And I took every version of like the Titan Jumper, and I just distilled it into what I thought was the best version of the Jumper, which was the dual wield pistols.
That became Tracer.
The recall and time bomb. And then I took Arnold Sang art, and I went to Arnold, and I'm like, what if this wasn't like a class? Who is this as a person, not a class? And Arnold, what if she's British and her name's Tracer?
Yeah.
And, like, that was the
Dude,
origin
that's so interesting.
of Overwatch. And some of the pragmatic part of that was I knew that Jeff Goodman was going to be on this team, and I knew that Arnold Sang was going to be on this team. And it's a play to your strengths moment. Like, what could we make in 2 years with the talent we have? And what is realistic? Like, what could we realistically make? And so then I just sat there, and I sort of, I went through a bunch of Titan classes with a guy named the Gunjack, who became Reaper. We had, actually the Ranger got split out and became 76 and became Bastion of all things.
You're
really?
describing the game of Overwatch where exactly that vision from that meeting came to life, where you, as opposed to having a small number of classes with a large number of skills, you have a large number of heroes with each their distinct look, distinct set of skills.
Yeah, and the personality was a big part of it, like capturing, this isn't some generic, the Jumper, it's this person, Lena Oxton, and she has a life, and we're going to, make you interested in her. Yeah,
there's like a deep backstory. And that's also what's interesting about Overwatch is that backstory is not like revealed in a direct way. It's sort of like seeps in indirectly throughout the game. So the backstory is implied almost, and it's told not directly. So there's a lot of ideas like this, and so this is the thing that the team converged to.
Yeah, well, and it was funny because like we're having these cross-world, like people are, writing design docs and doing concept art for cross-world, and, we'd have some brainstorm meetings every day. And I put together, it was a 7-page deck, Overwatch deck, and it was called Monetized Shooter at the time.
Yeah.
And it just said Monetized Shooter, and then the first slide was League of Legends plus Team Fortress 2 logos.
Yeah.
And then I had like 6 heroes, like sloppily designed. And as everybody was working on Crossworlds, there were 2
this is so interesting.
co-leaders of that team 4. There was, Chris Metzen was there and Ray Gresco. And I remember Ray coming over. Ray is like a phenomenal game developer of all time. He like wrote the Dark Forces engine, was the production director on Diablo 3. He and I killed Titan. And then he's at my desk looking over my shoulder and he's like, well, what are you working on? Is this the Crossworlds
Yeah, I
pitch?
didn't know
And I'm
too
like,
much
no,
about
this is like
Lex
another
Interviews.
idea that I'm just working on the side. And I show him the 7 slides and he just looks at me and he says, go show Metzen this. This is what we should make instead. And then I went and I showed Metzen, like, hey, this is just an idea. And then Metzen was like, yes, like this is what we should make.
Yeah.
And I showed Arnold and it was Arnold's art. And then Ray tells me, he's like, because every morning we get the team together because we were in this like dire straits and we're midway through at that point. And Ray and a producer named Matt Hawley said, tomorrow morning at the meeting, you're going to pitch this monetized shooter idea. It was called monetized shooter because originally when I pitched it, it was free to play and you had to buy the heroes, which is fucking terrible. But at the time, I actually thought that was a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm walking down the hall with Matt Hawley to go like pitch this to this group.
It's like
We're supposed
they
to
were
be
trying to
working on
take. They was
Crossworlds,
trying to
and,
take
you got
a
to pitch this idea to them.
book out of League of Legends.
And
a
Matt
page.
Hawley stops me in the hall and says, Jeff, you cannot go into that meeting. I refuse to put up a deck in front of the team where the first slide says monetized shooter.
Mm-hmm.
They'll hate that. And that's not the spirit of who we are as, creative development. I'm like, yeah, you're right. Like, well, no one was supposed to see this deck anyway. You guys were all looking over my shoulder. And he's like, you need to put a name on it. I'm like, it's Overwatch. Like right on the spot, I said the name was Overwatch. And where that had come from was when we were working on Titan, I was really angry about this. We did this fake, I did not do this. Another leader on the team did this, this fake, like we're going to put up whiteboards and everyone gets to vote for their favorite name for Titan.
Mm-hmm.
But the person who did it already had a name in mind for the game. And just kept pushing towards that name. And the thing that got the most votes was Overwatch. Overwatch in Titan was like a police group, essentially. But somebody had written Overwatch on that board, and it got the most votes. So I basically named the game Overwatch to like high five my team and kind of middle finger. Like,
that's
don't act like
funny.
it's a democracy when it's not.
So it's a middle finger.
Yeah.
So Overwatch and then
Wait, I wonder who
the rest
did
is
that.
history. So what in that slide deck is that?
Dude, I wonder who
in
that
slide
was.
deck, did you already have a kind of crawl, walk, run idea of the way this would be developed?
So my deck was terrible. People actually, there's a thing called a Jeff deck, which is it's always gray with black writing, and then the default like PowerPoint blue shapes because I just don't bother making it look good.
Yeah.
Besides dragging Arnold Sang's art, desecrating it into my deck. We had this amazing game designer on the Overwatch team, a guy named Jeremy Craig, who's now actually game directing a game over at Bonfire. Jeremy, not only was he a great game designer, but he had the ability to sell things better than anybody else visually. So Jeremy took my shitty deck, and then we had lots more like creative brainstorms, and we thought through the game of Overwatch a lot more. And then he made this gorgeous pitch deck that we pitched. We first had to go through the Blizzard production and game directors for them to approve it and give it their thumbs up. Then we had to go through the Blizzard executives. Then we had to go through Activision.
Mm-hmm.
And in that deck, because we had to speak to schedule, we had to speak to two things that were tough to speak to. One, we had to speak to schedule, and we came up with this concept of crawl, walk, run. We had identified the reason Titan failed is we just tried to run. We tried to come up with the next World of Warcraft. But if you think about World of Warcraft, it had Warcraft 1, 2, and 3 to build upon, to even get to the point where people gave a shit enough about that world to want to live in the world of Warcraft.
True.
So the idea was that instead of trying to cut right to World of Warcraft, let's try to honor Warcraft 1, essentially. So this first game is just to establish that there's a universe you might give a shit about.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. Hold on,
We
dude.
were given,
Dude, this is so interesting because I think this same concept, they said they came up with this idea, right? So I think a lot of people from like the Blizzard, like the OG Blizzard pipeline, are still kind of trying to follow this concept, but I don't know if it works. Because I don't know if now it sounds really smart in theory, but here's the problem: nobody's been able to pull it off successfully. But from like the Blizzard development pipeline, there's other games that have come off since then that I think have been trying to follow this kind of like crawl, walk, run blueprint of establish a world that people care about and then make a bigger game and bigger game off of it, right? Or a different game. But like I said, I don't know if anybody's ever actually pulled it off successfully yet. But I do want to point something else out. In the Future Games show earlier today, we saw a game. What was the new Secret Door game called? There's a new game, I think it was called like Firestone. There's a game called Sunderfolk made by a studio called Secret Door, which is a part of Dreamhaven, which is the new publisher that was started by Mike Morhaime, the guy who started Blizzard. Mike and Amy Morhaime are leading Dreamhaven, and then Secret Door is one of their studios, and Secret Door made a game called Sunderfolk, right? What was called Bloodstone? What was the game called? Secret Door Bloodstone? Is that what it is? Secret Door Sunderfolk, new game. Shadowstone. Sorry, it's a new game called Shadowstone, but look. 1 to 4 player tactics roguelike set in the Sunderfolk universe. So these are the same people. Oh, hold on. Let me load this up. My bad. So these are the same people that kind of established this sort of philosophy that Jeff is talking about right now. And there's a new game with Pyromancer, Berserker, Witch, Ranger. They showed all these in the trailer today, and I'm like, wait, these are all the same characters from Sunderfolk. So I think they're trying to iterate on this philosophy that they had been established, this accident, because that's what it was. It was an accident that occurred that led to people caring so much about Warcraft to where World of Warcraft eventually became a thing, right? Warcraft 1, 2, 3, World of Warcraft, right? And that's how it worked. So I think that's what they're trying to do. But like I said, I don't know if it actually works, because at the end of the day, you just need to land on the first one. You just need a hit on the first game. And it might be an overcomplication of make the game good. Because at the end of the day, that's all it is, right? At the end of the day, it's just make the game good. But conceptually, it sounds really smart. And I think it allows for an opportunity for a force multiplier to exist to make the game super, super big, right? By having these different avenues. But I think it's one of those things that might be an overcomplication of like you're kind of overanalyzing and you're overcooking on the idea of what made WoW so good, what made Warcraft so good. I don't know. I could be wrong. But it's interesting that he brings it up. And then we actually saw this earlier today where they made another game with the same characters.
Of 2 years, there was no way to create a compelling PvE experience. So we just kind of randomly put dates in a slide of Crawl, Walk, Run, thinking it was aspirational. And really, we were just trying to
Oh
save.
my gosh. Hold on. I want to go back on this. Overwatch launch, PvE co-op mode, and then MMO Overwatch, which would have been the final version of Titan. This is, dude, I've seen other games go with this approach in the last few years with the same sort of idea. We're going to make a small version of the game and then we're going to expand it. And then the final version of the game will be an MMO. Super interesting.
Crawl, Walk, Run, thinking it was aspirational. And really, we were just trying to save ourselves. Like, don't cancel us. You know, this team can make something great. The other part that we had to talk to too was like a mobile strategy. Like at that time, it was like everything has to be also on mobile, which I think is the dumbest thing ever. And so literally what we did is, this was Jeremy's brilliant part. We had a picture with all the boxes. And then one of them is like a tablet with just a fucking Photoshop of, you know, Arnold's art on it. And we're like, and also it'll be on mobile.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
But I think this crawl, walk, run idea is really nice. So that the initial idea is you would have basically a shooter with all these different characters, all these heroes, and then the walk would be the
It's a super
PvE
interesting
version of
idea,
that
but I think this is
co-op.
like
And then
more of like a,
if people really fall in love with the world, then you build a big MMO around
it's like
it.
a causation
Quick
correlation
pause for a bathroom
discussion.
break. Quick 30-second thank you to our sponsors. Check them out in the description. It really is the best way to support this podcast. Go to lexfriedman.com.
So I've never actually like watched or listened. I think I said this a little bit earlier, but I've never actually watched or listened to any of Lex Fridman's podcast before. But this is super interesting, and I think, yeah, he's pretty. I mean, he is pretty monotone, but like he does such a good job at like packaging the content itself. He does a really good job of packaging the content itself and passing the ball to. Oh yeah, I did talk about this earlier today. Passing the ball to the interviewee, right? It makes him a really, really good interviewer, and it makes the guy getting interviewed both feel good and look really good, right? It gives them the opportunity to tell stories, and the way the content is put together is super good. Yeah, because I've never really been one to. I mean, I've heard about him, but I didn't know anything about. Like I'm in my own world, right? That's all. There was no reason other than that. But I think he does a super good job.
Curiosity-driven knowledge exploration. Choose wisely, my friends. And now, back to my conversation with Jeff Kaplan. And we should also say that there's a whole world that was built around Overwatch, and one of the ideas was, so Warcraft is a very particular kind of world. StarCraft is a particular
Are they
kind
normally
of world. Diablo
5-hour
is a particular
episodes?
kind of world, and you wanted to bring Overwatch to Earth and make it positive. You give this talk where there was a lot of respect paid to the sort of dark, gritty, post-apocalyptic games on Earth. Also give a lot of respect to the ultra-realistic first-person shooter games like Call of Duty. And you wanted to create something more that paints a vision of a near-term, hopeful future and fun and more sort of surreal versus like ultra real. So it's interesting to talk through how a world comes to life, how you think about that world, how you create the tone of the game, how you craft in this vision, not just like different characters like Tracer and so on, like what the personalities, but like bringing the world to life in which they will be. What was that process like?
The process was a blast, and like the goal was that bright, hopeful future. And the other phrase we used all the time on the team was a future worth fighting for. You know, if there's going to be all this fighting, like it kind of has to be worth it for something. Picking the locations in the world was the funnest thing. You know, there's just a group of us who would sit around and like, where do you want to go? You know, Santorini looks amazing. And you're looking at pictures and like, let's make that place. You know, in a video game, people are going to spend hours and hours in a location. Resist the urge to do the common, I call them the cargo container mazes that you see in every game. And I know why they exist. They're easy to make, but we kind of wanted Overwatch to be this world tour of great places that you'd want to go to. Or in the case of like Oasis, it's like, okay, maybe Iraq back when we were making this game wasn't the top of people's list, but what is the bright, hopeful version of what that could look like?
Oh, I see.
So we just really tried to sell this idea of these aspirational locations. One, just to get people thinking about different places on planet Earth and how awesome they all are. But also from like a pure game design standpoint, you're going to spend a lot of time in the environment. So the environment should be pleasing and not oppressive.
Can you go through some of the heroes that you ended up putting in the game? Maybe a good way to do it is which are your favorites? And what's, from the best of your knowledge, of the internet favorites?
My favorite, I have a couple favorite heroes. Obviously Tracer.
She's the OG.
The OG, the cornerstone, you know, we put her on the front of the box. She was that moment of we should just take the best of the best, and we know this gameplay is good and solid. And it's so simple. Like the mechanics are very easy to explain to somebody. It's very easy to pick up. The first time anybody hits recall for the first time and they try to wrap their mind around like, wait, does that mean if they're mapping out the possibilities.
And by the way, we should say that it's a PvP game with 6 versus 6 at first. and where there's 3 distinct roles that people take on those on the team, and those roles at first, I guess, were not required.
He does a good
Like, you
job of
can
like
reallocate those roles as you
making
wanted,
people
and then
aware of what they're talking about
to
if they have no
maximize the
idea.
fun, you add a little bit of structure. You enforce 2 per role, and the role being tank, support, and damage.
Yeah.
So that, and then there's all the kinds of heroes that are associated with the different roles, and people pick, and there's lore, and some people are probably like hardcore just one particular hero, and so there's a lot of personality and story and community that builds around each of the heroes. But at the end of the day, it is just a fun shooter.
Yeah, our goal was to pay homage to the shooters before us that we loved. There's no way you can talk about Overwatch without talking about Team Fortress 2. Team Fortress started as a Quake mod, which was brilliant, and I played tons of. Then there was Team Fortress Classic that came out with Half-Life 1. And then Team Fortress 2, I think everything about it blew everybody away when it came out in 2007. And there's obviously just huge influence there. But the shooter mechanics of Overwatch they harken back to what people call the arcade or arena shooter genre, which pains me because back in the day, I didn't think of Quake as a arcade shooter. It's almost an insulting way of saying it. But just the fast movement, really epic over-the-top weapons. You have a low time to kill, or TTK that players call it, meaning you're very survivable. You can take a few hits, where in a game like Call of Duty or Counter-Strike, if you get shot in the head, you're just dead right away. So it was supposed to be this explosive, larger-than-life, fun arcadey shooter with a lot of teamwork involved.
And so you said Tracer up there. She's the OG. Who else?
McCree. McCree is another, like, I'm somebody who's attracted to the simplicity in design, and I did not design McCree's 6-shooter. The way that gun feels is phenomenal, and to capture the spirit of that, we had a designer named Mike Heiberg designed the High Noon Ultimate, and then just all the care and love the team put in, like when he does the ultimate, we roll a tumbleweed across the screen, like every time. It's a very simple hero, but the simplicity is what I like best in design. I'm not a fan of when somebody starts explaining, in any of these games, whether they're MOBAs or hero shooters, and they start like, this guy throws orbs, and he throws 3 orbs, and then he runs out of his orb bank, and then he can call the orbs back, or he can cache the orbs, and I'm just, my head is spinning, and I'm like, just give me a fucking good gun, and I'm done.
Simplicity is everything.
Yeah.
What about Reinhardt, the tank?
Reinhardt was actually my main. So I played the most of Reinhardt. That was another amazing Jeff Goodman design of this guy who just has a shield. As soon as you give somebody a shield, they know what to do. They go into protector mode. The shield was designed to shoot through. The shield has since been copied by like every hero shooter since, and even non-hero shooters. And then he just has a giant rocket hammer, and he does a charge ability. It's really interesting where the charge ability came from. I was playing a ton of Left 4 Dead 2, and you could play in versus mode where you could be the enemy zombie guys, and there was an enemy boss zombie called the Charger who had that charge ability. And I thought the reason that ability was so cool is because it's a commit. Once you press the button, you're a runaway train. And watching Reinhardt's charge to their deaths is kind of hilarious, and it's what separates a great Rein from a shitty one.
You've explained that the Overwatch matchmaker process is designed to keep players at a 50% win rate. I think it's just a fascinating topic. Not to get too philosophical, but you can't have the up without the down. Hence the 50%. Can you speak to the complexity of like what makes a good matchmaker?
The matchmaking systems are some of the most complex design and engineering tasks you're ever going to tackle, and they're thankless. It's very hard too, because I think most people, and they're not being disingenuous. Like if you ask a gamer, what do you want? They're like, I just want a fair match. Like just make it even. And the reality, what they want is they want a match where they're slightly better than the other guy.
Yeah.
Like they want it to feel like it was close, but then win. And you can't architect that. Like it's a zero-sum situation. So there's got to be winners and there's got to be losers. The other really core problem, and we would study this all the time when people would complain, you see a Reddit post and somebody would say, I had a 6-game losing streak. This is so fucked. It's the worst matchmaker ever.
Oh, Reddit.
Yeah, right. I love Reddit. But
Me
we would
too.
look up that person's account. I would do that all the time. I love looking up people's accounts and seeing
Oh,
what
that's
happened.
so
It's like, yeah,
funny.
he had the 6-game losing streak. He had an 8-game winning streak before that.
Yeah.
There was no post about how awesome is this. And the human psychology doesn't
Classic.
allow for that. One of my hindsight regrets about Overwatch, and this is, I think we did the right thing in the moment. It's, you know, like I wouldn't go back and redo it. But if I was making a hero shooter from scratch today, I would make it less team focused. And we put all of our eggs in you noticing if the team won or lost. And we downplayed your individual contribution as much as possible. There wasn't a scoreboard. We had a medal system, but the medal system was, in my opinion, it was not good because the losing team got medals and the winning team got medals. And on the losing team, they would use that. They would weaponize it against their teammate. Well, I'm the top kills and all you guys are making us lose. And it's like, okay, you're the top kills by like 1 and you guys still lost. So I would, if I was to redo it today, or for any aspiring hero shooter makers out there, I would actually downplay the team factor and try to put more focus on individual contribution because that's just how people play. They're selfish. And I don't mean that in a bad way. It's that human nature they can't help.
And in terms of how they experience the game, in terms of how they derive joy from it, or how they see the challenge of the game, it's individual. Even when you're on the team, you're still feeling it's individual, fundamental individual experience. Let me, as a small aside, before I forget, since we mentioned first-person shooters so much, outside of Overwatch, what are some of the great shooters of all time that you've played?
Quake is the greatest.
Quake is GOAT.
Yeah, Quake is GOAT. There's a lot of contenders up there.
What have you logged the most hours in outside of
Rust.
the games? Okay. Can you?
Okay.
A lot of folks
Rust.
have written to me that I need to play Rust, the video game. I
didn't know
I'm
Jeff
not even
Kaplan was
looking into
autistic.
it. Somebody on Reddit said it has a steep learning curve. I would like to give it a chance because you have to me spoken so highly of it. So can you explain Rust?
Yeah, Rust is an open world game. It's a procedural map, so it means that every time it's different. You're always on an island, and it resets every month. So
Is it PvP?
it's all PvP. In fact, Rust is the most PvP thing in all of PvP.
I don't know what that means, but
No, he's not
Rust
wrong.
players know what that means.
everybody who plays Rust and loves it sounds to me like they're in a cult. So
Dude,
with all due
true.
respect, please don't write me letters.
They're too busy playing Rust. They're too busy checking on their base, making sure it's not rated to write you letters.
Okay.
True.
It takes place. It's basically, it's open world. You can do whatever you want. There's not really any directed gameplay to it. But at any time, any other player can kill you and take anything that's on you.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and then you build what Rust players called bases, and you upgrade the base, and you try to make the base as safe as possible to store your stuff. And then you can make explosives and blow up other people's walls to get into their base where they're keeping all their best stuff and take all their shit
It like permanently?
permanently. Like,
He's like,
it
this
would be
sounds
like
awful.
PvPing in WoW. Imagine in World of Warcraft, if somebody could not only kill you, but take everything that's in your bank and make you level 1 the next time you log in.
Wow. That's very stressful.
The beauty of Rust and
It
why
sounds like
it's
the
so
worst game
good
ever.
is you can't have the high highs without the low lows. And
Like real low lows.
real low lows.
Wow,
Like
all right.
This is true.
debilitating, like, am I ever going to play this game lows? You know, like
Right.
you spend a week building the world's most perfect base and getting tons of loot. And then there's what's called online rating and offline rating. Online rating
Ooh, offline
means
rating.
that
Forward.
my enemy is, I can see that they're in their base right now, and I'm going to try to attack them while they're in their base. Offlining, which is like all Rust players will say you're the scum of the earth if you offline someone. And then all Rust players also offline people all the time.
Okay, so here's the thing to point out about Rust. I feel like Rust is a game that it crosses the line from like, because I'm a high honor PvPer. Okay, that's all. I always consider myself a very like I PvP for sport. I'm all about the honor here. Okay, Rust completely throws that all out the window. Like Rust crosses the line from PvP, like what is PvP, to like griefing. Okay, that's what I think. But like, if you ask a Rust player this, everybody will disagree. Everybody. But the fact that there is something that almost all Rust players will say you are literally the worst person on the planet for doing it, which is offline raiding somebody's base. The fact that there's something that exists that all of them unanimously will agree you're just a horrible person if you do, exists and happens so frequently, just shows exactly how toxic that game actually is. Like that is, to me, that is the epitome of the example of saying like, this is not this is a griefing game. That's all it is. And it's a game for griefers, dude.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yes.
Gamer etiquette.
Yes.
Offline's when like, hey, I think that my neighbor logged off for the night. You know, they just played 6 hours. I've been watching them and now there's no activity in their base. So I'm going to like blow up their walls and take up all their stuff when they're not here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Rust, because real life is not hard enough, is what it sounds like.
Yeah. That'd be a great tag.
If I want more stress in my life, I'll play Rust. Yeah, I can't wait. So, okay. So that's one. That sounds like a unique experience and a great joy. So, Quake number 1, Rustin up there.
Call of Duty.
Call of Duty just
Dude,
says.
you know, there's a lot of haters. Like Call of Duty 4 and Modern Warfare 2 were the pinnacle of Call of Duty, with Black Ops being a very respectable, you know, third. But you're never going to get a better gun feel from a game than like just study the visual effects, the animation, the modeling, the sounds. Every aspect of shooting a gun in Call of Duty is so masterfully done. And then the maps, like the flow of the multiplayer is just great. Like there's a map called Crash from Call of Duty 4 that Aaron Keller and Aaron's now the game director on Overwatch. We just sat and studied that map, or Terminal from Modern Warfare 2. Just studied the maps of just like this map design is off the hook. So Call of Duty is definitely up there.
So even though you were not thinking about it, Overwatch ended up being a gigantic success. So did you start thinking about, in this framework of crawl, walk, run, about the walk, the PvE piece?
I think that's what Overwatch 2 was
PvE
supposed to
piece
be.
Was what Overwatch 2 was supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if people know this or not, but we started working on Overwatch 2 in 2015. So Overwatch 1 didn't ship until 2016.
That's crazy,
so before
dude.
Overwatch, and it wasn't like work in earnest. It was like pitching the game. I remember I spent a lot of time. It was myself, Chris Metzen, and Michael Chu, sort of brainstorming a framework for what like a campaign could look like.
Pre-watch, guys. This is 5 hours long.
Cooperative PvE shooter.
This wasn't even out for 5 hours.
We actually pitched it to the team before we launched because we were trying to put a bunch of runway in front of us that worked against us. And it's one of my biggest mistakes I've made as a creative leader in my career was Overwatch 2. There were 2 points of failure for me. The first was I had people on the game team who didn't like PvP or competitive shooters, and they really loved the Overwatch universe and wanted to play these characters and heroes.
What? How do you have somebody working on the game that is the entire point of the game, that they just don't like that genre of game? What? That is the most ass-backwards, asinine thing. That makes me mad. I don't even play Overwatch. It makes me mad. Because it's so unbelievably ass-backwards. Yeah, well, they love the community, or they love the world of Overwatch. They love the characters. And it's like, look, cool. They can play the game then whenever the people that are going to make the game. But like, how are you going to have people that don't like the game working on a game? It's completely antithetical to game design. It completely goes against everything that Jeff was talking about in the first half of the interview. It's insane. Like, just because you like the characters and you like the characters' individual backstories. In fact, I might be wrong on this, but wasn't that like a big point of criticism for Overwatch whenever Overwatch started going south? when people were like, they care more about the backstories of the characters than they do the actual gameplay and the balance and the design of the game itself. So like now you have people that are appealing to this thing that people, the large consensus of why Overwatch started going poorly, why it started going south. You have those people working on the game and they don't even like that genre of game. That is insane. That is absolutely insane. Like, why would, like, the thing that frustrates me so much is that not trying to be a conspiracy theorist here, but whenever you hear that Blizzard has a game that this is how this is happening on the game, it's like, what other games are like this? Like, do you have people working on Classic that don't like Classic that want it to be like retail WoW? Is that what they're going to do to Classic Plus? Do you have people working on retail that don't really like retail that want it to be like Classic? No, there's two separate games. Like, everybody working on a team for a game should be obsessed with that game. Look, you don't gotta, not everybody needs to work 90 hours a week, but everybody should enjoy the game that they're working on. If you do not enjoy the game that you are working on, then you are not a candidate for somebody to be working on that game. Like, that is why games start to suck. That's how corporate positions are, dude. It shouldn't be that way, because then your game will suck. And the bottom line is, if your game is good, people will play it and people will buy it and you will make money. If the game is good, that is all that matters. Not the monetization, not the, oh, well, we need to try and appeal to every single audience in the world. Oh, like, you know, we need to make a character for you know, we have a population of people that play this game. We need to make a character to represent those people. And it's like, okay, you want to do that? That's fine. But do that after the game is good. And do that after the game continues to be good. Because you can do that. That's fine. Actually, in fact, I'll take it a step further. That's great. It's more than fine. What's not fine is whenever that now takes precedence over the game being good. And to the point of having people working on your game that are not there to make the game good because they don't like the game. They're there to collect the paycheck and the clock out at the end of the day. Like, these people should not be like that. That sucks, man. Imagine you're on a team and you got to go to work every day and you're the guy in the freaking seat next to you is not there for the team. He's just there for himself and to take his paycheck. That blows. That makes me feel so bad for people that work as a part of any team, not just game development, and you love your job and you love what you do. And then the guy in the freaking cubicle next to you is just thumbing his ass until 5 o'clock. That sucks, man. And it's a middle finger to everybody else that they work with. Lucky guy. Yeah. I mean, hey, you know. Like, that sucks. Welcome to the real world. I mean, the thing is, dude, I used to work in college football. I used to work in college football recruiting video. I talked about it a little bit earlier. I used to come in on Christmas and coaches would be like, what are you doing? Why are you coming in to work on Christmas? I was like, because I got work to do. We got stuff we got to get done. And I loved what I did. I wanted to, whatever it is that I'm doing, I wanted to be the best in the world at it. That is whatever it was. The best that I could possibly be within reason. And I cared about it, you know? That's why I was there. I wasn't there just to, you know, I was working, I was taking college classes and working 40, 50, 60 hours a week. I wasn't getting paid like that. I had a professor tell me one time, he's like, hey, you realize you're doing a 6-figure job right now? Now, I got paid good, don't get me wrong. I got paid good for a student in college without a degree and working while being in class and stuff at the time. I did not get paid good for the amount of hours I was putting in per hour, plus the quality of work that I was doing. But I got paid, like, I don't remember the exact number, but it was something like $25,000 a year, which is pretty damn good for a college student. But like, I loved what I did, like, I passionately, and I wanted to do it better than I want to do it better than anyone. I want to do it the best I could possibly do it. If I couldn't do it better than somebody else, I at least wanted it to be the best that I could do. But like, man, that bothers me so much, man. That you have people working on the team for any game that they don't even like the game that they're working on. It's such a slap in the face. It's a middle finger to everybody else you work with. It is, it's just disappointing, man. It is so disappointing to hear that. It's crazy. Anyway, let's.
People on the game team who didn't like PvP or competitive shooters, and they really loved the Overwatch universe and wanted to play these characters and heroes, but they wanted to kind of do it on their own terms in like a PvE setting. So even though Overwatch is this like runaway success and everybody's talking about it, they felt like they couldn't really engage with it. And so like people on the dev team are like, okay, thank God we, shipped that PvP thing. When do we start work on this other thing?
Oh, this is so triggering.
So that came from a genuine place of excitement. And then the other point of pressure was from the executive team. And this was both
maybe I'm misinterpreting what he's saying there.
Activision
but it bothers me so much, man.
And they started really putting the heat on, well, you said Overwatch 2 was going to be out in 2019, and they're referring back to these slides that were just crazy dates.
Oh my gosh.
It was, you never want to put a PowerPoint deck in front of a corporate executive. Like, you might as well etch it in stone and come down from the mountain on it.
So you just threw some dates because the layout looked good.
Yeah, this is just all bullshit. In the same way we put like the tablet, we just put Overwatch like.
He just threw some dates on. He's like, okay, well, I mean, this is kind of an idea. And they're like, yeah, so when is this ready?
The executives started getting really angry at us that Overwatch 2 was slipping. And so when Overwatch 1 took off, I remember very early, we were in like May of 2016. And that year, the Olympics were going to be in Rio, I think. And, I always like to pay respects to like when a big event is happening. I'm like, hey, we should do like an event for the Olympics. You can't call it the Olympics or else they sue you. So you just, even though you're advertising for them to a bunch of kids who want to play video games and not watch the Olympics. But we also had like these two developers, Mike Heiberg and Dave Adams, like worked on this quirky, like they made soccer in Overwatch. We called it Lucio Ball. Like they made a map and they made these mechanics. We're like, yeah, let's do an event called the Summer Games. And we do a live pass.
That was good. I didn't do this.
It's extremely successful. And then after that, we're like, yeah, let's do Halloween's coming up. Let's do a Halloween event.
I remember the seasonal stuff was super popular for Overwatch.
Just loved these events.
I remember hearing about this.
But there were two groups that were struggling with it. One was that group I told you on the dev team.
It was actually while I was working, I think.
Oh my God, you guys are overscoping the patches. Why are we doing this Halloween event? We should start work on Overwatch 2. We shouldn't be this focused on the live game.
Cringe.
Which was fucking nuts.
Cringe.
Like, that was just crazy. There's this phrase of catch the.
Oh my gosh. Oh. You need to serve your current audience of people so that you have to serve the current audience in order to retain the current audience to carry you over into the next version of the game coming out. You can't just ignore it and let it sit there and rot. It's crazy because think about the time frame of when this happened. It's around the same time Warlords of Draenor was a thing, and the last patch lasted over a year. I think it was, the last patch of Warlords was over a year. The last patch of, how long was the last patch of Mists of Pandaria? And dude, sometimes I wonder, like, even now, it's like they're kind of spreading themselves so thin that it's like, dude, Blizzard wants to set it and forget it. That's what they want to do. And to be honest with you, that should kind of be, it should be the end goal, but it should be the end goal knowing that it's impossible. You cannot have any MMO in a set and forget state where you just release vanilla, release Burning Crusade, release Wrath, put it on a cycle, and that's it. You don't have to have anybody take care of it. Because every MMO has a living, breathing world with a growing economy, and I'm talking about MMOs here, even though the basis of this is Overwatch, but it all applies. Because every game that's live service has this living, breathing world of players doing certain things and metas forming and things developing. And you have to be hands-on with it. You absolutely have to be hands-on. And you have to, dude, you've got to treat it like a 2-year-old child. Okay? Live service video games are like a 2-year-old child. They're great. They're wonderful. But these things are trying to do everything that they possibly can to get themselves killed. Okay? And you have to just watch them like a hawk. That is what it is. Okay? Also, they poop their pants sometimes. But like, you just have to know that any live service game cannot be set it and forget. You have to watch it, dude. You have to watch it.
Wave, ride the wave. Most games fall off the back of the wave. They don't catch the wave. No one plays it or plays it for 2 weeks. If you're lucky enough to have caught the
click, click, click. Just back a few seconds.
It's on the live game, which was fucking nuts. Like, that was just crazy.
Well, I'll go back a little bit more.
One was that group I told you on the dev team who was like, oh my God, you guys are overscoping the patches. Why are we doing this Halloween event? We should start work on Overwatch 2. We shouldn't be this focused on the live game, which was fucking nuts. Like, that was just crazy. There's this phrase of catch the wave, ride the wave. Most games fall off the back of the wave. They don't catch the wave. No one plays it or plays it for 2 weeks. If you're lucky enough to have caught the wave, ride it till the end. And my instincts at that point were like, let's just keep, how many more of these live events can we do?
So yeah, so now there's this wave in the live game and events where the pressure on creating Overwatch 2 was building.
Yeah, we had a coalition on the team that was really wanted Overwatch 2 built instead of the live events, and then the executive pressure became monumental. And what would have been correct was to do more world events, like keep it going. But the major derail was Overwatch League. And we really, like, the weirdest part about Overwatch League is I believe in it. You know, I helped pitch it along with some other people. We thought it was like the future of esports and doing regional-based teams, ensuring minimum player salaries and player protections. Like, there was a lot of very good about Overwatch League.
And there'd be teams associated with particular cities.
Yes.
And it'd be international.
To be fair, Overwatch, the idea behind Overwatch League was kind of sick.
Yeah, the teams part of the dream was more of like regional-based player protection, try to make esports more of a first-class citizen, because there were all these stories about like shady teams, you know, screwing their players over. Where it got away from us was there was a lot of excitement about Overwatch League.
Overwatch League was incredible.
Much so,
yeah, like,
and then it got over-marketed to the people buying the teams. They went on this road show where they had a deck basically, and like you could put anything in a deck and sell anything. And they were pretty much selling the Brooklyn Bridge that Overwatch League was going to be more popular than the NFL. And we got a bunch of billionaire investors in these teams.
The esports.
And when 2018 started, like, for example, the day I got back, they said we signed this huge deal with Twitch for streaming of Overwatch League, like a media rights deal. And that means that here's all these commitments we made for Overwatch League of like in-game stuff that had to exist. Like, a lot of it was integration with Twitch and camera control and that kind of stuff. The other part of it was a bunch of skins and, you know, uniforms for all the teams, which was not just getting the art in the game, but there was huge technical challenges to like how all that worked and was efficient and hit the right, you know, memory footprint and all that kind of stuff. And so all of your plans at that point kind of go out the window. Like, you're not going to work on new world events. You're not really even focused on Overwatch 2. You're just kind of treading water. There was a lot of talk of like, oh God, you know, the deal didn't go well and we've got to do make goods to make the deal better for them.
Classic.
Like, just give them some money back, you know? Like, if the deal isn't what people wanted, like, putting it on us, the Overwatch team, to like support this
crazy
beast. Yeah. And it was a great idea that the wrong instincts and sort of, I don't know how to phrase it in a way that's not damning, but there was too much focus on let's make lots of money really fast. And a lot of people got dragged into it. And while Overwatch League was great for Overwatch in terms of the players that it brought in, like, and the Overwatch League players, they were awesome. I love them. The Overwatch League staff at Blizzard, some of the nicest, most motivated, great creative people. Like, all of these organizations got built and they were all great, but it was a house of cards waiting to fall.
And it became more about the money versus the quality of the experience of the different teams playing together and actually building this ecosystem of esports.
The financial reality kicked in where these teams, now we didn't just have, you know, executives at Activision and Blizzard who cared about the bottom line of Overwatch. We had all these people who basically invested in the game, and then they started to express their opinions. Originally, the business model was going to be that they were going to do in-person events, and there's going to be big ticket sales and then merch, you know, and all of that. And I think really quickly everybody learned, like, yeah, we can't do in-game events when you have a London team and a Shanghai team, and like, how does this work? So that fell apart super quickly. The merch was good, but it wasn't going to be making NFL level money, whatever insanity anybody thought that was going to be. So everybody quickly defaulted
That's like
back
crackhead
to,
behavior.
Hey,
Thinking that it was going to
Overwatch
be
made
bigger
like
than NFL.
$500 million just in the live game last year. What can we sell and what can you give us? That pressure comes onto the team. And then the pressure to ship Overwatch 2 and all care and love that we had for like the live game and the live server. Let's just make events and new heroes and new maps. We're losing all these resources.
Wow.
And it got to the point, you know, my exit at Blizzard, I believed in Overwatch 2. I think we could have made a great game. I have a lot of hindsight of like how I would have designed that game differently with what I know now versus what ultimately we didn't ship. And there's Overwatch 2 is out now, but it's not the Overwatch 2 that we planned and announced.
So when you're referring to Overwatch 2 in this conversation, you're referring to the PvE version.
The PvE version.
Which, by the way, I would have loved to play. I'm one of the people that were... Overwatch is great, but the PvP... But I would have...
So they never actually... I have a question, because I didn't even try it. When Overwatch 2 was announced, it was announced and marketed as a PvE expansion to Overwatch. Did they not follow through with that at all, which is why they decided to go back? Did they? So they just started calling it Overwatch 2 for no reason. Because they were like, well, we announced it, so now we have to keep calling it this. It was Overwatch, but orange. Oh, it was orange. Oh, that's sick.
Everybody would have loved to have played it. And there's a misconception online.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That all I cared about was PvE and I didn't care about PvP. All of the
that's
Overwatch
hilarious.
2 PvP maps were something that I said to the team over and over.
Because he's a PvP
We
guy.
have a PvP audience. If we get anything right, it has to be the PvP.
True.
We would be lucky to welcome these PvE players, but that's not guaranteed.
True.
So it was never a PvE only focus.
You're just almost expanding it to also the E.
And what eventually broke me was it used to be like in 2016 and 2017, I felt very in control of the Overwatch team and the direction of the game as a game director, you know, working with Ray Gresco as the production director. It felt like we were running Overwatch and we were very, very successful and doing a good job. And I think the fans were happy. And then as we transitioned, you know, Overwatch League was the best intention. You know, my parents always say the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
True.
That was the Overwatch League, and it ended up being an albatross. And then Overwatch 2 was the same thing. And what it boiled down for me, like what sort of ultimately broke me in my Blizzard career, was I got called in the CFO's office, and he sits me down and he says, he gives me a date, which at the time was 2020 and was going to slip to 2021, but at the time it was 2020. And he said, Overwatch has to make in 2020. And then every year after that, it needs a recurring revenue. And then he says to me,
dollar amounts were bleeped to respect Jeff's confidentiality agreement with the company.
if it doesn't do we're going to lay off 1,000 people, and that's going to be on you.
What?
And that was just the biggest fuck you moment I had in my career. It felt surreal to be in that condition. And as somebody who's worked on a lot of games, made a lot of games, you get in these meetings where they're like, Fortnite has 1,400 people working on it.
What? Dude, what an insane thing to say to somebody. But here's the thing, it's not okay, let's take the insane thing to say to somebody. Let's take that out of the equation, right? Let's look at it from like the brass tacks, the bottom line. When you are starting to put the dollar amount ahead of the quality of the product, then you're not going to get the dollar amount in the first place. And I don't understand what these morons who write the checks don't get through their stupid heads. If the game, like, how do you have a job and not understand how this works? If the game is good, that's how you will make your money, because people will play the game. Like these people, like I swear, a lot of times the people, and this is absolutely not the case for everybody in these positions. That is absolutely not the case for every company or whatever. However, I do think that there's times where some people build a company from the ground up and they understand how they got there. And then there's other people that come in and they didn't do that. They kind of just keep falling forward or failing upwards or whatever. And they end up being in a situation where they didn't have to go through the growth process and learn that ever. So the only thing that they really know how to do is to maintain. And their understanding of maintenance is dollars in versus dollars out. And there's nothing else to it. It just doesn't make any sense, because if they were smart, or if they had any understanding about the audience of people playing the game in the first place, they would know that if the game is good, people will play it. And that's how they make their money.
If you just hire 1,400 people and make it free to play, we'll make that money, right? And that was, I had believed I would never work any place but Blizzard. I loved it. It was a part of who I was. And I felt I was a part of it. And I literally thought I would retire from the place. I never thought the day would come.
So that's why he left.
That was it. I was like,
that was the breaking point.
We're done here. Luckily for Blizzard, that CFO is no longer there.
Blizzard is one of the greatest.
Hold on. Well, luckily for Blizzard, that CFO is no longer there. Hold on. Wait a second. I wonder. Oh, man. Crazy. 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 Well, no, hold on. Bobby Kotick wasn't the CFO. Hold on. Blizzard CFO 2020. Dennis Durkin. Who the hell is that guy? Oh, wait, was this 2020 or 2021? In 2021, Chief Financial Officer role at Blizzard Activision saw a transition from Dennis Durkin, who departed in May 2021, to Armin Zerza, who took over in April 2021. This period was marked by significant internal pressures, including controversial layoffs and financial targets, which were recently cited as reasons for high-profile departures. Wait, so it was him. It was this guy, Dennis Durkin. What does Dennis Durkin do now? works at Subway. On. Jeff left April 2021. Well, I mean, he probably left. Well, so did Dennis Durkin. Oh, wait a second. So was it him or was it Armin Zerza? Because Armin Zerza is also no longer at Blizzard. So did he say this was a new guy or a guy who was already there?
Companies and
For a bit, I was part of who I was, and I felt I was a part of it. And I literally thought I would retire from the place. I never thought the day would come, and that was it. I was like, "It's we're done here." Luckily for Blizzard, that CFO is no longer there.
I mean, Blizzard is one of the greatest companies in the history of Earth. They've created so many incredible video games. It's so difficult to create so many hits, and they were done not by chasing money. They're done by small.
Yeah, Armin was Durkin's
teams,
replacement.
The hodgepodge that you describe, taking big risks. And
wait, he's saying it wasn't Durkin.
They...
Hold on. Mikey Bora? Wait. Hold on. So Mikey Barra says that it wasn't Dennis Durkin. Former Overwatch League has claimed that due to financial... So that means it was Armin Zerza. Or did he say CFO and he meant CEO? It doesn't matter. Some random idiot who is no longer there. That's all. That's all. It doesn't matter.
And then just chasing it, working extremely hard, and just because you figured out a way how to make a lot of money, it doesn't mean it's not at the core. This incredible creative journey that's incredibly difficult to pull off. And just because you got a bunch of really smart, creative people who have somehow figured out how to pull it off multiple times in a row, doesn't mean you can just treat it like a machine. Every single time, it's this beautiful journey of a hodgepodge of weirdos working together, and weirdos have to run that thing. If you ever have a chance to create something special, you have to have weirdos at the helm. And at the degree to which you don't have weirdos at the helm.
Hold on. Real quick, to finish up the conversation. I don't know Mikey Bora personally. And Mikey Bora is not at Blizzard anymore. But I had always heard that Mikey Bora was one of the good guys. He's one of the like Kaplan types of like he's an actual gamer, like this guy's all in on playing the game, and like I mean I think he would stream. He played retail and he didn't play a lot of classic, but he would play retail and he would stream it, I'm pretty sure sometimes. So yeah, I've always heard that Mikey Bora was like one of the good guys. In the grand scheme of things. But then he left Blizzard. He did often say things just had appearance of a good guy. Well, I think it's the other way around. Yeah. Just things that I've heard. It's hard to explain because it's like I'm kind of vaguely talking about it. But I had heard from people that he was one of the good guys.
Creative of good people, this incredible creative journey that's incredibly difficult to pull off. And just because you got a bunch of really smart, creative people who have somehow figured out how to pull it off multiple times in a row, doesn't mean you can just treat it like a machine. Every single time, it's this beautiful journey of a hodgepodge of weirdos working together, and weirdos have to run that thing. If you ever have a chance to create something special, you have to have weirdos at the helm. And at the degree to
he went to
which
Prize
you don't have
Picks.
weirdos at the helm, creative minds at the helm, and you're a business person at the helm, get out of their way, right? You cannot have the meetings like you're describing. And I don't just speak about this particular company. It's just the entire industry. There's so much joy to be had if we keep creating great games. And I just hope we get to see those great games.
I think there's a message to creative people out there and people who make stuff. We're so focused on the love of the craft that we get lost in it, and we love doing it. And we're not cutthroat, and we don't have that kind of ambition. We have a different kind of ambition. But there's this whole world, especially as soon as you're lucky enough to have success, that are very cutthroat and very ambitious. And for whatever reason, we keep giving ourselves to them. And we need to stop giving ourselves. World of Warcraft, when we made it, there was no CFO at Blizzard. You don't need a CFO to make World of Warcraft. You need artists, engineers, designers, producers, and an audio team.
You don't need to bring in, just because you're making a lot of money, it doesn't mean you need to now start adulting by bringing in a CFO. You can figure it out.
And there are great finance guys. Like, I've worked with finance guys who get it and get out of the way and respect, and they're gamers and they sort of understand. But
Damn.
I wish developers would understand their own value more and stop handing the golden goose to people who don't deserve it.
How painful was it to say goodbye?
It broke me. I think after you've been at a place like Blizzard, which I love Blizzard. To this day, I have nothing but warm, fond memories. I mean, there's those moments where you're like, I wish that hadn't happened. But on the whole, that place is mecca for game development. And everything I have is due to Blizzard. They provided for me and my family, made me the person I am. So separating from Blizzard was one of the most painful things. And I was very sad when I resigned. And I didn't realize how broken I was until recently. Like, the morning grieving I had gone through of, like, I think I'm a little fucked in the head for not being there anymore. How could I give that up? How could I not be there anymore? It was really, really painful.
Damn.
Leaving.
Can we just speak to, I don't know, I don't think we can give enough love to Blizzard. It's a legendary company. For me personally, for everybody, for millions of people, created some of the greatest games ever. Warcraft, StarCraft Universe, Diablo, WoW, Overwatch. What made it such a legendary game company? Just looking back at the whole of it.
The start is Mike, Alan, and Frank. It was run by 3 gamers. They were all 3 of them programmers. They made the games before they just ran the company. So they knew what each of us as developers beneath them were going through, and they protected us. They shielded us from all of the nonsense. And even when they would align with a business person, they had a COO in the early days named Paul Sams. And Paul protected us. You know, they found great people who got it. The company, when I joined, was like 95% developers and like 5% operations.
Developers.
Was, you know, 50-50, and that's like a 4,500 person company.
Crazy.
That love of the games and the respect and good treatment for game developers really turned it into the place that it was. Just the commitment to excellence, the high quality bar, and then finding these passionate people like Chris Metzen or Sam Didier. They were like the visionaries of early Blizzard, Alan Adham, of just these worlds that we're still making and we're still playing in today. It was infectious and it was inspirational. And you wore the Blizzard blue with an esprit de corps. Like, you felt proud to be part of it, and you felt like you had made it to be there. And everything you did wanting to respect and honor those who had come before you. I know it sounds almost cheesy saying it that way, but it really had that sense of reverence. Like, you knew you were part of something special. You didn't take it for granted.
100%. Hello.
Yeah, that's the sense of reading everything. That's the sense I got. Everybody that was a part of it, that truly, truly, truly honored that time. Just to take a small slice, what were some of the brains? So you mentioned Chris Metzen. You gave so much love to so many people on the team, but I got to ask about Chris Metzen, who I would, by the way, love to do a podcast with at some point. What were the brainstorming sessions with him like? It seems like those are pretty
Plant the seed.
like awesome.
they were the best. Like, you could walk into a room. Like, the way I would work with Chris is early on when I was more junior, it was just sort of getting creative direction from him. Hey, Chris, I'm about to work on this zone called Westfall. What are your ideas? You know, how could I capture them in gameplay? Well, that won't quite work. How about like this? It was more like that. Later on, like I still remember the first discussion I ever had with Chris about Wrath of the Lich King. I went up to his office, like, hey, we're finally doing it. We're doing the Northrend expansion. You know, what excites you about Northrend? And that's all you had to say. And he would draw a map, and he'd start pulling up old, like, Warcraft 2 and Warcraft 1 manuals, and, you know, showing you, like, pictures he and Sammy had drawn, and, like, maps, and he, all of it. He would just go on for an hour, and then I would sort of digest. I just listen, taking constant notes. I'm photographing his whiteboards all the time. And then I go back and start to put those into design flow of, like, okay, what's a zone? What's a dungeon? What could be cool? What should come first? What should come last? You know, Lich King, for example, we wanted to try a very specific design to counter a problem we had in Burning Crusade, which is everybody entered through the Dark Portal through Hellfire Peninsula.
Oh my gosh, dude.
All the server programmers hate you because everybody loads into the same zone at the same time.
That's why they made the two zones.
Split them up for better player flow. Plus, it's more interesting. The more choice you have, you know, Sid Meier says games are a series of interesting choices. So we give them 2 starting zones, but that was the flow with Chris. And so often we would just, like, okay, in that first meeting, Chris had put a zone called Grizzly Hills on the board. Well, I don't know anything about Grizzly Hills. Mm-hmm. Hey, Chris, talk about Grizzly Hills. If you didn't interrupt him, he'd just go for an hour, and you have no idea how much of it, like, he had pre-thought about or had.
Dude, every story about Chris Metzen that I've heard from anybody ever is this person is just like a fountain of passion. That's what he is. This guy just cares so much about everything that he talks about, and it's so interesting. I don't think I ever actually got a chance to meet Metzen. I think I almost met him at the last BlizzCon, but I've never actually had a chance to actually meet him. But this guy is just, every story about Chris Metzen is so funny, dude. It's because this guy, like, in a good way. It's like the good kind.
Existed in previous lore, and how much of it he was just making up on the spot. Mm-hmm. He's just that charismatic and captivating.
Creating these worlds and being able to brainstorm through them.
What do you mean by I don't think? So whenever I say I don't think I met him, there is a small chance that I might have randomly met him in passing, but, like, not properly, right? Like like maybe I saw him in like we just, like, crossed paths, but I didn't actually get a chance to, like, talk to him. But I didn't get to meet him properly. So
them and together.
Not care how much of it he was just making up on the spot. Mm-hmm. He's just that charismatic and captivating.
Creating these worlds and being able to brainstorm through them and together. I mean, that is what you're doing. As a consumer of those worlds, you kind of take it for granted that they're incredible, but, like, you're crafting them. Like, you're looking at a blank sheet of paper and then together coming up.
My job, as I saw it working with Chris, was I had to, on World of Warcraft specifically working with Chris, is I was like the translator into gameplay of what Chris wanted, how to get it to play like how Chris wanted. So my favorite stories, we're working on Burning Crusade, and we're in this meeting, and Chris is like, he's the gentlest, sweetest guy, but because he carries himself with such confidence and everybody's in awe of him, the junior developers get kind of intimidated by him. So we're in this meeting and we're talking about Silver Moon City because we're introducing the Blood Elves. And Chris is like, in Silver Moon City, it's got the tallest fucking tower in all of Azeroth. I mean, it is the tallest thing. You know, it's mind-blowing, the awe of it. Only the Blood Elves could build it. Fast forward, like 2 weeks later, I'm walking through the hall, and I see a bunch of level designers and artists. They're all, like, crowded around the screen. And on the screen, they've dragged Blackrock Mountain and Karazhan and the Stormwind Cathedral. I'm like, what the fuck are you guys doing? And they're like, well, Chris said that the Silver Moon Tower had to be the tallest thing in World of Warcraft. Mm-hmm. And
it's
so
amazing.
We're measuring how tall all of these other things are so we can make the tower taller. And I'm like, guys, Chris doesn't know how tall the Burning Steps, you know, and the cathedral in Stormwind is. what Chris means is just make the tower really fucking tall. You don't need to measure it. And they're like, oh, okay, that's okay. Like, are you willing to take the heat? I'm like, I'm willing to take the heat on this one, guys.
Yeah, it's just a feeling. It's a vibe.
It's a vibe.
Yeah.
That's amazing,
and I also
dude.
just personally have to give all the love in the world for the current Diablo 4 team, because I've spent most recently out of the Blizzard games, spent a huge amount of time in Diablo, and they've created something, and it's not just the loot. All right, it's the whole
It's not just the loot,
art,
okay?
everything together, and the season they've created a really wonderful world. So I could feel
Paladin has been super good.
They're crushing it, and
Everyone's saying the Paladin was like super good. Has Warlock been good?
Worlds that have built, and they understand Diablo players.
I played a little bit of the Paladin, and I really liked it.
So hard and so demanding, and that team is amazing.
Yeah, there's a lot of richness. It's really, I mean, I don't know how often you get that, but it's really the perfect Diablo game. They've really evolved a lot, grew a lot. So there's this whole mathematical component of just so many numbers everywhere, and it's all balanced really masterfully. And then, of course, you have to
Warlock's
come up
in
with
April.
new content with the seasons, and they figure out ways to do that. So
it's only in Diablo 2 right now. Okay,
crazy pace.
Yeah,
and still make it super fun.
They're a great live team. Yeah.
And for me personally, like I said, the couch co-op experience have been really that aspect of it is really great. Just all of it. It's one of the greatest games in recent history. One of the things I wanted to mention, this is a powerful speech, is sort of instead of doing some kind of corporate goodbye as you were leaving Blizzard, you allegedly shared with your team a video of David Bowie giving advice, and people should go watch this clip. But if I may read it, Bowie says, "Never play to the gallery. Always remember that the reason that you initially started working was that there was something inside yourself that you felt that if you could manifest in some way, you would understand more about yourself and how you coexist with the rest of society. I think it's terribly dangerous for an artist to fulfill other people's expectations. I think they generally produce their worst work when they do that. And the other thing I would say is that if you feel safe in the area that you're working in, you're not working in the right area. Always go a little further into the water than you feel you're capable of being in. Go a little bit out of your depth. And when you don't feel that your feet are quite touching the bottom, you're just about in the right place to do something exciting." Speaking of which, you are just about in a place to do something exciting after leaving Blizzard. You told me that you tried to take some time off. How did that work out for you?
Not so well. My wife, who was wonderful, told me I needed to take at least a year off, and just, I've been going really hard. I'd gone 19 years, barely taking vacation. And I let Blizzard consume me, and, I was crushed by leaving because I loved the place. And I didn't know what to do with myself. I was pulling weeds in the backyard.
Literally gardening.
Yeah. Well, she won't let me garden in the garden because that's hers, but I'm allowed to pull the weeds.
Right.
So I got very good at that. I was very proficient. And then of all things, I cracked out on Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, and I unlocked Dark Matter Ultra, which that's like a crazy achievement to do in that game. Mm-hmm. So I did that.
It's like a crazy achievement,
I couldn't help it. Like, it's how I'm programmed. It was like, at this point, it's late spring, early summer, and I'm just sitting in the backyard. And I just started writing with Notepad about, here's a game I want to make. And it was so terrifying because for 19 years, I had worked with the greatest developers, I thought, in the industry. And, there'd be moments where it's like, okay, I want to do like a game world map. Like, hey, Aaron, you're amazing at making game world maps. Like, you do that. And, I need some story hooks. Hey, Chris, what do you think would be cool here? Like, it, it's so collaborative, and I was surrounded by the best of the best. And there I was by myself. And I was out there again, and I loved it. It brought all the joy of game making. I thought games were no longer fun to make because it was only about business, and somebody's asking me for unreasonable amounts of money and unreasonable amounts of time. And I had forgotten the pure joy of the craft of making games. And I was designing, I was going online. I was watching
that feels so bad hearing
videos
that.
to learn Unreal and Adobe Illustrator and all these things to like help me make games, whatever, Blender. I had no right to be doing any of that. And it just felt so amazing to do it. And I sort of realized I came to two realizations. one, I never want to work for someone else again. I never want to create something and then have somebody take my baby away from me. You know, that's really hard when that happens. And it's sort of happened a few times now, you know, where you have to just let something go that you created. And I wanted it all to be focused on the craft of making games, the art, programming, design, audio, you know, like just not about the bullshit of the games industry. I'm not interested in the games industry. I'm not interested in the business of games. I'm not interested in the entertainment industry. It's just game jamming, making stuff that we're going to play together. And around that time, I call him my development soulmate. There's a programmer named Tim Ford. He reached out and he's like, hey man, he was like associate tech director on Overwatch at the time. And he's like, yeah, I don't think I can do this anymore. It's just not like it was, you know, I just handed in my notice. And I'm like, whoa, you know, well, if you want to do something together, like, fuck it, let's take a stab and, you know, just see what happens. And Tim came over to my house and, well, before that, he says, my last day's on Friday. And my exit interview is at like 1 o'clock. I'm going to be over to your house at like 2 o'clock that afternoon. And I'm like, well, don't you think you should take some time off, Tim, you know, before whatever's next for you? Take a month off, you know, Meg, his wife, will appreciate it, you know, just go pull weeds in the garden for a while. And he's like, I'm a programmer. All I'm going to do is program for a month. If I take a month off, I might as well start programming our game.
Damn.
Brilliant.
It was so awesome when he said that.
Brilliant.
He came over and I pitched him this idea for a game and I pitched him, let's start a company. And that was it. Like that was the birth of us making a studio.
Now, meanwhile, as far as the outside world is concerned, you've disappeared off the face of the earth, but you were actually working on a game.
Yeah.
He like totally.
I needed to be away from the world. I needed to not have, I wanted to not get attention from anyone. I needed to not read my name on Reddit or, you know, any internet site. I wanted to not come up, let some other Jeff Kaplan bubble at the top of the Google, you know, search list.
You know, our man, Dino Flask is going to be all over this conversation, right?
Oh God. Well, this one's going to set him back some time, but I needed,
you know what to do.
I needed for none of that to happen. I just needed to be able to like mourn the loss of Blizzard and create on my own. So it was great. And at that time, like as soon as it was announced that I was leaving Blizzard, I had like 60 people reach out to me. This was April of 2021 and investment money was nuts, both like the VC money.
Oh my gosh. Yes.
And the strategic money was crazy.
Yeah.
Like
especially
the Chinese companies, because apparently they weren't getting publishing numbers in China or something. The whole economy was crazy. And so just everybody was trying to throw money at me.
It was insane.
Which was a very good position to sort of be at, to start a company. So what Tim and I did was say, we're not doing this for money, but here's the game we want to make. And it's going to take this many developers, and we think it's going to take this length of time. And that means the budget is this. And we need, for any of these people who want to invest in us, we got to hit that number. But after that, we're not going to go for more money. It's not an auction to raise as high as we can go. We're going to optimize for control.
I don't know if this is something that you can talk about, but I got a chance to see the game for a few hours, and I have to say it's incredible, Jeff. Like, it's incredible. But I almost immediately fell in love with the world and everything I saw. See, I'm tempted to say some of the things I saw, but it's just an incredible game. So how much can you talk about it? Do you know what it's going to be called? Can you talk about that? Do you know about the company? Are you allowed to say any of that?
Sure. The most unconventional way to talk about this stuff for the first time. So our company name is Kintsugi-yama, which most people will struggle to pronounce.
Nice.
And the company name has a deep meaning to me, which I'm happy to explain later if you're interested. And the game name that we're working on, it's called The Legend of California. And it's an open world game. People are going to call it a survival crafting game. People like to compartmentalize these. I think it's an action game. It's a game that takes place on a mythical island of California
in the 1800s.
In the gold rush. If you're
In
trying
gold rush.
if you're trying to nail the most important time in California history, it's got to be that gold rush.
So it's this beautiful, almost ultra realistic version of California, but it's in an alternate history, alternate version of California, where it's an
Yes.
island, almost like a Atlantis type of ethereal island, but still very realistic to what the California terrain is
Correct.
and that time period. So it's this weird like amalgamation of this ultra realistic and the surreal.
The theme of the game is very weird. We're not trying to make a historical game. There's no historical accuracy to this. In fact, the island, when first discovered, is uninhabited. That's already not true, as we know. There were lots of people in California. It's an island, which we know is not true. We want it to feel authentic to that time period because we think that time period is cool. Prospectors, cowboys. Like, it's a really fun thing for us to explore. All of those themes. People in mines. We want to build mines, and we just want to create a world that you can live in. I love creating worlds. Everything that I've worked on before, from World of Warcraft to Overwatch, it's always been, how do you create this place for players to escape to? So
it's an online multiplayer game. I should say the experience of it is just gorgeous. And then the music is wonderful.
I'm glad you like it.
One of my favorite things is just going down to the mine and digging. I mean, that's done extremely well. And as you described, the whole world is voxels. So it's generated. Can you explain how that works?
Yeah, as a world, we handcrafted the world. So like the shape of California is always the familiar shape of California, except it's an island. So, there's no Nevada on the eastern side. We handcrafted all of that. It looks gorgeous. And places like Yosemite are where you would expect Yosemite to be. And so all of those familiar landmarks are there. But then we have like dozens of points of interest, and those move around the map and depending on the map seed. And the map is also tiered in terms of difficulty. We don't really have levels in this game. We have tiers, and there's only 4 tiers right now. Maybe that will change. But the way that the map tiers itself each time changes with every world seed. So not only any server that you join will have a different seed in terms of how the tiers play out.
Red Dead Rust
Mojave
3
might be the easiest newbie area on your server, but on my server, it's end game tier 4 area. But all of our notable points of interest also move around. So we have a really amazing point of interest that we call Dread Rock that's inspired by Alcatraz. And like, sure, sometimes it's in San Francisco, but sometimes it can be sitting in the middle of the Mojave Desert also.
It integrates it into the environment to where it makes sense to be in that environment. And like you said, so much of
I'll check this out when it
makes
comes
the
out for
world
sure.
is sound and lighting.
Yes.
And that's definitely a thing that I've noticed. I mean, it's probably the most beautiful sunset and sunrise I've seen in a game.
We have a great lighting artist who is an amazing guy named Mike Mara, and some of the inspiration for the game, like there's a lot of inspirations for this game, but there's a painter named Albert Beardstadt who I discovered while researching California, and he painted these just epic landscape pieces of, Yosemite and a lot of the gorgeous parts of.
We're looking at one photo of his.
Yeah, it's just amazing. And these paintings were huge too. I'd love to see one in person.
And so you see a painting like that and you're saying, we want to create that world.
Yeah. I mean, when I see that painting, this is what video games brings to the table. So every art form that evolves after another gets to incorporate previous art forms. Movies got to take sound and, fine art. We get to take everything, including movies. So, it's Katamari Damacy, the art form. But like, I see a Beardstadt painting and I want to walk around that world. I want to see what's around the corner. And our lighting artist, Mike, he sees these pictures and he's like, okay, yeah, hold my beer. Like, I'll make it look like that. And we are all blown away by how much impact just the lighting. And I'm not an artist, so I don't think about things like the color theory, the lights, the clouds, what all of that's bringing to this. I just know I want to live in that world. And these are the types of worlds that we want to make.
So what do you want the tone of the game to be, the feeling of the game?
This is really different. It's been hard for people when people were talking to us about, they know me and Tim and they're, the Blizzard guys, the Overwatch guys, you're making like a bright aspirational future team-based hero shooter, right? And I'm like, why would I want to do that? I felt like first of all, respects to Blizzard, and I don't want to try to crib Blizzard and make a
insane
pseudo
Storm.
Blizzard game. I want to make a Kensugiyama game. Me and Tim and this crack team, we're only 34 people. We want to define what a Kensugiyama game is. And this world seems so inspiring to us. The setting is really interesting. I think California can be a game world. I think we can make it beautiful and interesting. We don't have to follow history or geography. We can kind of do a spin where, it feels authentic. We can have guns that feel like they're kind of from that time period, but we're not spaceships and aliens and steampunk.
Mhm.
That's what we would have done at Blizzard. We're going to be a little different here. So the tone of this game, Metzen would describe Blizzard as the hero factory. We make, and what he means by that is not only are we making heroes, but we make the players into heroes. This game is going to have an edgier tone. You're going to enter this world. It's going to feel lonelier. It's going to feel mysterious, larger than you. You're going to feel small until you earn the right to feel big. It's going to feel really dangerous. You're going to want to see what's over that next hill. But if the sun is setting, like, get to shelter. Can't wait to get back to my ranch and put my cozy fireplace on and wait till morning. We want more of that vibe.
It's more solitary, almost scary, but beautiful.
Yeah.
That mix, that tension. I hate to ask this question, but given our previous discussion about a timeline slide, but what do you think a timeline looks like? When do you think it's possible for somebody in the world to be able to play this game?
So this is the beauty of me and Tim kind of getting to run the show and why we're excited about it. We can kind of do whatever we want within reason.
Yeah.
So we're just going to kind of quietly put it up on Steam and see what happens.
Nice.
No like big corporate marketing group would ever think to do that in a million years without like some, $10 million announce or whatever. We'll just kind of put it on Steam and be cool if people wishlisted it. There's my plug. And then I think we are shooting to have some sort of public-ish alpha in March. And then our plan is something I'm really excited about because I've never gotten to do this before. We want to put the game in early access. Some people hate early access and won't touch it, and I understand it. And then some people are like, I want to be in on the ground floor and see the thing from day one and watch it evolve. So we'll put it into early access and we'll just run that until who knows.
Is it scary to you to have a sort of game with some rough edges out there in the wild?
I feel like that's a bad idea.
The alpha to the beta.
Yes, and this game has more rough edges. Probably like the most rough edges we would have at Blizzard is like showing it at BlizzCon, which was heavily
in favor of early
polished
access
and
or against
controlled.
it. I think it's
This is
case
going
by
to be
case.
more, like in development than anything else I've ever worked on. But
I
that's
love it.
part of the excitement too. It's kind of like this is how the sausage gets made. I mean, you're going to see it front row.
I'm going to try to get myself into the alpha somehow. Anybody who is listening to this, I highly recommend this game. You'll not be disappointed. The world itself is just beautiful. So whoever's behind it, you and Tim and the team, is just doing an incredible job. And thank you for putting out rough versions of it, so we get to not wait forever for the perfect thing.
Like the way he
Because you
delivered that
feel
was
in-
actually super
You feel
funny.
like you're a part of it. If you get the imperfect thing, I'm one of the people who like the
The
imperfect.
game does
We
look
get to
cool,
see
but
the rough versions develop and get to be a part of the
just the delivery was
development.
funny.
I saw the logo. It's a mountain. Can you explain the meaning behind the name?
So kintsugi is a Japanese craft of repairing broken pottery. So there's a lot of philosophy that goes into it as well. And, I want to do a good job of explaining it. But basically, like, you take a broken piece of pottery and then they would use golden joinery, like golden lacquer, to put the piece back together. And the thought was, rather than hiding the scars, you make them more beautiful. And the philosophical parts that sort of appeal to me with that is there's a lot of me and Tim in that of we're so appreciative for our time at Blizzard, but we didn't come away unscarred. And there's also a philosophy in Kintsugi that nothing's ever perfect, and the pursuit of perfection is actually a mistake, and that there's beauty in imperfection. And so I relate that to myself personally. That's how I feel. in an aspirational way. I'm not saying I've achieved it, but in an aspirational way, I want to be that way. And I think it's also an analogy for the making of games. Like, it's a making of games is a constant pursuit of imperfection. A game is never going to be perfect. Just ask the players; they're very vocal about it, and seeing the beauty in the imperfections, and the strength in something that's been broken that can be stronger.
You had a heck of a difficult couple of years here. And so in some sense, it represents that beauty in imperfection. So everybody listening to this, I hope you do have it out on Steam. Go check out Legend of California. Truly a beautiful world. I'm so glad you were actually creating this low-key, quietly creating this beautiful, incredible world. Ridiculous question, but can we talk about some of the greatest games of all time?
Yes.
What I mean, I know this is a bit of a nerding out kind of thing, and outside of the games you've been part of creating, I think Blizzard has created some of the greatest games of all time. Outside of those, what do you think are in the list?
So there's one that's the best. It's Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild, and then there's this list of greatest games: Zork, Ultima.
So Breath of the Wild is the best.
The greatest game ever made.
What makes it the greatest game ever made for you?
Every aspect is so thoughtful, so well designed. The art matches the design and the tech, and even integrating with the Switch in the way it does. How do you keep making Zelda better? How can Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time exist and somebody make an even better Zelda game? The way you can chop down a tree and float in a river, and like, the world is a toy and everything works as you wished and hoped it would work. And there's a narrative aspect to it. And there's really fun combat and action and itemization. There's so many things that game gets right that other games are lucky if they get one of those things right and are become best in their genre just for getting that one thing right. And Breath of the Wild does them all right and the best.
Interesting.
There's a certain kind of lightness to the way the world feels, the openness of the world feels. It's not like any other game, right?
You know what's crazy? I didn't really like Breath of the Wild that much, but I played it for like a little bit, but like I didn't play. No, I played Tears of the Kingdom a little bit, and I was just like, eh. No, it wasn't Breath of the Wild. Sorry, I got confused for a second. But everybody said it's basically just the same thing. See, I liked, man, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Link to the Past, all of them are so good. Like, I love those three. Those three are really good. But I didn't play Wind Waker, I didn't play Twilight Princess, and I didn't play any of the new generation.
Uniquely that company, uniquely that. Nobody else creates that. You're right. Under the pressure of having created a bunch of Zeldas, they were like really great games to be able to deliver once again.
Nintendo is like the mecca. Like, they're the best. You know, that's all there is to it.
Do you understand how that company works?
No,
like they're not.
I don't at all.
Like, because I mean, they've been around for a long time and still to be able to deliver.
They didn't even make games at first. I think Nintendo did something else before video games.
It's just sort of, if it's from Nintendo, it's going to be great. And even if my first impression is like, wow, they're doing what weird thing with the controller this time, and then you get your hands on it and you're like, God. My son and I, we both played Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild, and he makes games also. And we had this moment where he's like, I'm so sad after I played it. And he's like, I know I'll never make anything like this. And it's that weird, like, you honor it so much and think it's so great. Red Dead was like that for me. Red Dead Redemption 2 is, that's a game I put on.
Damn, I got to play that one too.
How brilliant the game itself is, but as a game maker, as a craftsperson who makes games, how the hell do you make that? Like, only Rockstar with all the years of making those types of games. No one else.
I've only played a Red Dead Revolver
and compete with that. So that's
purely
insane.
Single player, narrative driven. So you also respect that kind of like pure.
Yeah, I don't give anyone a pass. I feel like a lot of gamers and game developers, like, if it has writing, they're like, the story's so good. I'm like, actually, very few games have great story, but Red Dead has a
True,
great story, it's got
actually.
great character development.
Actually,
It's got a
true.
good plot, and the dialogue is like Tarantino level high quality dialogue. So Red Dead's up there. I have my other games that make the list for me, and both these games are, I would never tell you to play them. EverQuest and Rust are two of the most defining games
I would never
to
tell you
me
to
in
play
my
these
career
games.
and my life. And Rust, I would never recommend somebody go and play it. Rust will come calling to you if you are up to play it.
True.
It's 100% a cult.
That's
When you're ready, it will come
it
down.
will come down. It will let you know.
Okay.
In Rust, you are considered a complete noob that doesn't know what he's doing. If you don't have 1,000 hours, even 1,000 hours, people will be like, "Oh, you only have 1,000 hours in that game."
Yeah.
Yeah, but Rust, and a lot of inspiration for me in the game I'm working on now. My game is not like Rust in that it's not a PvP centric game, but it will have PvP.
What aspect of Rust do you draw inspiration from?
I love the resetting world. It's a great game mechanic, and it's one that I want to evolve and work upon.
How often is the world reset? Do you think in Legend of California?
I don't know yet. Probably every month. We want it to be fast enough that you're not too attached, but we want to make it rewarding.
Smart.
Like the trick is coming up with not why am I upset that the world resets,
Fresh.
but why am I excited that the world resets? And
Fresh is super
players can
important,
get very
I think.
angry about
Every
resetting
game.
worlds, but anybody who's played
Some people get really upset
5,000
about
hours
it,
of
but
Rust,
I
like
think
some of us,
proper fresh.
the resetting
like-
world is the magic. It's
Yeah.
I can't wait for the next reset because the adventure starts all over again. And if you want to play the first time with me, like if we want to play World of Warcraft and I'm level 80 and you're level 1, there's no meaningful
you gotta get on the next fresh, dude. You gotta get on the next fresh.
Wait for a reset, and we're both naked on the beach.
That's why people love
from
private servers.
Minute one.
What about the experience of Rust where you can have everything taken away from you? Is that part?
We're not doing that.
Great,
Yeah.
because that feels awfully stressful.
See, I just lost the entire Rust audience when I said we're not doing that, because if you're a Rust player, you're not thinking you're going to lose everything you have. You're thinking I'm going to take everything somebody else has.
See, my perception of the Rust audience is there's like 3 people. They're in a castle somewhere. It's a very exclusive group.
They are highly skilled, highly passionate, highly knowledgeable. But yeah, it's an inspiration for me. That and EverQuest were defined, and the amount of hours I've logged in both those games are insane.
What do you think has more hours from Jeff Kaplan, EverQuest or Rust?
Well, you said I was 6K on EQ, so that puts me. I'm at 5K in Rust.
And also in that collection is Zork.
Oh my gosh.
Zork, it just brings me back to that.
Jeff
old
Kaplan
IBM
has
PC
brain
with
problems.
my mom and my brother trying to figure out, like how to keep the lights on, or else the Gru's gonna eat us.
Yeah, so certain games just capture your heart and they stay with you forever. What do you think is the future of video games? So there's a lot of conversations about AI helping expand maybe the storytelling aspects, the world creation aspects, becoming a tool that people can use more so, maybe creating more believable NPCs, that kind of thing. But also there's, as we've talked about, the video game industry is changing and evolving and trying to figure out whether
Rust
it's the,
apparently is better than working at Blizzard.
the indie game makers that will have more power, or these larger game makers.
A few
will
years
have
ago,
more
it might have
power.
been.
So, what do you think the future of games looks like?
I think with AI in mind in particular, I think the current state of AI trying to integrate it into development is mostly a hot mess.
Yeah.
But I do think that, games are a technology-driven art form. And somebody much smarter than me once described it, and I'm paraphrasing, making a game is like making a movie if you had to invent the camera every time, because you're kind of inventing the technology of your specific game.
True.
And I think AI can play a role in that, and we'd be silly not to look at it as an option. The problem with AI right now is it's overconfident in what it tries to deliver. Like, it fooled around, obviously, like everybody. Like, you mess around with, ChatGPT and Gemini, and you fool around with some of the art generation. And it's fun for non-artists to fool around on Midjourney. But it's mostly weird and shitty. And even like when trying to have AI answer for me, like I don't normally make UI in a game. And so I'm trying to figure out like UMG and the Unreal
like
Engine. And I'm asking ChatGPT to how to fix like a simple problem. Like how do I make the chat rap, you know? And it like overconfidently gives me the wrong answer. And it's like right 1 in 10 times. So its hit rate has to be a lot better.
I feel like this is probably one of the most like most accurate and honest takes about AI. Like it's like not it's not like super pro, it's not super against, it's just like, look, this is just what it is. Like, what do you think? Because usually people get super up in arms about anything and they get like overly impassioned. It's like, no, this is what I think. Period. This is like a very like this is like pretty based.
I think there's a lot of moral concerns around AI when it comes to creative pursuits as well. Like no one's creative work should ever be used by AI without their permission. You know, voice actors and artists, it can't be lifting from them without their permission. That's just immoral. It's no different than just sort of stealing. So that's wrong. I think how I'm curious, like especially somebody who runs a small studio with 34 people, it's like, what are the points of tedium that maybe AI could help out with that I don't want to do? And I'm not going to hire someone to do. So I had like a really dumb example. I'm making a bunch of images. I sized them all incorrectly because I'm dumb and I'm not an artist. And I did it all in Photoshop. And I have like 2,000 images that are the wrong size. I can have ChatGPT resize those and zip it in a file for me. And it literally takes it like a minute to do that. I wasn't going to hire an
It's a really good example.
intern to do it. I was just going to work an hour later or 2 hours later that night to do it. Like it made my life easier. It didn't take a job. That seems okay. As long as that ethical line stays in place. What I don't worry about is no matter how good AI gets, never going to draw a picture like Arnold's saying. It's never going to tell a story like Chris Metzen. You know, that human spirit is irreplaceable.
Yeah, it's hard to put into words what is that magic that humans produce, but they do. Truly great creative minds, truly great creative teams. They create something special. It's hard to really articulate exactly what's missing with AI, you know, what people call AI slop, because it creates really beautiful imagery and beautiful stories and very believable text, but it's not quite, it doesn't have that, I don't know what it is, the edge that's human. Maybe it's the imperfections.
Yeah, I think so. Like AI to me right now, currently, it's like a interesting fever dream. You know,
Yeah,
that's at the point I'm at with it.
And a useful tool for the mundane tasks, like you said.
Yeah.
But do you think the small studios have a hope in the future of gaming?
Small studios are the future of gaming. The big studios basically acquire the small studios for new IP and ideas, and the small studios grow in. The really compelling, new, innovative ideas are going to come out of small studios.
What advice would you give to video game creators, small teams, if they want to create a truly special game?
Well, they know how to do it. I mean, if they're doing it, they know how to do it. It's more to video game developers in general. Own the craft, own our art form, stop giving it to these fucking corporate jackholes. You are the golden goose.
Yeah.
Keep your eggs.
Jeff, formerly from the Overwatch team, I have to say from the bottom of my heart, and I think I speak for millions of people,
Freaking jackhole.
thank you for everything you've created in this world. Now that I've gotten a chance to see the new game, I can't tell you how excited I am to try it.
It's a freaking jackhole.
Thank you for everything you represent. Thank you for remaining and fighting for us as one of us. So, thank you, and thank you for talking today.
Thank you, Lex.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jeff Kaplan. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description, where you can also find links to contact me, ask questions, give feedback, and so on. And now, let me leave you with some words from Franz Kafka. Don't bend. Don't water it down. Don't try to make it logical. Don't edit your own soul according to the fashion. Rather, follow your most intense obsessions mercilessly. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Damn. I gotta say, dude, I never watched or listened to a Lex Fridman before, but damn. That was pretty good, man. I'd never watched or listened to Lex Fridman before, but he was he did a really good job of interviewing Jeff Kaplan. What a phenomenal interview, dude. Like, Jeff Kaplan had so many crazy, interesting things to say. I cannot believe we just sat there and listened to that, by the way, for about 6 hours. That's a 5-hour video. I tried to not pause it too much, but we got an extra hour out of it with the pausing. Now, to be fair, I also had it on like 1.15 and 1.2 times speed, like the whole time. Really damn good, man. I mean, that was an absolutely phenomenal interview. There's so much to be said there, man. There's just so much to be said about Blizzard and the history and game development. And I think his new game looks good. Like, it looks cool, right? We'll see if it's good or not, right? But it definitely looks cool. It definitely looks like it's worth trying out. But man, what is the biggest thing that really resonated with you guys on from that interview? Is there something in particular that resonated with you guys? I gotta turn on my dark portal. Wait, my dark portal's super dark now. Dude, the big thing for me was when it came down to his reasoning for leaving. When he gave the exact sort of, hey, this is what happened. And you got to keep in mind, Jeff Kaplan has been kind of MIA for like 5 years. So he's been, nobody has really heard from him that entire time. So given that nobody has heard from him, it's, the whole thing is like kind of crazy. The entire thing is just kind of crazy. So now all of a sudden he's back and he's talking about everything and he's like, hey, I'm working on this new game. Man. He was playing a lot of Rust, dude. Also, the 5,000 hours in Rust was pretty crazy. Yeah, let me turn TTS back on. I had everything off for that. Thank you guys for all the subs and resubs. Yeah, I thought that was phenomenal. I mean, that was super freaking good.
Lucky I got that. I remembered.
Esfand's the number one rep paladin. Yeah, that is true.
We're just gonna do a reload of the overlays because I think it's all out of whack now.
Esfand's the number one rep paladin.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is true.
Plus 6K, you get that's 11K total between two. Yeah, crazy times. Thank you, Max, the Prime. Thank you guys for the subs. Dude, the story of how they got together and meeting the Blizzard guys and ending up joining the WoW team before WoW was created. That was insane. Dude, there's so many cool things. I mean, even for me, right?
What resonated with me? Not giving my fucking eggs to the corporate jackals!
True.
Oh!
True.
Kill him a Mokai!
Violence.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. So, I don't know, man. I think there's just so much to learn there. If like you're interested in game dev, game design, the business side of things, I mean, there's just so much to take away from that interview, whether it's the stories of how things were done years ago versus how things are done now. And some of it was like kind of depressing, dude. I actually like hearing that. There was a point in there that I felt so bad for Jeff. I actually remember at one point during that thing, I was like, damn, I feel so bad for this guy. This guy cared about this more than anything in the world. And they kind of just like, they kind of shit all over it, you know? So, but yeah, I think his stories were phenomenal. I think it was incredibly interesting, super engaging. I can't believe we just listened to that for 6 hours, you know? Yeah. I think I might actually be checking out more Lex Fridman podcasts after that one, because that was good. That was damn good, actually. Damn good. This one thing Esfand knows is how to run a guild. Absolutely. Absolutely. Should you watch Primogens? Yeah, dude. I mean, for them it was 5 hours, but I listened to it on 1.2 times speed. Dude, how crazy was the Super Pally thing? The Super Pally thing was crazy. You ever doing RP again? Of course I am. It's just not right now. It's not in season right now. My stream is very seasonal. Like I do all kinds of different things at different times. I don't know that it was Lex Fridman that made that good. Jeff talked like 85% of the time. He seems a little basic. I don't know. Well, so I talked about this a little bit, but man, it's like you got to have a guy who knows how to pass the ball. Like part of being a good podcast host is like you don't got to be the center of attention, and you know how to like poke and prod and ask the good questions and be able to get the most out of your interviewee. The person that you're interviewing, you want to get the most out of them. And he asked really good questions. He was super engaging. The way that the podcast is laid out is really good. So even if you're like a layman and you don't understand what's going on, like if you're a noob, you don't know what's happening, still really good. Very, like, I thought it was super impressive. Like I felt like I learned something watching that. Like, I think Lex Fridman does a great job. Why are you in EBL? I'm just questing. Just doing my quests. Where's the, oh, whoops.
So now when do we get the Esfand Red Dead 2 playthrough?
It's 11:30? Dude.
So after hearing that, are
all I
you
did was
more or
react
less
to stuff today.
confident in modern Blizzard in making a classic plus?
Do I feel more or less confident? It's hard to say because I don't think the Blizzard today is the same Blizzard as 5 years ago whenever Jeff left. I actually do think it's not the same. But I have a lot of concerns about Classic Plus, which I've gone over. I mean, I just...
They made a game about California, but that would be the worst game ever. A game of communists. They should make a game about Florida, specifically Mar-a-Lago. Would be the least game ever. Rated T for teens.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Esfand, my favorite part of the interview was the part where he said Jackal. Violence.
Violence.
Violence. Kaplans. Kaplans. Kaplan's violence.
Violence. Blam, 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 blue, blah, blee, blee. Man, it's already midnight. New YouTube VOD. We make a new VOD for YouTube. Damn. The only one I feel speaking honestly about Classic Plus. We did Classic S the same way we did in 2018. Man, I'm thinking about it. I have been thinking about it honestly.
Corporate jack holes, yeah, pocket calls.
Let me see. Violent. I'm gonna make a new YouTube VOD to kind of separate the things. Give me a second. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Also, if you're watching on YouTube, hey, make sure to like, subscribe, all those things.
Made manifest after the Commonwealth was destroyed.